our community as well. I mean, you could talk to them sometime, but if you want to explain to me how I need to know calculus to test for the curvature that should be there in reality, how would that matter, right? If someone tells me that gravity exists and that the Earth is a certain size, and then I can calculate very easily, right, how much curvature there should be over X distance, and then I go and test for that curvature and there's zero curvature where there must be a huge amount of curvature, I don't need to know some advanced mathematics, right, to test that, right? It's like if you tell me that you're 6 foot tall and I'm like, hold on a second, I'm going to check, right? And then I measure you and you're 5 foot tall. And then you're like, oh, but bro, do you know calculus? That doesn't make you 6 foot tall, right? I measured you. I don't need to be advanced at mathematics to test a claim of curvature.
I mean, both math and physics. Because physics, light physics, I mean, it kind of play with your mind sometimes.
What, you mean the optics, the propagation of light?
Sure.
Electromagnetic wave propagation through an atmosphere or through a medium? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I can, I know just as much, I know more than that than most people I talk to.
Yeah, you know the terms, but you don't know how to. I don't know you, but I feel like
yeah. So don't tell me, don't guess what I know and what I don't know, right? So that would be ignorant. No, surely you're not ignorant, and you're just going to make baseless claims and assumptions. You know what they say when you assume, right? It makes an ass out of you and me. Baseless.
You get me. You give me information. You said
okay. What information? Yeah. So I said for this particular topic, we don't need to go into calculus, right? So there's a claim on the table that doesn't require any calculus that the Earth is a globe. It has a radius value of 3,959 miles, right? We can use basic geometry and we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over X amount of distance. And then we can go and test for that using different types of technology that we have available to us. This has been done, okay, and the results have come in thousands of times, and the results show that there's zero curvature present. The claim is that there is curving water over the surface of the Earth. But it's not there in reality, so that's what we're bringing to people's attention. You can try to appeal to credentials or something like that if you want to try to do that, but that's what we usually encounter from the globe earthers. Rather than actually trying to empirically validate claims, we usually get feelings and fallacies, combinations of those two things.
Oh, you know what? I hate that when people bring up their degrees. No, you just have to prove yourself to me.
Okay.
Claims.
Okay, so according to the globe, right, we can get a known distance. Okay, so we could go to a lake, or we could go to a section of the ocean, and we could have something that's a known distance. Let's say an oil platform, for example, that's in a fixed location out in the ocean. And then we can calculate how far away it is from the Earth and how much curvature there should be between point A, right, where I'm standing, and point B, where the oil platform is. We can say, okay, based off the claim, there should be X amount of curvature over this distance. Let's say it's 10 miles. There should be approximately 66.67 feet of curvature over that distance, 20 meters. All right, so then we can perform different tests to try to see if that curvature is there, because if the curvature was there would be byproducts of the curvature. Okay, you would have a horizon at a certain distance. Okay, so you could use 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and that's based off the radius value. And that will tell you exactly how far away the physical geometric horizon should be. And then we could calculate how much the object in the distance should be obstructed behind the physical curvature of the Earth. Okay, and then we're gonna run the tests. We're gonna repeat the tests. We're going to account for the conditions to the best of our ability. right? The variables, the controls, whatever you want to call them. And then we're going to come to a conclusion. And then we're going to repeat that test in different locations and repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat and see what our results show us over time. And what our results show us is that there isn't any curvature and that the Earth can't be a globe.
Your experiment is perfect on an Earth without atmosphere, without without an atmosphere. We have,
No. It's perfect on an Earth with atmosphere as well. Yeah. So there's no such thing as an Earth without atmosphere, right? So just having an atmosphere doesn't mean that the curvature that would have to be there is magically just gone in every single test that's done.
Because your measurement tool, I assume it would be light. So light interacts with the atmosphere, and then it can write the curvature of the Earth and make it appear as a straight line.
You guys are not having a discussion about how Earth is a flat or not, bro. Come on.
Yeah. That's
so weird.
See, the room's called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Yep. Biggest channel on the server, actually. Yeah.
Wait, but like, is it like real? Like, y'all guys having fun or like you guys having?
Yeah, we're having a discussion, and you're kind of interrupting it. So maybe you could just pop yourself on
serious
hold
discussion.
your questions. Yeah, serious discussion.
Okay.
Right. So we can account for the atmosphere as well. Okay, we can account for atmospheric refraction to the best of our ability. Right. So what do you know about? What do you know about refraction?
Well, refraction is the bending of light from a rare material.
No, the guy I was talking to. So just hold on a second. Islam.
Oh, my bad.
Refraction.
Please forgive me.
Yeah,
First of all, you have to understand that English is not my first language, but I'm going to do my best. So,
you sound pretty fluent in English.
Well, thank you. That's flattering.
Mm-hmm.
So, refraction is when a light beam bounces off a surface. One side of it penetrates the surface, and the other one gets reflected.
No, not really. No, that would be reflection.
No, I mean refraction is. Oh, hold on. Refraction is when a light beam enters the surface, changes angles, and then changes direction.
Right.
0 marks, bro. That 0 marks. I wouldn't give any marks to that. A refraction is when the light travels into a denser medium, bending away from the normal.
Well, that's exactly what he just said.
No, he said light goes in, light bend.
Yeah, he said it hits the surface at an angle, right? And then depending on the depending on the refractive index, right, of the second medium.
Not depending on the refractive index, depending on the medium.
Yeah, which would be the refractive index of the medium.
Carries the
medium is not a refractive index. The refractive index is sin I upon sin R, which is the Snell's law. And refractive index
so Snell's law. Snell's law doesn't apply to a single medium. Snell's law applies to a specific situation where we have two separate isotropic media of differing refractive indices or differing densities, and when the light hits the boundary layer at an angle, it will deviate depending on the change of the refractive index of the second medium. That doesn't apply to a single medium when we have an observation through the atmosphere, for example. Okay, that would be classified as atmospheric refraction, which would be a deviation of an electromagnetic wave through a gradient change of atmospheric.
Since we can agree on since we can agree on the physics, can you just tell me why does boats and ships disappear in the distance when they go farther and farther into the ocean?
Okay, most often what happens with a ship Okay, if we have nice clear conditions without waves, right, without ocean swells, and without some miraging effects, then the ship will get smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see the ship anymore, right? Once it gets below 0.02 degrees in your field of view, it's going to breach the angular resolution limit of the human eye. And then you're not going to be able to resolve it anymore. Okay, so the ship will be gone, but you'll still be able to see the horizon. So it will look like the ship is gone. Okay, but what you can then do is you could zoom back in by increasing the angular size of the things in the distance, right? Using a telescope, binoculars, a zoom camera, right? And then you could resolve the ship again. You could see the whole ship again. Eventually it's going to fade off because the air isn't perfectly transparent over distance.
So let me ask you something. During let's say World War II, when ships were under the horizon, it was quite difficult for the enemy to detect them because the radars, they're not eyes. They operate on a different, completely differently from our eyes. They use different wavelengths. So how do you explain that? A sheep under the horizon?
We can see ships that are 20 kilometers away from just above the surface of the water that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. We can see them directly line of sight easily, consistently as well, pretty consistently depending on the visibility on that particular day.
Oh, you know about radar visibility?
Yeah. There's all sorts of anomalies with radar, right? With radio wave propagation. Sometimes they say that you can see things that are huge distance away because they'll tell you that you have an atmospheric duct taking place, and all of a sudden you can see things detect things that are huge distances away. It really varies, right? It depends on the conditions. It depends on the vertical temperature gradient, right, which is going to be the primary controller of the refractive index gradient. So depending on what's happening with that, right, you could have upward refraction, you could have downward refraction, all sorts of different things could take place.
That is true. But the United States nuclear doctrine involving planes such as the F-111 Aardvark, the B-1 Lancer, those were planes that were flying so low that you couldn't detect them with radar because they were flying under the horizon. But once you detected them, it was too late. So, if the Earth was flat, how you even apply such a tactic? That sounds to me like a stupid idea for them, for the U.S. Air Force.
Well, how did you validate what you were told, right? Do you have some sort of top-level military clearance, or is this just an article you read?
No, I verify most of the things I read with physics and math.
How are you going to verify that?
Well, I verified that because...
Okay, well, look, unfortunately, what I would do now, I would say, okay, you made a claim, right, that you can't detect a plane beyond a certain distance. How did you validate that, right? What were the refractive conditions on that particular day? What test was done? I don't think you're going to be able to provide any of that.
Yes, I will.
In here, we compare empirical evidence. Okay, people can have explanations and stories and that kind of thing all day long. Okay, but what I'm able to do is actually back up everything I'm saying with real-world observations, with data that goes along with it.
Your eyes are not perfect.
So, yeah, that's why we have great instrumentation. We don't have to rely on our eyes. Okay, our eyes are not perfect, but we can still see things. Okay, we can use our eyes, right? That's all we can do. We make observations. Okay, we use the information off the observation to come to a conclusion based on, on all of the factors.
What about do you even believe in gravity?
Gravity is something that okay, so if it depends what you mean by gravity. There's something like 80 theories of gravity. I believe in specific gravity. That's not something that even requires belief. Specific gravity is something that we can test anytime. But if you're talking about mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time, yeah, no, those are just band-aids for the globe.
Let's keep it simple. I mean, the gravity they experience every day. When you toss a rock or toss a basketball,
that's specific gravity. That's just relative density. That's got nothing to do with the globe. It's got nothing to do with the force of gravity.
What'd you say?
Right? A downward.
Relative
density? So that would be relative density. Yeah, Archimedes' principle.
Whoa.
It's also called specific gravity.
So you believe that if an object, let's say an aircraft or how'd you call it? The Hindenburg. How'd you call it?
A blimp?
No, the Hindenburg. Those machines.
Yeah, it's like an airship, a blimp.
Airship, yeah. So you believe that everything works the same way?
No, I think that things will rise or sink relative to the medium, depending on their density and in relation to the density of the surrounding medium.
That is true.
And the displacement of the object in the first instance, which would be the force that would be applied.
That is true, but
on a globe, I get where you're coming from. On a globe, you would need to have like a downward pull. You would need to have, right? So you guys think that all of the oceans are sticking to the outside of a globe, right? So you would need some sort of force of gravity to pull all of everything towards the center of mass. Okay, because otherwise that wouldn't work on a globe. But on a flat, stationary, enclosed system, you don't need that same pulling force.
Closed.
You know what I mean? Like you need a globe to have gravity, and you need a gravity to have a globe. If you're talking about Newtonian gravity.
Yeah. Yes, but how do you explain the fact that rockets like the Saturn V, the Falcon Heavy, the Dongfang 64, the Hwasong 17, all those rockets, very extremely heavy rockets, how they lift?
Yep.
How they lift off?
Yo, guys, is the Earth flat?
The rocket engines. Yeah, it's flat. Yeah.
It's not flat, bro. It's proven that it's not flat, bro.
Yeah,
that's crazy,
don't
bro.
just... Okay, that's cool. We can get to your questions after. We're just chatting with this guy Islam at the moment, right? So, wait.
Rocket engines.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So,
like you need to use energy. So basically for anything to move, whether it be a rocket, whether it be a rock, whether it be anything, some energy exchange needs to take place. Okay, there needs to be some sort of a force applied, a push or a pull, in some energy needs to be exchanged in one way or another for the object to move. Otherwise the object would never move. Right? If we have a rock sitting on the ground, it's never going to move. Okay, if I come along and I exchange some of my energy to lift up the rock, then I've displaced that rock, and it's going to, when I let go of it, it's going to sink, right, and reorganize itself due to its density and the density of the surrounding medium, which is air, which is a very light medium, and it's going to sink back down and find its order, essentially.
well,
if it's a helium balloon, then I pick it up, right? If I get a helium balloon, it's going to go up, unlike the rock.
Well, I'm really trying to understand where you're coming from, but
Yep.
Do you even believe that we landed on the moon?
No, man. Look, even if I thought the Earth was a globe, I would call bullshit on the Apollo missions for sure.
Bro, explain why you think the Earth is flat, bro. Because there's literally proven that it's not flat, bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like the footage
So-
that they give us from the Apollo missions, right? We can't validate it in the first place. We can invalidate it by testing the surface of the Earth. But when I'm handed footage like this from NASA, right? Like this that I just put in the side chat. Second. Whoops, sorry. I'm posting the wrong thing. 1 second, man.
Wait, I can.
Right. I personally can't take this footage seriously. Okay, like this is. How come? Can you see what I just posted in the side chat?
DJ, I can confidently say that you were not born a flat earther. So
Yo,
what
what the
did
fuck
you
is this, bro?
Well, everyone's born a flat earther, but then early in life they're told that they live on a globe. Right? So it's everybody's objective experience that they experience, like their reality is a flat stationary plane.
Wait, hold on. Who the
Okay,
fuck
but
thinks the Earth is flat? Like, what?
Dude.
How are you born? No,
Hold on a
listen.
second.
First thing, you obviously see that a
Okay, hold on. That guy's gonna go on. Gonna pop that guy.
Well-
on mute.
what was the turning point for you to become I mean,
Yeah, someone I respected a lot started talking about flat Earth. I thought they'd lost their mind, but they recommended some videos, and I thought I'd check them out because I had a lot of respect for the person. And I watched the videos, and I thought, wow, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about any of this before. There's some amazing points that are being made in the video, so I'm going to go out and I'm going to try to debunk this nonsense. Right? I thought that I could easily debunk this, so I went and started researching it and looking for empirical evidence of Earth curvature and that kind of thing. And the more I looked into it, the more the flat earthers' arguments started making sense, right? And the less I realized I knew about the globe being proven, and that it was more just a belief system and a story rather than something that had been proven to me empirically. I realized it was just something that I'd grown up believing. Most people, grow up believing in the globe. And eventually I started seeing long distance observations, okay, quite a lot of them. And I was seeing things that should be hidden by huge amounts of Earth curvature consistently. So I went out and started doing my own tests. And I confirmed over a whole bunch of tests that I did myself that, wow, no curvature can be detected. And the more I look into it, the more sense the arguments make, and I still can't find any empirical evidence for the globe. Right? What I find is stuff that requires faith. Right? Stuff that requires trust and faith. Yeah, that's where I'm at, man. Looking for the curvature.
Well, for someone in my position, hearing that the Earth is flat raises a lot of questions. Like, where's the edge? Because it can go for infinity. Where's the edge?
Yeah. So look, this is probably the first thing I should have mentioned to you. Most people have a misconception of what flat Earth means and what flat earthers are claiming that flat Earth is. And because of the media and the propaganda, when they think about flat Earth, they think about a flat disk, right? They think about this big space vacuum that we've been brought up believing, and then that there's all of these planets and stars orbiting around in the space vacuum, and that we're on one of those planets. It's called the globe. Then they hear about flat Earth, and they try to turn that into a flat planet. And they're like, what about the edge and what about gravity and all of these things? That's not what we're claiming. We're not claiming that the Earth is a flat disk or a flat planet in the heliocentric model of outer space. Okay, this would be a completely different system, a different way of thinking about the reality that we live in. Okay, so when we say flat Earth, we're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, I have no idea what the shape or the size of the Earth is. Now, in the context of flat Earth, flat isn't a shape, as you know, right? Flat is the description of a surface. Now, in this context, the surface of the globe is told to be covered in water, 72% water. Most of the globe is covered in water, basically. Okay? And that water should be curving at a specific rate due to the radius, due to the gravity, right? And when we go out and test that, there's no curvature. So just like we all experience when we go to the ocean, we see a horizontal horizon. When we go to a lake and there's no wind, we see a perfect mirror reflection over the entire lake. Okay, but they tell us that, yes, you experience the Earth as flat, but that's because you're so small and the Earth's so big, and really it's curving. And we're just checking. We're just like, okay, how much curvature should there be over this 10-mile lake? 66 feet. Okay, well, what would be the repercussions of that curvature? It would be, okay, a horizon should be at a certain distance, depending on your height, and then things should be obstructed behind the horizon, physically. And that's what we're testing for. We can't find any curvature, and that's what flat Earth means.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
I get it.
Testing the globe.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And then we've got the tests. We've got comprehensive empirical evidence that we can go over. We could show you teams of engineers that have gone out with extremely expensive equipment and done long distance laser tests over huge distances, right? Trying to hit the target, trying to find the curvature. We've had PhDs in optics like Dr. John Dee going out doing different spectrum laser tests. All sorts of different tests have been done. Okay, tests that have been done by professionals, tests that have also been done by amateurs. And every single time the results come back as zero curvature.
Zero curvature.
Yeah. For example, a team of field engineers called Field Engineers Corps. Okay, they got a laser, a $30,000 laser, and they went to a big lake in Europe, and they conducted 5 different tests. And the furthest test that they did was over 40 kilometers distance across the surface of a semi-frozen lake. And what they did was they set up this big laser on one side of the lake at 1.5 meters height above the surface of the water. And then they had a target on the other side of the lake 40 kilometers away. Okay, so they made the laser horizontal and they shot it across the surface to test for the curvature. Now, over that distance, there should be over 100 meters of curvature. Okay, so if the laser's set up horizontal and you're standing at the target location, okay, you should see that laser beam about 90 meters up in the air if the Earth's a globe. Okay, but the laser's hitting the target every single test. Bam, hitting the target, 1.5 meters height, shooting across the surface of the water and hitting the target at 1.5 meters height. Okay, they're accounting for refraction. They got weather stations set up. They're doing everything. They're documenting everything. They've got an hour-long documentary where they go over all of the tests in detail. They got a 180-page PDF document where they go over all of the specifications of the equipment, the weather station results, everything. So these types of tests are being done, and we're not able to find any curvature. So I think it's just something that requires attention, and we're showing people the information. We're like, hey, check this out, right? Try to debunk it. You can repeat it yourself if you want to do it, and use your critical thinking skills. Come to your own conclusions. We're not trying to convince people. We're just showing people information that they probably didn't know existed and they probably haven't thought about.
Let's just imagine for a second that everything you've told me is true. So the Earth is flat. So what is the benefit for you and your community?
Benefit? Well, I think it's good to question what we get told, right? It's good to make sure that if we're being told something is fact, especially if it's where we live, right, that we're being given correct information. So I think truth matters. I think I think questioning the mainstream, right? Making sure that we're being fed the correct information is healthy. It's something that should be encouraged. Whereas most people, unfortunately, they will just believe anything that they get told. Growing up through the education system, they reward people for basically memorizing and regurgitating information. So they give you the textbooks, and if you do a good job at memorizing the textbooks and then regurgitating that information in your exams, then you're going to get a good grade and you're going to be classified as smart because you've remembered what the textbooks told you to remember. Questioning the core fundamentals, questioning the core variables in the mathematics is frowned upon. And I don't think that that's a good thing for humanity. I think it's important to know where we live. I think it's important to have critical thinking skills and to test things. I mean, isn't that the essence of science, is to question science? Right? Whereas a lot of the mainstream scientists are telling us that, the science is settled. Right? Saying the science is settled is, in my opinion, extremely unscientific. Right? That almost sounds like a religion in a way, similar to a religion.
Well,
so yeah, we're just going out and testing for the curve. It's not there, and we can't find anyone that's showing us that there's actually curvature. I mean, we have physics professors, we have math professors, we have satellite engineers coming through here often, and they're not able to provide empirical evidence. They're just better at regurgitating the explanations.
what about independent researchers that fly helium balloons right at the limit of our atmosphere, and we can clearly see the curvature?
Yeah, if you take a deep dive into those videos, what you're going to find is that they're using lenses, right? And most often they're using wide-angle lenses because they want to get a wide-angle shot. And wide-angle lenses have lens distortion. They have barrel distortion. And if you scrub through that footage, you're going to find the horizon's going to be warping all over the place. Okay, you're going to see that when the horizon is above the center of the frame, it's going to be convex, right? Like curvature. When it drops below the center of the frame, it's going to start looking like it's curving the wrong direction. And most people just don't, they don't look at it properly, I guess. Even people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, okay, hates flat earthers. He's an astrophysicist, one of the most famous astrophysics educators, or whatever you want to call him, in the world. Okay, he came out and he said you don't see the curvature of the Earth from the height of a weather balloon. Okay, they can only go up to about 120,000 feet. He says from that height, you're not high enough to see any curvature. Even double that height, he says that you're not high enough to see any curvature. So when you see things like the space jump, the Red Bull space jump, it's disingenuous marketing using GoPro lenses to try to make it look like they're jumping out of space and dramatic effects of this globe Earth, right? It's misinformation. It's just a fisheye lens that they used.
Oh, I've seen videos from the X-15 and the Blackbirds.
Mm-hmm.
I can clearly tell that the Earth is curving.
Right. Well, have a look at the lens that they're using. Right. Have a look at the distortion of the horizon as it shifts around above, below, and center frame, and you're going to find that's not curvature. That's just lens distortion. Right. Look up what lens they used. Right. Look into how barrel distortion and pincushion distortion works. And then have a look at the inconsistency as the camera moves around in that footage, right? You're going to see the horizon warping around. Now, sometimes people cherry pick the footage when they release it in the media, and they'll cut out the footage of when the horizon drops below the center of the frame, and they'll only edit the footage in where the horizon's above the center of the frame. So it looks like it's always curving during the footage. But you need to be aware that when that happens, the horizon's always above the center of the frame. So so Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? He makes videos against flat Earth, right? Saying, "Oh, flat Earth's stupid," blah blah blah. Okay, even he says that you don't see curvature from that height. Not only from that height, but even double that height, 300,000 feet. Richard Branson, Virgin Galactic flight. Okay, we got told that went up to 300,000 feet. That's more than double the height that you can get a weather balloon up. Okay, and he said that it's disingenuous, right? They're using wide-angle lenses, and he said, I did the calculations, and you would not see the curvature of the Earth from that height.
First off, I don't trust Neil deGrasse Tyson because
you don't have to. Yeah,
he speaks. He says some stupid things, like the time he said that you can detonate a hydrogen bomb without any radiation. So hydrogen bombs are clean. I thought, is this guy serious?
Oh, I think he's a joke as well.
Yeah, he's.
But yeah, no other scientists are calling him out, right? No one else is calling. No one from the globe side's calling him out, really, from academia. Okay, there's a lot of people that are saying that too. I mean, we got Paul Larson, the planetarium director, and just the math itself, right? Anyone can go and do the math, and you can work out how much of a degree of change would there be in the field of view from that height, and what percentage of the Earth would you see from that height? You'll find that it's not really very high above, on a grand scale, going up 120,000 feet is it's just up in the sky a little tiny bit, like on a grand scale. Like if you had a beach ball, it would be like being like 2 millimeters above the surface of the beach ball. And you would only see about 0.2% of the surface of the Earth or something like that. So it's not mathematically high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. But yeah, be my guest. I mean, if you can try to find some footage, rectilinear lens would have to be used. Even rectilinear lenses, which minimize lens distortion, still have some barrel distortion. So, I mean, look, Yaga Bruno just put some non-fisheye lens footage in the side chat. That's 121,000 feet. That's the maximum height of a weather balloon. There's tons of these, right? This isn't flat Earth proof either. This is just what it looks like from that height. But when you don't use a fisheye lens.
Why the sun looks like round?
It looks round to me. I don't know. The sun looks like any light in the distance, any light source in the distance looks like a round light. I don't know exactly why.
But why the Earth?
Oh, this is a different guy. I was wondering why this guy was changing subject. Now you moved down to problem. Did Islam concede that when you go up in the Earth, you don't above the Earth, you don't see curvature? Did he concede that?
What do you think, Islam? What's your thoughts?
I mean, all the proofs point to the fact that the Earth is round. It's a sphere.
Dude, I said the same thing the first time I heard about this topic. I said the exact same thing as what you're saying right now.
The picture is missing something, bro. Like, why like he just stopped in there? Why he doesn't like go fall left and fall right to see what is the Earth looks like?
Who?
I mean, like, it's really weird. Look at the picture, bro. He just.
Oh yeah, but that's just 3 screenshots. Right? You can go watch the whole footage. Right? Just type in Red Bull jump into YouTube. You can watch the whole video. This is just showing that that the horizon distorts in that footage in the Red Bull jump footage because they used a GoPro. It's inconclusive. Yeah, we're not saying this is flat Earth proof, right? We're just pointing out how lenses work. And if you want to claim that when you see curvature, is maybe it's just lens distortion, okay? And that's something that needs to be taken into account. That's all.
Okay. But to be honest, like, if you are saying that the Earth is flat, I don't get like why there's like a dark, why there's like a night, a day, a night. Like,
yeah.
why?
So okay. Well, I did explain this to the other guy, okay? But we don't claim that the Earth is a flat disk in space and that the sun is 93 million miles away and giant, right? So if the Earth is flat, okay, and the sun is much closer to the Earth and much smaller, Okay, we see the sun moving across the sky. The sun moves. Okay, and as the sun moves above the surface of the Earth, the light from the sun can't push forever through the atmosphere. Okay, it's called light attenuation. And then we also have the inverse square law of light. So as the light moves away from the source of the light, it diminishes very quickly in intensity. Okay, so as a light moves away from you through the air, it takes its light with it, and that light can't push back, can't push forever through the air. It becomes absorbed. Let me give you an analogy, right? The ocean, if you just go 200 meters deep into the ocean, it's pitch black. Even if the sun's directly above you in the sky, you can't see it anymore. You can't see the sun, you can't see any light from the sun, all you can see is blackness. Just 200 meters down into the water. That's because the light's being absorbed by the medium. Okay, air is also a medium. It's not as dense as water, so it doesn't happen as quickly, but it's still the same kind of thing, right? Light attenuation takes place. The inverse square law of light diminishes the intensity of the light, and it's going to be lighting up a different section of the Earth when it's overhead. Right? Like when it's light in Australia, it's dark in Germany.
So I have
for
a
example.
question.
Mhm.
I heard that the sun doesn't set in 6 months in Antarctica. How do you explain this if the Earth was a flat disk?
Yeah, so the light, right? Okay, so the sun takes a particular path throughout the year, right? Resets every year and takes the same path again, right? So at a certain time of the year, you can see the sun in the sky in the south for 24 hours. At the same time, the light from the sun can't push far enough to light up the north, right? Like in Iceland. So when you get 24 hours of light in the south, in the far south, it's going to be dark for 24 hours in, say, Iceland. And then 6 months later, it's going to be doing the opposite. It's going to be dark in the south for 6 months and light in Iceland for 24 hours a day, right? It's just to do with the path of the sun in the sky. It's like it goes in cycles, right? That's what we all observe. So that's what we say. We say the light moves in the sky. The sun's moving across the sky, just like we all experience. But they'll tell you on a globe that really the sun's not moving from your perspective. Okay, and really that you're on the globe that's spinning away from the sun. So as you're on the globe spinning faster than the speed of sound away from the sun, it makes it appear like the sun's setting. And what we say is that the sun's moving away, further away. It's moving across the surface of the Earth, east to west, for everybody. So yeah, in the north, the days will gradually get, like if you're in the middle of winter, and you're in the north, in Iceland, for example, right? Each day as you go past winter, you're going to start to have more and more light, right? It's going to be moving closer to the path that the sun takes is slowly going to be getting closer to you. Until the middle of summer, when you have light, it's so close to you, it's taking a path that's so close to you that you have 24 hours a day of light for a month or 2 months or something like that.
Hey, that's right. Like still, like I don't get. I don't actually like get it. Like
Yeah, it
why
takes a
does
while to. Yeah,
like
go ahead.
yeah like could you like explain to me like how does the lunar eclipse happen in your imagination or the sun?
I don't know. I can't really test exactly how the sky works, right? I can't test exactly how a lunar eclipse works either. I know the explanation from the globe side, right? But when we test the surface of the Earth and there's no curvature, then that kind of debunks the explanation from the globe side on what a lunar eclipse is.
Right. So
Most likely to do with the motion of the sun and the moon, right? And at certain times of the year, they become, it occults the sun due to the alignment. But yeah, I don't make definitive claims about eclipses, things I can't empirically validate. What we can do is we can continuously test the surface of the water, the surface of the earth, and if it's not curving, then whatever's happening with the lights up in the sky, okay, it's happening above a flat surface.
yeah, okay. The thing is that, like, for you, like, do you even believe that the Earth is floating in this space, or
No.
you just like believe it's like a flat Earth? And
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, we don't think it's a flat disk floating in space, right? That would be putting the flat Earth inside the globe model of outer space. So yeah,
Right.
we don't claim that. I think of the Earth more like the foundation, or the floor, or the ground of the system that we live in.
Hey, right.
Yeah, like the base, basically. It's like the baseline. Like if you think of a video game, it's like it's the floor, it's the baseline, and
Got it.
then everything in the sky is above that surface. Everything's happening above it, not all around it, but up. Right, up's one direction for everybody on the Earth.
So you are saying that, like, each day there's like another sun, another moon, just be floating in the sky. Like,
Yeah, I don't know what medium.
how-
I don't know what medium's up there, but yeah, it looks like the moon is floating in the sky. Yeah,
right, but
that's what it looks like. Same with the globe, right? It's doing the same thing.
But I'm just saying, like, if you believe that the Earth is like, this is the foundation of everything. You said like the floor, right?
Mm-hmm.
But how come like the sun just came and disappeared and came and disappeared and came and disappeared? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, is there
Yeah,
like
because if it's
plenty of
smaller,
suns?
Mhm.
Like, are there's like many of suns? They just came and go, came and go and came.
No. It's just the one sun. So
But how
Think
come,
about
like,
it.
one sun? How come like the
think
one
about
sun
it. Uh-huh.
just goes and goes up and goes back?
It doesn't go up,
When-
right? It's not. It's staying at the same altitude, as far as we can tell. Okay, but when things move away from you in the distance, they're going to appear like they get lower due to the way that our perspective works. I'll try to show you some diagrams. Yeah, I got a good one. 1 second. Right, you know how things look like they go lower in the distance because of perspective?
I got it. But
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
All right, have a look at this. All right, there's some diagrams in the side chat. So have a look at what Yaga Bruno just posted.
actually,
Okay, it looks like that's the sun. The
you know-
sun's just moving away from
Right.
you, and it's getting
Right.
lower because of perspective.
right. But I just could send you a gift of literally a sun just moving down. Like, this could
Yeah, things in the distance look like they're moving down. Yep.
right. So for this one, I do believe that the sun just it's going like down and then it will came up like from the backwards. So this is also like proof that the Earth is like kind of flat, kind of round or something like that.
Well, no, it's just
You
it's
could- you
just
could just say-
it's just
you could-
basic perspective. So just quickly, have a look what
Right.
I just posted in the side chat. Okay, this is someone, and they've just set up a horizontal piece of string across their kitchen bench. Okay, and they're just moving the sun across the string. Now, all he does is he puts the camera down on the bench. Okay, the bench is meant to represent our view from the Earth. Okay, now as soon as he puts his camera down on the bench and he moves the light across the string that's horizontal, it looks like it's setting. It looks like it's going down. It looks like that line is going down. Okay, it's not. That's the same as the image directly above it. It's just due to perspective that it looks like it's going down. Same thing happens with planes. Same thing happens with clouds. Perspective, linear perspective. You can see the same thing in the example above it with the hallway lights.
So it just goes on the ground, like, doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. It just appears to converge with the horizon due to the way our perspective works. It's staying at the same altitude, but it looks like it's converging with the horizon due to perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a good example of it here somewhere.
But you know what? Like, I do not really.
Here we go. Hold on just a second. Just have a look at this one. Okay, that's how our perspective works, right? Those clouds are just a flat cloud deck above the Earth. Okay, it looks like the ground is ramping upward, and it looks like the sky is ramping downward, and it's converging at a vanishing point. That's what the horizon is. It's based on perspective.
Okay.
Is that one with the light and the kitchen counter, or what you call a bench? Is that from a video?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I'd like to see that. I haven't seen that before.
I randomly have the video on my tab open right now. So there it is. That's the original one. It's actually David Weiss's very first video he posted 8 years ago.
Gosh, somehow I managed to never see that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good test. It really shows how much of a role perspective plays in,
you know what,
things
like,
that look like they're going down.
For you guys that believes that the Earth is flat, you don't really have a good explanation of why the dark and why the night and why the day just happen. Like, why in some countries there's like some like countries there's like a day right now, but in some that it's like a night. In some it's like almost day, almost night. Don't really have that like good explanation of that. And also for the lunar eclipse, you don't even have a good explanation for it. And for
we have the best explanation. Okay, so the sun moves, right, and it lights up different sections of the Earth. Okay, and there's a picture in the side chat showing that light doesn't travel forever through a medium. It's mainstream scientific fact as well that light attenuation is real. Okay, so if the sun is smaller and closer to the Earth, okay, and it moves across the sky, it lights up different sections of the Earth. So it's going to be daytime in Australia and nighttime in Europe because the sun is a long way away from Europe and it's right above Australia at the time. It makes perfect sense when you think about it logically. Have a look at the footage that Yaga Bruno just posted. If the sun was 93 million... Yeah, if the sun was 93 million miles away, why is it making a hot spot, right? A little bright reflection on the clouds directly underneath it. If it was 93 million miles away and many times larger than the whole Earth, wouldn't it light up all of those clouds equally? How come it's just lighting up that tiny little spot, almost like a local light would do? If you had a local light source, right? Let's say you put cotton wool balls down on your floor and you get a torch and you hold the torch directly above the cotton wool balls. It's going to make a hot spot. Okay, if you keep lifting that light up in the air, it's going to light all of the cotton wool balls evenly. Okay, they tell us the sun's 93 million miles away and many times greater the size of the Earth. Greater than the size of the Earth. Yet it's lighting up this little section of clouds here. Like a little spotlight.
Right.
Eclipses, yeah, it's a good, topic, but, they're telling you that it's because the sun, the moon, and the Earth are lined up in a certain way, but sometimes when eclipses happen, we can see the sun and the moon both above the horizon during the eclipse. Sometimes the shadow's upside down on the moon, right? There's a lot of anomalies when it comes to eclipses that don't make sense on a globe. And also the water measures flat when we go out and test the water in reality. That debunks the globe.
Right, but for me, like, this image doesn't make any sense. Like, why does he just only looking at the sun? Like, why doesn't he looking left or right to see, like, whether the Earth is totally like flat or
Yeah, there's footage. There's footage where they pan 360 degrees around with the camera, and it's just a flat horizon.
Right. Maybe because he's not that far up on the sky.
120,000 feet.
Maybe this is just a made up like. How does the
No.
sun, like,
Just type in. Go to YouTube. Type in dog cam, balloon footage. Right. This isn't flat earther footage. This is just civilian footage from a weather balloon called the dog cam.
But it might be like some kind of phenomena that there's like a spot and they don't really know.
Okay, why? How? If the sun's 93 million miles away, how come it's causing that little spot on the clouds? No globe earther has ever been able to answer this question. Physics professors, anyone, right? They come in here, they don't have an answer for this.
Right.
There isn't another answer.
But you seem that you don't even like have an answer for lots of questions.
Yeah, so we don't try to. Okay, so we don't want to bullshit you and try to make up something about the sky that we can never test. Okay, like that's what the globe does. It tells you things about the sky that you can never verify. Okay, you just have to believe them. Okay, we don't do that. We're not giving you things that you have to take on faith. We're just
faith.
showing you. Okay, so if they tell you the sun's 93 million miles away and it's a burning ball of plasma gas in a vacuum, how are you going to verify that? You can't. Obviously, you can't do that. So you're just going to have to take that on faith.
Right. But also, you cannot prove that the Earth is flat. Like.
Yeah, we can. We can use high-powered lasers, telescopes, all sorts of different equipment, and we can take long-distance measurements. And if the Earth's a globe, then the water should be curving.
Right,
and it's not.
I'm guessing you guys are wrong here, like, because even in the books, like, of the schools, like, they're all talking about the Earth being round. So,
yeah, that's because that's what they get taught. Okay, so your teachers are not lying to you. The professors are not lying to you. They're just repeating the information that they learned in the textbooks.
Right, but it's not about teachers only. It's about that, like, okay. It's like about the whole country. The whole country is learning that. The whole
most people that we talk to,
the whole world.
Most people that believe the Earth is a globe, they don't know anything about the globe, right? Most people that come in here, we can ask them how big is the globe, right? They don't know that. How fast does the globe spin? They don't know anything. It's just a belief.
But I do also believe that you were also like taught to be that the Earth is like round, right? In the schools.
Yes.
Right. But like how like eventually like you just came up and said, "Oh, the Earth is flat. It's not round."
Yeah. So I actually looked into it. I started researching it. I'm like, okay, how do we really know that the Earth is a globe? Who measured that? Who went out and measured Earth curvature? And I started researching it. And I went out in reality and I started doing my own long distance observations. And I started studying other people's long distance observations. And I'm like, damn, that doesn't work if the Earth's a globe. Right? And anyone that looks into it can go and repeat these tests themselves if they have the means to. And they can research the topic and they can come to a knowledge for themselves that the Earth is not a globe.
If you think about it, like, what is the idea of even like deciding like whether the Earth is round or flat? Like, it doesn't even make any sense. Like, from like, there's no reason for us to be arguing something like that. Like, I do believe that it's really.
Yeah, well, I don't know who you're talking about. That it's not hiding though, right? The Earth is. You experience the Earth as flat and stationary. That's what you experience. That's what everybody experiences. Right, but you've been told a story that really it's actually a globe that you're on. Even though you've never seen any curvature or felt the Earth moving, right? They'll tell you that really you're on a globe. Okay, they've replaced reality with some absolute nonsense that doesn't have any empirical evidence, right? And most people just believe it. It's kind of like a tradition at this point. And the people preaching that it's a globe genuinely believe that it's a globe.
right? But like, imagine a dude like now he's like in the moon. Just imagine that, and he's looking at the sun right now, and he's just saying, "Oh, the sun is round." But the moon is not round. The moon is flat because I'm now sitting at it, and I can tell it's flat. But for us, like we can like tell that the moon is round. So how could you tell if you don't have any like?
Okay, so well, no one's been to the moon, right? You're not going to go to the moon to do that. That's
Got
just a
it.
thought experiment.
You got it, but it's all based on imagination here.
Yeah. So that's based on
Is-
imagination. Okay, well, but what I'm talking about is not based on imagination. It's based on empiricism, on actually checking for the curvature. So I don't have to imagine some man on the moon looking back at a globe Earth, right? I can go out and test the Earth, right? You can't go to the moon. You're never going to go to the moon. It's just going to exist in your imagination that someone's going to be on the moon. You can't go there to check.
Right, but if you think about it, like why all the planets on the Earth are round? When the Earth is
Okay,
self,
the Earth is not a planet. The Earth is not a planet. Okay, you're being taught that the Earth's a planet. That's not true. The Earth doesn't have any characteristics of being a planet, right? And you've been told a story about some little lights up in the sky that they're planets that you could go and live on one day, like Mars, for example. You've been taught that Mars is a certain size and a certain distance away, and it's made of these particular elements and so forth. But you can't validate any of that. That's a story that you've been told. Okay, I don't think you can go to any of the lights that you see in the sky. As far as we can all confirm, the sky's like a big clock, right? A bunch of lights in the sky that move in cycles. Okay, we can't go there and check them. And whatever's happening up in the sky is happening above a flat surface, which we can
Right.
check.
right? But let me like ask you something. Like if you were now just like living in Egypt and just decided to go around the globe, okay, you will eventually come to the point that you just return to Egypt. So how come you are saying that the Earth is flat when like if you're saying the Earth is flat?
If the Earth is like a lake, right? If you have a lake, let's say we have a big lake, okay, and then we have some islands sticking out of the water in the lake, right? You could call one of them Egypt if you want, okay, and you could leave Egypt and you could go around the lake and you could come back to Egypt again. Okay, you've just done a circle around the lake and come back to where you started again. The surface of the water is flat.
All right. So you mean a circle
this is-
like beyond the Earth?
Well, it doesn't. Well, lakes aren't just circles, are they? Right? Lake is just a lake. Can be any shape. It's just a lake. I just said a lake.
I got it. You mean like as a round table or something like that? When you start from just go around. So you mean the Earth
like a
is
town? You know,
So
you have a town. You can go to the
right, I got
bank,
it.
and you can go around the town. You can go to the bank. You can come back to your house.
Right. So you just go like around the flat Earth, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah. You
around.
can go to different points. Yep, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like you could use a
that's fair
compass
enough.
and you could go east, right? If you go east, you'd be going around the North Pole, and you would come back to where you
But, like-
started. On
Right. But I'm guessing like if you just were now in Egypt and you just decided to go east, you would like eventually came also to Egypt. Like if you want to go to the
no,
same-
you would come back. You would come back to Egypt. Let me show you an example. Just a second. So yeah, you would just come back to where you started. I have an example here somewhere.
Yeah,
Right,
you've probably
right.
you've just been given a misconception. I mean, all of us, you were just told, things like, oh, Columbus going to America proved the globe. And you accepted that because you were probably very young when they told you that, even though your experience in the real world is things don't have to be globes for you to return
you
to where you
guys-
started from. Yeah.
But have you guys just like went around the Earth and you are just making up this? Like if you ask like someone like I watch Snoop Dogg, if you know, like he's saying I've been around the Earth a million of times, so the Earth is round. So this dude have been around the Earth and he knows. But if you
Well,
look
you
at
have
the,
look in the
yeah,
side
you
chat.
have a high degree of trust in people you
If you
don't
look-
know.
if-
DJ is showing you
right.
something in the side chat there. If you, I mean, you want to get your whole worldview from what other people say and their stories, you know, that's your choice. But we're asking you to rely on your own experience.
if you look at this picture, it doesn't make any sense. Like, what beyond this sea? Like, what comes beyond it? Like, is there
No. This is just showing you that you can go around a flat surface. Okay,
I'm
east
saying-
and west are not east and west are circles. Did you know that? East and west are circles.
But let's just
On a
assume that
globe?
the Earth. Let's just guess that.
Hold on
the
a
Earth is-
second. This is what you're confused about. Do you think east and west are straight lines? Because you said a minute ago that east and west are straight lines. East and west are not straight lines. East and west are circles. Look here. Here's a globe. Here's planes I put on there. Right? They're going east. That's east.
Mhm.
Yeah. Nobody's ever gone in a straight line and come back to where they started again. That's not something that anyone has ever done.
This is the Earth. Why is curved? Like, damn, bro.
That's a globe, right? I'm trying to teach you that east and west are circles on a globe or on a flat surface.
Right.
Okay, so you can go around east or west and come back to where you started if the Earth's flat or if the Earth's a globe. It's not going to be something that isn't possible on a flat surface. What's not possible on a flat surface is to go south and come back to where you started again. Now, no one's ever done that. No one's ever gone from north to south and then come back around the other side and circumnavigated around the Earth north to south. Because the Earth's not a globe, that's why nobody's ever done that. But millions of people have done east to west circumnavigations, which is just a circle around the north. Right? Because that works just fine on a flat Earth. If you could go north to south and do a circumnavigation, people would have done that. Okay, no one's ever done that. It's impossible. Okay, look at the picture that I showed you, right? The one with the guy holding the compass on the flat surface. Right, north is in the center, just for this example. Okay, north is in the center, east and west are circles, right? He's moving it now in a circle. And then if you go away from the north in a straight line, that's south. So if you keep going in a straight line south, obviously, if the Earth was flat, you can't come back to where you started again.
Right, but
Okay, but nobody has ever done that. No one's ever done that.
so someone had to do this just to like improve your point. Because I'm just saying,
You can't do it. You can't do it because the Earth's not a
But
globe, right? We
I'm just
test the surface
saying-
of the Earth. It's not a globe. Yeah.
I'm just
Someone
I'm
should
just
do it.
saying-
I agree
I-
with you.
I'm just saying, like, if the Earth is flat, like, there's like needs to get like if, there's must be like an end of that, right?
Maybe, but we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming
just-
to know the size of the Earth.
Hey.
And there are restrictions about how far you can freely travel south.
But if you just decide to just keep moving forward, not in circles, just keep moving forward. When would you like eventually come to the end of the
No one's ever
flat
done
Earth?
that. That's the crazy thing, right? No one's ever kept going south, right? Eventually, you're going to be going south. Whether you're on a globe, whether you're on a flat Earth, if you keep going in a straight line, eventually you're going to be going south. Okay, and you're
So you're saying like
going to reach the perimeter of where you're allowed to freely travel. It's going to be 60 degrees
Right.
south. That's the maximum distance that you're allowed to go to without a strict permit, because in the 50s or in the 40s, I think it was the 50s, they came up with the Antarctic Treaty. Okay, and now there's a law, a treaty saying that you're not allowed to freely explore past 60 degrees south. It's very difficult to get the permit. It's very expensive, and there's a lot of terms and conditions that go along with the permit. Now, nobody has ever just kept going south that we can verify, because if the Earth were a globe, they would do that, and then they would come back around the other side of the globe, and then that would debunk flat Earth. Okay, but no one's ever done that.
got you.
So yeah, it's very difficult to you know, it's easy for you to say that why doesn't someone just keep going south and see what happens? But there's rules, it's extremely dangerous, extremely expensive, and, you know.
But the fact is that you know, like some people actually spend money on like proving that the Earth is round, and I think I do like agree with them on
Who
some
did
point.
that? I mean, who did that, and what did they do?
I mean, you could just like know about it, like
Yeah, I've been studying this topic for 8 years.
satellites. The
No, that
satellites.
doesn't. Okay, you can't go up and so you can't check any of that, right? If someone says that they sent up a satellite and here's a picture of the globe, right? You can't check that. You can't verify that. It's like someone giving you a picture of Bigfoot and saying, "Look, here's a picture of Bigfoot."
Right, so you can verify that there's actually a satellite, or someone just filming the Earth from that satellite.
Yeah, because you know how I was just
think-
explaining about the restrictions in the south. There's also restrictions up in the air, right? So in the 60s, they came up with something called the Outer Space Treaty. Okay, and it restricts anyone from sending anything up past a certain height. Okay, you're not allowed to film it past a certain height. You're not allowed to send rockets or satellites or anything up past a certain height.
Yeah, but I'm guessing NASA is now going to send someone up there. They're planning to send someone really up there. Or not NASA, actually it's maybe the SpaceX or something like that.
Yeah, cool. Well, you're not going to be able to validate any of that, are you? It's just going to be something that you have to trust and have faith in.
Right, but do you actually trust like those pictures that you have here?
Yeah,
So-
because what okay, so I don't think the water is going to lie to anybody. And we're testing the water. Okay, we're going out and we're testing it using equipment. And you can go and verify this, right? You can't go verify your SpaceX footage or anything like that, but you can go and do your own long distance tests over the surface of the water and try to find the curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. So it's not about trust or
Right.
faith, right? This is testable, repeatable, empirical evidence that anyone can go and validate.
Okay, but imagine you like now you're on a boat, right? And you see another boat in the ocean. Like if that boat like eventually will go like far away from you, it will come up to the point that this boat is actually like going down. Like,
Well, only
do you have an
actually,
explanation for this? Okay, go ahead.
yeah, definitely. Just a second. I'll find you a real footage. Okay, so most often what happens is the boat just gets smaller and smaller and smaller as it goes off into the distance. And once something gets below a certain size, the human eye can't see it anymore. Okay, it's the angular resolution limit of the human eye. So once something gets below 0.02 degrees, it's breached that limit. So you can't see it anymore because it's too small for the human eye to resolve. Now, I can understand why people back in the olden days might have thought that the boat had gone behind the curvature of the Earth because they can still see the horizon, but they can't see the boat anymore. All right, but we have amazing technology now. And what we can do is we can actually zoom in and we can see the whole boat again, right? So I'm going to put an example of this in the side chat, and there's a little bit more to it. So just a second, all right? So here's footage on a clear day. There's no waves. Okay, we don't see any crazy mirages or anything like that happening. We got a guy standing just at the shoreline. When he's zoomed out with the camera, like when he's not zoomed at all, right? We can't see the boat, even though it's a giant ship. Okay, we can't see it. It's because it's too small to resolve. Okay, and then he zooms in, and wow, we can see the whole ship again.
Right. But have you ever been like to this sea? Like, have you ever like go to the sea and just look at?
Yeah, I grew up on the ocean. I grew up right next to the beach on the Gold Coast in Australia. You don't see. Okay, so when you watch boats going out, what happens most of the time is they just fade off into the distance. because the air is, you can only see so far through the air. So depending on what the visibility rating is for that day, how clear the air
Right.
is, that's how far you can see. So the boat will just fade off.
But the thing is that
If it
the
disappears
curve-
bottom up, it's because you've got waves, it's because you've got ocean swells. Or
Right.
sometimes we can have certain miraging effects. Okay, if you've got sinking refraction, right, it can look like the bottom of the boat's missing.
I'm just
Right,
saying,
but
like,
that's
right. But I'm just saying the
that's
thing
just
is,
a mirage.
yeah. But I'm just saying the thing is that you cannot even picture the curve of the Earth, because like as you can see here, it's not a long distance. So to actually like
Yeah,
capture
this is about 15 miles away. This boat's about 15 miles away. You shouldn't be able to see the boat.
right. I'm just saying like even like 50 miles, like actually you just
Yeah,
like,
but the
long-
horizon should be at 3 miles away. Okay, if you're standing at the beach in the Ursa globe, the horizon should be 3 miles away. Anything that goes past 3 miles should start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth.
damn,
if the
yeah,
Earth's a
go
globe.
burn. What is that, bro?
Yeah,
Look
have a look
Iago,
at all of the footage,
bro.
all of the footage that we've got there. Just check it out.
Mhm.
Have a look at it.
So you're saying if you have that great technology, like I could just like having like a telescope and just be looking at you when you are just in another country, right?
No. So you can't see forever because the
Right,
atmosphere.
I'm just saying, but if you have that great technology, like I just could be
All right,
looking
let
at
me
you.
let
when
me
you are-
give you an example. Right, this is going to make sense. Okay, just a second. Let me find you an
Right, like-
example image.
I'm just saying, like if now I'm in Egypt, right? When I have just like a telescope or something like that, which is like got like a great
Okay.
technology, I just could be like looking at you, right?
No.
Then how do you just
Okay, so
clarify
I've
that?
gone to Google right now. Okay, I'm typed in what is the average visibility in Egypt. Okay, so visibility in Egypt is generally high due to its arid, sunny desert climate, with typical visibility in urban areas averaging around 5 to 6 miles, which is 8 to 10 kilometers. Okay, so because of the stuff in the air, right, the pollution, dust, water vapor, gas particles, all of these things make the air semi-transparent and not fully transparent. So when you're looking through a long distance of air, it becomes opaque over distance. It's kind of like this. If you've got one sheet of glass and it's clear, you can see straight through the glass, no problem. But if you start stacking more and more and more layers of glass, eventually you can't see through it anymore because it's opaque. Okay, so you can't see forever because the air is opaque. Yeah, so Yaga Bruno's put some
a good explanation.
example in
Yeah.
the side chat there for you.
It's a good explanation.
Yeah,
Actually,
it's a good explanation.
right.
Yeah.
But what if the sky is like all like it's good, like what if the sky just like the atmosphere just allows you to see, like would I actually see you like?
Well, it's always there. Okay, so you would have to remove the atmosphere, and then we would all be dead, and all of the water would, So it's not realistic to suggest such a thing.
Right.
Yeah, it's always something that's going to be there. Okay, and if you have perfect clear conditions, right, you can only see a maximum of about 300 miles. Right, so have a look at this picture. This is what I was looking for. So even if you go up on top of a mountain, there it is. Yeah, look how every single mountain that gets further away becomes less transparent. Less visible.
Right.
That's just because of the atmosphere is semi-transparent and not fully transparent. So that's why you can't see forever. And also things get smaller as they go away from you as well. So once something gets beyond a certain distance, it's too small to be able to see it anymore.
Okay, I got it.
But yeah, you ask good questions. I appreciate the conversation. Let us know if you
No
have any
worries.
more questions.
No worries. Thanks for that. I do really appreciate your time,
No
guys.
problem. Yeah, you too, man. I'm gonna go on mute for a bit.
Awesome. So have a nice one, guys. See you. I'm going to play CS.
Hey, you too, man. I appreciate you. Come back anytime.
No worries.
Or don't leave. Hang around, keep asking questions. There's other people here that can answer your questions.
Awesome.
Yeah, you can just listen if you want.
Okay.
All right, so just look, if are you still here?
Right. I'm here.
Yeah. If you're still here for just a moment longer, I can show you a test. Okay, so if you have a look at this is a full-length video. Okay, so I've taken some clips and some screenshots out of the video just so I can present it. Okay, so what this person's doing is they're checking for the curvature of the Earth over a large distance. Right, so it's over a 21-mile section across a lake. 21 miles is 33 kilometers. Okay, so this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. And this is the location in the next screenshot that's coming in a second. All right, 21-mile observation. Over that distance, there should be about 293 foot of curvature, which is about 90 meters of curvature. Now, what he does, as you can see in the picture, he's able to zoom in across the lake, and he can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, that shoreline should be hidden behind 223 foot of curvature, which is about 80 meters.
But imagine this guy like traveling fast. Like imagine he like just moving past that point. Would he like eventually like come to the point that he actually like filled that curve when he just traveling that fast? Like if he just like filming it, like, I couldn't like tell that he's like actually there's a curve. It's not
No,
that
well,
great.
this is the thing, right? Okay, so the shoreline in the distance should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Here, let me give you an analogy. All right, so if he's standing on one side of the lake where the camera is, okay, you can see the camera set up just there in that last image. You know the boat, the Titanic, right? That sunk, the big Titanic ship?
Yeah, I know it.
Okay, yeah, that was about 170 feet tall. Extremely big ship. So let's just pretend that the Titanic was parked right next to him in the water, right? And he's going to watch the Titanic sail away to the other side of the lake, 21 miles away. Okay, once the Titanic got to a certain distance, it would start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. By the time the Titanic got over to the other side of the lake, it would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. You would not be able to see the Titanic ship anymore.
Right, but
If the Earth were a globe, but he can zoom in across the lake and he can see the shoreline on the ground on the other side of the
Right.
lake.
but it is actually that curved, or might be like not that curved.
Yeah. Here's the math. So you can go to Google and you can type in Earth curvature calculator. Okay, these are universal Earth curvature calculators, right? Just based on the globe. Okay, and here's a screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator. Can you see the screenshot that I put in the side chat?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, so first thing you put in, it wants you to put in the height of the observer, the eye height. Okay, so that's the camera height. Okay, 5 foot high, 1.5 meters high. Okay, then the target distance, that's the shoreline on the other side of the lake. All right, so the
So-
shoreline on the other side. Yeah.
Right, so you're saying that if a Titanic were there, it should like be disappearing, right?
Yeah. So if you have a look at the picture I posted, that's the top view from Google Maps. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Just okay, so you can see the yellow line. Okay, so he's standing at the top of the yellow line. All right, and he's going to be zooming across to the shoreline that's at the bottom of the image. All right, so if he's standing at the top of that yellow line and the Titanic was to sail across that yellow line to the other side of the lake, the Titanic would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
Hey, but like actually, like this has to be seen with the human eye, not some
Yeah.
kind
So
of
this is all from a full
so,
video. I can show you the
right.
video. I can show you the full video. So just
Like for me,
quickly, all
for
right.
me,
So he's got a friend. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like for me to actually like prove your point, I just need to go to just sit in this point, to just grab a Titanic ship and just put it there, let it sail, and we will see like with my eyes if it's actually like going to like disappear or not. Because as I told you about the moon stuff, it's actually the same. Like somebody has to do something for it to get like.
Well,
Proof,
we don't
something
need the
like
Titanic ship, okay, because we have the shoreline on the other side of the lake. We can see a big white tower there. So this last picture that I posted, this is the shoreline that he's zooming over to. Okay, this is what it looks like close up. Okay, we can see the big shoreline, and we can see the big giant white tower. All right, so here is the footage. Here is the zoom footage of the same shoreline and the same white tower from 21 miles away. All right, so this is the view of the white tower and the shoreline from where the camera is, 21 miles away. And then he stays there, and he does it again at nighttime, because it's even clearer at nighttime, right? And here's the nighttime footage, right? We can see the shoreline, we can see the big white tower, right? That shoreline should be hidden behind 223 feet of curvature. 223 feet, that's 80 meters. Something like that, like 80 meters. That's like a skyscraper building. Okay, so if there was a skyscraper building on that shoreline, you would only just be able to see the tip of it. If it was 24 stories high, you would only be able to see the penthouse, the top story.
You know what the thing
Yeah,
is,
so-
DJ? The thing is, you have great evidence here, and you have great. I mean, like, you have studied this thing. So for me, I haven't even studied the Earth for being
Well,
around.
I'm not trying to convince you. I don't expect you to concede and say, oh, yeah, I think the Earth's flat, right? Just think about it.
Right.
Have a look at it. I can send you the full video. I want you to critique it and try to debunk it, and maybe look at some other observations, and then try to like look up some observations from the globe side, that kind of thing.
Yeah, you know what?
So we're just encouraging people to have a think about it.
You know, I just came to the point that I'm gonna have to get like someone who knows everything about the Earth being round, and just talking to you, and I'll be just listening, and eventually, like, I would decide like which team I'm going to go.
Yeah. Well, we have recordings. We have recordings of this type of thing. We have
Right.
satellite engineers and college professors and people that come in and talk to us. Yeah, they're not able to explain this observation. Right, here's the full video in the side chat if you want to check it out. But the thing is, right, there's hundreds of these.
You think there's some kind of expert that's going to be able to explain all this away, and sadly there's not. But you're welcome to listen to the thousands of hours of live stream that we have. I mean, yeah, I thought there was somebody who actually had figured this stuff out and had proof of it, but they don't. But yeah, by all means, keep looking and let us know what you find.
So there's a guy who takes the best conversations and clips from our conversations that we have here in this channel, and he posts them on his YouTube channel. So in the side chat, I put the link to the YouTube channel there, and
I'll be looking at that.
There's tons of good conversations. Yeah, there's lots of great conversations in there. Satellite engineers, college professors, and also just people that are fresh out of university, that kind of thing. So there's lots of stuff on that channel.
That's interesting, actually. I'll be looking at it.
Yeah, the thing of it is, if you think about how the globe was introduced to you, it was just introduced as like a complete story, even though you don't experience it. You actually live on a globe. Like, no one explained to you anything about the level of curvature you should expect. That's why when DJ was explaining to you, like, you would totally be able to see it in reality if it were the level that they're claiming, but you don't even know what it is because no one ever taught you. So when you start even talking, like you said, to people who are college professors, PhDs, supposed satellite engineers, etc., they can't explain it because they were never taught it either. They were just given it as a story that they were just supposed to accept. There is no explanation. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Right, you're right, but like I'm just saying, like for each human being, like I just could look at the sun, at the moon, and imagine the Earth to be like them. So that's why I think we all do believe that it's round.
Yeah, but you only think that because you've been indoctrinated in this modern society.
Yeah,
In the old days, like before the mass media propaganda campaign, people never assumed that we were like the things moving in the sky, that we have nothing in common with them. We called those the planets based on the Greek word for wanderers or the wandering stars. We didn't think we lived on a star. We didn't even call it a planet until very, very recently. Gustav Holst's The Planet Orchestral Suite does not include Earth as one of the planets. That was from the early 1900s. So only like 100 years ago, it was not common in any way to call Earth a planet. That's just been a recent propaganda campaign that you've seen on your television screen. But a regular person who was just born on the Earth without having their propaganda boob tube plugged in their living room would not think that. You just think that because you've been told that. But there's no reason to think that you see the sun move across the sky. It's a light moving across the sky. We are clearly stationary, standing still. We are clearly not moving. That's your experience. Isn't that your experience problem?
Sorry, come again?
Isn't your experience an Earth that does not move?
No, actually, I do believe that the Earth moves in this space.
Oh,
It's just a flow.
when have you experienced that? And in what way have you experienced that?
I mean, if you could look at the sun, you could look at the moon. They are moving, and actually, the Earth is moving with them. So that's what actually creates the day, the night, and actually what creates the lunar eclipse. There's lots of scientific proofs about it.
Oh, show us the proof so we can discuss it, because I haven't seen any of those proofs. I've seen fantasy models that don't work in reality. But I don't know if you were here. I can't remember if it was when he was talking to you or Islam when DJ was explaining how the sun can move across the sky, move outside of our field of view, and illuminate part of the Earth, and then move to another part of the Earth. You don't need the fantasy globe, which we've just shown to you is mathematically impossible and isn't what we experience in reality. You don't need that to explain day and night. So in fact, day and night is not any kind of proof of the failed heliocentric delusion.
I know, but even though, like, if I just get a picture for you and just put it in the chat, you would say like it's cartoon. What is this? It's cartoon. It's made up.
No, you didn't tell me you were going to show me a cartoon. You said you were going to show me proof that the movement of the sun and moon demonstrates a globe. You were going to show me proof. That was your word, proof. And then you're telling me you're going to show me a cartoon. That's different than proof. So
no, I'm just saying.
Where's the proof? You told me there was proof, so I want to see it. Show me.
Sorry, but I'm just saying, like, because last time when I showed this to some of you guys, he told me, "What is this? This is a cartoon." Like, do you actually believe this? That's it. That's what I just.
Well, you've got a new group here today. You've got DJ, the king of patience, and you have other people that can take over once you try my patience to its limit. So it's a new group. Why not show us your proof?
Yeah, you can just go to this link.
Okay, he's put a link up there if anybody wants to look at it. The timeofday.com/eclipse/total-lunar-eclipse.html.
Okay. I'll press the button. I'll go and have a look.
It's just timeanddate.com showing a typical diagram of an eclipse. I'll take a screenshot and post it in the side chat.
Oh, oh okay.
Like, if
Yeah, I
you
see
think
it.
about it, this is the like you can't like get any clear uh like
What do we observe? I get the explanation. What do we observe? The diagrams of a lunar eclipse, right? You've got a big sun, you've got some lines depicting the light of the sun hitting the earth, where the shadow is, and the moon in the shadow of the earth. Yes? No? The evidence that you posted, the DJ posted for you.
why you're talking to me, bro?
Yeah.
Hey, amazing. So I'm just saying that this what like demonstrate like the lunar eclipse
Okay. And
and
what do we observe?
how the night happened.
And-
It's actually
Okay.
all just about how the earth and the sun just moved. Actually, you know what? Actually, I guess like you know this already, but why do I
Yeah.
bother like why do I bother
Well,
like telling you about it? Because you have been taught that. Actually, you have been
yeah.
taught, right? So
I guess
like
you'd be interested to hear our answer, wouldn't you?
right. It's
Yeah.
not a new evidence because actually you're all guys. Sorry, you're all guys that have been like taught this in school. So
Yeah.
this I'm just giving you what I have been taught.
Yeah.
And
That's why I'm asking
what
you.
right, and what I think that it's like clear evidence for like
Okay.
the day,
But
the
that's
night,
why I'm asking you
the
what
lunar
we
eclipse,
observe.
the solar and the lunar eclipse.
Okay. So when we observe a lunar eclipse, what do you think is happening?
Lunar?
Yeah.
Okay, let's just wait a second. Yeah, you
That's
can see
what your
the Earth
diagram
coming.
shows, right?
Right, you can see the Earth coming, like in between the sun and the moon.
Okay.
Right, like
And we see that because the shadow of the earth is on the moon. And we say, look at the shadow of the earth on the moon. Right?
right.
We call this a lunar eclipse, right? Can you describe the shadow?
Yeah, it's like a circle. So that's why
It's like a circle.
that's why it's really like illuminate like for the Earth to be around. That's what we have
Okay.
been taught, bro. And I do believe that you know. I do believe that you know it, but I don't
Yeah,
like
I'm
get.
just trying
I
to,
don't.
dude,
Yeah, JD, like I
please.
don't get the point on you how like asking me about
I
this
haven't
when
got to it yet.
like anyone could actually tell what is the lunar eclipse and what
Hello?
is the solar. But like
Dude, I
I'm
haven't
just
got to
saying,
my point yet, and you're just rambling away. I want you to listen to me because I want you to critically think about what I'm just about to say. Do you
yeah,
think you could listen for about 30 seconds?
go ahead.
Thanks. So, we observe what we're told is the shadow of the earth crossing across the moon. We say that that's the true shape of the earth because the shadow is curved. Is that what we're saying, right? You with me on this so far, yes?
Right.
Okay, so in this example, is the moon flat? Because it would have to be flat for it to show a true geometric shadow that is represented from a shapely form. Let's say, for example, if you've got a sphere and a light source and you're trying to cast a shadow onto a surface, you'll notice that you only get the curved shadow of the curved sphere on a perfectly flat surface. If you were to curve the surface, consequently, you would curve and distort the shadow. So
Right.
I'll ask you again, is the moon flat in your example?
The moon flat and
Yeah.
what example actually?
When we observe a lunar eclipse, And we say that's the shadow of the Earth passing across the moon, because the Earth is between the sun giving the light and the moon is in the area of shadow cast by the Earth. The shape of the Earth cast by the shadow is supposed to be depicted on the moon. So for this to be true, the moon must be flat, because if it was curved, it would distort the shadow and wouldn't show a true representation of the object that was cast in it, because the surface was distorted. I.e., in your example, you think the moon's a sphere, which is a curving surface, which would distort the shadow that's cast on it. Demonstratively as well, you can do this yourself.
Right. So you want my answer? No, the moon is not flat during the lunar eclipse, because it remains
Okay.
it remains a three-dimensional sphere, and like
So that
the
would
way
distort the shadow then, wouldn't it?
the eclipse behaves prove this. Right?
No.
The shape of the
If you
shadow.
have a dude,
You can see
listen.
the shape of the shape. You want my answer or not?
I don't think you're following me, which is why I'm trying to get you on point. If you're saying the moon is a sphere and the surface of the moon is curving, that would distort the shadow that was cast on it, because the surface is curved. So you couldn't get a true representation of the object that's cast in it, because you're casting it on a distorted surface, i.e., not a flat one.
I got you, but like I'm just saying, if the moon were flat, right, 2D surface.
Oh,
like
I'm not
a piece
saying
of
what the moon
paper,
is.
the way light interacts with it like would look very different, right, during a total lunar eclipse.
I'm not saying what the moon is, dude. I'm pointing out that you're making the claim because this is your evidence, right? You posted it in the side chat. DJ got a side shot. It explained lunar eclipses, right?
Right.
I'm trying to point out to you that within this explanation, when I or you or anybody try to demonstrate this to be true with, let's say, a light source and two spherical objects, one depicting the Earth casting the shadow and one the moon entering that area of shadow, when the shadow is cast upon the curved surface, the shadow is distorted over time as it passes over that curved surface.
Right.
It looks like an S. You know what an S is, a sine wave?
Okay, so you can just I totally understand you, don't worry.
Cool,
But
thank you.
at this look at this one. You can see like the difference between the day and the night and how does it happen actually. But for you guys who thinks that the earth is flat, you don't really have that great like evidence on how the day the night happen. Like
Oh,
you are just saying the
Okay, before you start rambling off, you just posted your evidence and it's literally a screenshot of your claim of what the lunar model is. We've got day and night cycles where the Earth is revolving around the sun and its angular tilt and all of these things. Right, do you think that these claims depicted in pictorial form are proof of the claim?
those pictures.
Yeah.
Those are proof for the earth, the day and the night. How does it happen? Right?
Yeah.
And this also proves that the earth is round.
No. Images don't prove. Right, these cartoons that I'm looking at that you showed in the side chat are nice.
You know what? Right. You know what, JD? The fact that you think that those are just cartoons.
But they are. I'm looking at them.
Would eventually end my discussion with you. Like,
You're just hung up on this cartoon world. The whole point is you can come up with a lot of explanations for what you see in the sky, and we can give you a flat earth explanation. In fact, if we sat around the rest of the day, we could probably come up with like 100 flat earth explanations. You could also come up with some more failed globe delusions if you wanted.
You know what?
If I'm not at home when the mailman comes and I just notice Every day, mail appears in my mailbox. I could come up with 100 explanations of how that mail got there. I could see, say, a tiny little elf comes every day and puts mail in my
Right.
mailbox. I could say it was beamed in there by a teleporter. I could say a lot of different things. They wouldn't be right. So your
Right.
explanation for the phenomenon you observe is in fact wrong, and we can come up with many other explanations. Just because you come up with a cause that you think is right, which we've just demonstrated is not correct when you actually observe in reality and measure, is the claimed degree of curvature there in reality. No, it is not. Therefore, we will throw out that failed delusion. I don't want to call it a model because a model is actually demonstrating something. Your globe does not explain, does not demonstrate, and when tested in reality, fails. So we can throw out that explanation for the day and night cycle. Why would we continue to try to use a failed explanation after we mathematically and conclusively demonstrated that that curvature is not measured in reality?
The thing is that this explanation for you is like wrong, but for me, I do believe it. So
Yeah, you can keep being a believer if you want. You
Right.
can keep believing in a failed, delusional
Right.
fantasy world as long as you recognize that you're only doing that for whatever your personal emotional reasons are to fit into society.
Right. And you
Because
just keep like
you have been made to believe that there's something wrong
Right.
with flat Earth because
Right.
you've been brainwashed that that is wrong. So, but don't try to tell us that there's anything scientific or mathematic about it because there's not.
No, there is.
I'm still
And
perplexed.
look at this picture. Like I just can't came up and
Which
said,
picture?
"Oh, this is the flat Earth." The one.
No, that's not
the-
flat Earth.
What?
Yeah, no flat earthers claim that that's flat Earth. That's propaganda against flat Earth.
So
Okay, no
what
flat
is the
earthers think that
what
that
is
is flat Earth.
what is the flat Earth in your imagination? Like, could you like picture it?
Your imagination.
I'm sh-
Oh dear. Stick
sure I
around for a
explained
couple
it
of
to
years.
you.
There must be like a body of that flat Earth, like, or whether we are just all in the or nothing. Like we are just in nothing.
Flat Earth has experienced 3-year census. It's not on a screen.
I'm still perplexed.
Yeah. Okay, so look, don't get annoyed because Jedi said it was a cartoon that you posted when it was literally a cartoon, right? We can all agree that that's just a cartoon diagram. Okay, that's fine, right? Now, what you posted, that's
It's
not what any
the
flat
fact-
earther claims. We don't think the Earth. We don't think the Earth is a flat planet or a flat
Right.
disk in space like you posted. Okay, you can think of the flat Earth like the foundation, right? Like the ground that you stand on, the Earth that you experience when you go outside. You can think of it like the floor of the system that we live in, not like a flat planet or a flat disk in space. We don't claim that.
Right, but
Flat's
the
not a
fact-
shape. You know, flat's not a
Right.
shape, right? It's flat's the description of a surface. Specifically talking about the surface of water is flat. It's not curving
there-
over distance like the
Right.
shape of the Earth's a globe.
But you as a human, you have a shape, right?
No. I don't know the shape of the Earth. I don't think anybody knows the true shape or size of the Earth because we can't get high enough to observe it. We can't get a God's eye view, right? So we can only get so high up in the air. I explained the Outer Space Treaty before I explained the Antarctic Treaty. We can only explore within our limitations here on the
Damn.
Earth.
Damn. So
So
you
we don't
do
know the shape
so-
or size of the Earth.
So you do believe that
You do.
like the Earth is like there's no end for
Like a
the
flat-
for the Earth, right?
No. There could be an end. There could be an end, right?
Like
But
you
we're
just
not
put,
claiming
like-
it's a flat planet.
So DJ, like
Flat
if they
Earth.
allowed you to travel, like you could just go to whatever. Yeah, you could just go and see like another world, right?
I got to go on mute for a bit. Someone else can respond.
Within your
What was the
hypothetical
question?
being
What was the
inside the
question?
system, you could no. Okay.
No, I'm asking what was the question.
Could you reach the edge if you went straight? If there was an
saying-
edge.
I'm saying if you went straight, like if there wasn't any prohibited treaty, anything, if you just went straight, like when, like eventually, what would you like? came up with?
Well,
Would you like to be
we can
another people,
explain.
like another people, like with another cultures, another everything, or what do you think exactly will happen in this?
Don't know. It depends within the context of your question. You mentioned edge first, and then you started speaking about other civilizations. What do you mean by edge?
Right, because you don't even know what is the edge.
No, dude. Right? Don't try and define my thoughts. Don't put words into my mouth. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. I'm asking you what you mean by edge.
I'm saying,
You.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Yaga Bruno. He's saying we don't know the size of the Earth or its edge.
That's right.
I'm not talking about you, and I'm not like putting
Same
any
thing.
false. And I'm so sorry for that. I'm not like putting any false information in your mouth. And if you just assume that, I'm just will like apologize for that. Like I didn't like mean that. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Anyway, what do you mean by edge? I get the context. We don't know the size of the Earth.
Right.
Okay. So you said hypothetically, if we went straight, right?
So we like I'm talking about Yaga here. He doesn't know the size nor the edge. Eventually, like no one will like try to answer me with the best answer. So I'm gonna have to leave, guys. I'm gonna have to leave. See you guys. It's really ridiculous.
Well, we're not going to be able to share information with you that we don't have.
Especially when you keep talking through the answer.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, why is it you want an edge? I thought several people had mentioned to you there's no reason to think that there is an edge. No edge has ever been documented or observed. You're not allowed to freely travel to look for your edge. So,
but
what is your concern about the edge?
I mean, for you just to prove that the Earth is flat, you just need to travel.
No, we measure the surface.
Go travel to prove it. Like,
right.
lots of people do really.
I want you to at least go away with understanding this. In geometry, when we're talking about shapes and forms, we primarily discuss straight lines and curved lines. You understand that, right? Good. So on a sphere, upon the surface, it's curved. Right? Yes?
Right.
Good. We should measure this over distance. There should be a measurable separation from a horizontal tangent to the surface of the Earth with distance. We don't measure this. We measure the surface of the Earth always to be parallel with any measuring tool we cast horizontally across it, i.e., we measure the surface of the Earth to be horizontal and flat. It doesn't matter about edges, right? We're talking about over distances of the Earth that we're on that we can measure, that should, according to the mathematics associated with the Earth being a sphere with a set radius, diameter, and circumference, measure to have curvature. 10, 20, 30, 40, 100, 500, 1,000 miles, for example. Now, when we measure this, we don't measure any curvature where it should be. So the Earth is measured to be flat. Now, when I say that the Earth is measured flat by tools, me finding an edge or not is not going to invalidate the measurements that I've taken of the Earth with tools. Those measurements show that the Earth is horizontal or not. It's of no consequence to me where the edge is.
Hey.
Oh, that really helped me. I don't know if it helped problem, but I always wonder why these globe believers are obsessed with the edge. So, like, you actually just helped me understand it. It's because they think us being barred from exploring the outer reaches to actually see if there is an edge or where does it go or what's on the outer limits. They think that proves the globe. Like, I don't know why that never occurred to me before. It's like, because, I mean, just like the Truman Show, where like he's kept from exploring any further. So he's told the boundaries of his world are what he
Yeah.
sees. And these
Yeah.
people are also farmed into a fenced-in area and not allowed to go outside of it. And they're told the reason they're farmed in there is because they're on a ball, and they actually believe it. And they think if we say that's not true, we have to show an edge. Oh my gosh, thank you. That was very helpful, Jedi. I don't know if Problem got it, but it's very helpful to me to understand their brainwashed sheep mindset. Thank you.
Well, I do believe that he got a point that he doesn't know. He doesn't want to know even what is the edge. He got a point there.
Yeah, he doesn't wanna.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
No,
he got a
Okay,
point.
go
it's
ahead,
not about
Jedi. Go
me
ahead.
not. Sorry, I do apologise. It's nothing to do about me not wanting to know. I'm telling you
You
what
don't
I
bother.
do know.
Yeah, you don't just.
You've
You
already
don't, yeah,
asked, dude.
right.
Please, you already asked within your question. What do you think would happen at the edge? Understanding that I probably haven't been there and probably couldn't give you any first-hand experience. It's not that I don't want to know. It's that at the moment I can't know. Like, choose
Right.
your words carefully, mate. You're going to piss me off.
Oh, bro, you gotta chill by just chatting. Not like I'm not.
No,
going
you are
against-
you are a little bit infuriating. Nobody's ever told you that before. Maybe you're young.
Maybe because my English is not my first.
No, it
So
has nothing to do with you. Nope, we understand you perfectly. It has nothing to do with your English. Your words are completely clear and easily understood. That is not the concern.
right, but I might be like not using the good words in my contents. So that's might have like that's why like JD might like have misunderstood me. But I don't like really like assume that you don't want to know. I actually just saying that you can't know, and that's it. That's great, and that's why I
Yeah.
told you that you got a point, and that's it.
Yeah. Fair enough. No problem at all.
Yeah, there's no edge in your fantasy globe delusion world, and there's also no edge in a world where we are not allowed to freely travel without getting arrested. There's also no edge there. There's just the boundary where you're allowed to freely travel and where you're not allowed to freely travel. So both of those models have nothing to do with what the Earth is actually like in terms of curve or no curve. What does have to do with that is how far you can see in the distance, because that can be easily measured even within the confines of the restricted space where you are not allowed to travel outside of. You can still demonstrate that the curve is not there. You don't even I mean, in the United States, you don't even have to leave your state. You can stay within, you don't need a passport, you don't need any travel papers to go out, find a large body of water, and demonstrate that the curvature that should be there is not there.
Mm-hmm. That's right. You guys got a good point. Like, just being honest. But like so far, I don't know what to believe. Like, what to. I think I'm just going to stay in the house, like until I let like God will show me like what it is actually, and
Maybe he
that's it.
is.
That's it.
Maybe he is. Maybe he's asking you to challenge these ideas that you've already been told to believe. Maybe this is a beginning step. I don't think you turning around and saying, well, I'm more comfortable believing in what I've already been told. I mean, if you're looking to God to give you answers, then you must understand that you really shouldn't be trusting man anyway. And if there is some kind of agenda against God, if you're a biblical reader and that's the framework that you're coming from, then that should ring like a lot in your head. So I'd put all caution onto feeling more comfortable with a story that you've been told. I would suggest and feel more comfortable for you if you challenged these things that you've believed to be true. Where you are is fundamental to who you are and potentially your purpose. Again, if you've got a viewpoint of God, so it might be critical to you to start to understand where you actually live, especially if you're just believing in stories from men, right?
Right. You got a point there. Also, like we as human being, like we really need to know like where we at. That's right.
Sometimes I can come across quite harsh. It's only because I've been doing this for a long time. Some of it is bought out of frustration. The other half is bought out of love. I want you to understand very simple things. If we wasn't talking about the Earth being a sphere, me and you could probably have very reasonable conversations. We could probably reach a lot of agreements about a lot of things. It just
Right.
always happens when the Earth, being a sphere, is brought up and people are challenged about this, then really simple things become hard for people to admit and it becomes frustrating. We're not asking for impossible answers. We're actually pointing out how simple this is. Understanding how the Earth is flat and stationary is literally as simple as going out, looking at it, and measuring it. Because when you observe something and when you measure something, you can then begin to describe its identity. And so far, it looks flat and it measures flat. And so far, I feel like it's stationary and we don't measure any motion to the Earth. But yeah, don't want to upset you, mate. I want you to go away with good remembrance of this conversation.
I'm here for the flat Earth guys. I love you. I'm a big fan.
Hello, bro. You are a fan, but do you actually believe in it?
Look, I won't want to go that far. I don't want to be going full retard mode, but I partly believe that it may have some credible evidence to it.
Sure.
Well, if that's the case, then you should not perpetuate the myth that flat earthers are retards, especially if you've ever spoken to us and give any one of us an IQ test. I challenge you, I will meet you in any public place and take the said IQ test. And so you should not be saying full retard mode when you're discussing accepting measurable reality as
Did I say
mathematics
you
and
guys
science.
were a retard though? I mean,
Yeah,
you're
you
kinda
did.
making
You
that
did.
distinction
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah, you said
You're
it. Yeah,
labeling
you said,
yourself
I'm not
retard.
going, no.
Yeah, I'm not
I
going
am not,
full
no.
retard.
Oh, please rewind. Yes, you're the one who said that accepting reality the way it's mathematically demonstrated would be, quote, going full retard mode, unquote. That's you, not me.
Is that going full retard? Is that the quote I said?
Yep, that's what you said. You can rewind if you're not
Did
sure.
I
I'll
say
find the link
retard
for
mode
you.
or did I
Yeah,
say
you did.
going full retard mode?
Yeah, that's
Which
what you
was
said.
it?
That's
was
what
it?
you said. You said you, Tenza, were not going to go full retard mode, accepting the mathematical reality that no curve has ever been demonstrated with the concept of going full retard mode.
That's what you got out of that? Full retard mode?
Yes, that's what I got out of your words that you said just now. I can find the link for you if you want to rewind.
Yes, rewind. Let's go.
Yeah, you'll see at the top there are two YouTube bots. Feel free to click on them and follow the link to the live stream, and you'll be on full display. Yeah, you'll be on full display for the world to hear.
Globe life equals normal level water equals crazy conspiracy. Interesting.
So you're not gonna, so you need to say you're not going to follow the YouTube links to find yourself talking shit.
Why would I look at myself talking on a YouTube video, bro?
All right.
This is like.
Hey, so you don't
I wasn't even contesting flat Earth.
You don't want the evidence,
thing, bro.
You don't want to confirm the evidence, right?
I don't know.
Talk shit.
You guys kind of labeled yourself the retards.
No, Tenza. Should we go back to? We can go back to talking to the other dude. Should we go back to talking to Problem? I guess he's gone. Yeah, you don't want to have a real discussion. That's fine. Would you like to discuss the evidence, Tenza? Yes or no? Because our other dude is gone.
Yeah, the passive aggressiveness is not really going to do very well.
Your other dude's gone, so now you want. Now I'm supposed to take his place or something? If you
No, by
want.
all means, mute yourself. We don't need to talk to you if you're not interested. I asked, are you interested in hearing the evidence? Yes or no. It's
I mean,
a yes
you
or no
obviously want to
question.
debate with me.
I do not.
Obviously.
In fact, you are not very good at deciding
I'm
what
curious.
my desires are because I do not want to debate with you. But there's other people who might be willing to.
I've got a question, if I may. When you came in, you said Flat Earthers had some good points. What were those points?
What points?
Yeah, you said we had some good ones. What were they?
Yeah, now this dude is like, this guy's on the right path. He knows I'm like flat Earth, but down the line thinks I'm not flat Earth. It's kind of weird. Strange.
Yeah, prove to me by answering Jedi's question. It's a great question. Yeah, we just want you to clarify the statement that you made not
Hello.
5 minutes ago.
How's it going? Now, here. We have this guy and this guy. This is like a. This is. Hold on.
Seriously, just I think you've been long enough, been here long enough to know the context. If it's a waste of time, then get out of here, bro. Just go.
Almost forgot what my own question was then, bloody hell.
Mute Gustavo, that's all you do, motherfucker.
Get out of here, man.
It's not true. I do other things. I spend my whole life muting you, Sunshine. What the hell?
Well, that's disappointing because Jimsy and I and a couple others actually managed to have a fairly decent conversation with Gustavo. He comes back like that. It's like super disappointing.
I can't defend them anymore, mate. I'm always disappointed. The way they act is we've seen it 1,000 times before. Just there's another one.
Yeah, at least him coming in makes me actually appreciate Problem. At least he's willing to try to have a conversation.
Sorry, I had a customer. I'm back.
Yeah, so the question on the table, you came in and you said that flat earthers make some good points, and Jedi said, okay, what were those points that you thought were good? That's the question on the table.
Well, the whole, globe Earth fallacy. what we're taught in school, blah blah blah. Who's saying that that's the truth? I don't have any evidence against it. We're for it. By some good points, I mean like they make good points in commentary as opposed to the flat earther or the globe earthers. That's what I mean. If you want like specific points, I'd have to think about it for maybe a few minutes.
Yeah, if you think of anything, you could tell us. I mean, I think, just an overall impression can be valuable. I mean, that's one of the things when I was first looking into it, it's one of the things that when I was looking for the scientific and or mathematical proof that the Earth was a globe, and I saw the poor quality, emotional appeal, full of fallacies videos, anti-flat Earth, supposedly pro-globe videos that rarely had any kind of proof of globe at all, other than ones that were clearly failed logic. That definitely was a big concern for me. I thought, gosh, I'm going to have to look into this further. If this is the best they got, these were the things that were being promoted, in the YouTube algorithm and so on. I can understand just looking at the quality of arguments can be a good starting point. And then, you can go beyond that. You don't even have to just judge the quality of the arguments because you still could have someone who was, far smarter than you, who was still trying to snow you and trying to make you think, this vast conspiracy that the Earth was flat. But luckily, you can just go out and measure it for yourself, so you're not relying on anyone else's arguments or anyone else's evidence, because you can go out and find your own evidence.
I really don't have time to go do measurements and stuff. Too busy with work.
Wow. So you work like more than a full-time job, like 2 full-time jobs? Like you never have any leisure time?
I mean, I have a few hours when I get home, and then I go to sleep.
Do you ever go on vacation? Do you ever go camping?
Last time I was on vacation, it was a long ass time ago, like 2016, 2017.
You can go camping pretty cheap. That'd actually be the best way to do some curvature tests. Don't they give you vacation time or even a long weekend? That's all it would take to find a big lake somewhere, set up a tent, and do a mirror test or some long distance observations.
Do you smoke weed?
No, I do not. What is the relevance of that?
I don't know. I like weed. I just try to be friends, Dandelion.
We did get off to a bad start. So I see that was your attempt at being friendly. Okay, noted.
Hello.
Hello.
Dandelion.
How are you, Hot Rod?
I'm seeing flat. Oh, okay. Do you believe Earth is flat?
Well, fortunately, it's not necessary for me to believe it because I have gone out and made my own long distance observations that clearly demonstrated that the expected curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared is not actually observed in reality. So, yeah, I do not believe in the globe propaganda delusion. That is correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Have you never been in an air balloon?
I have actually been in an air balloon in Arizona. My mom took me on an hot air balloon ride for my birthday. It was amazing. Yeah, everything was flat there. Flat horizon,
Everything.
as far as the eye could see, no curve.
Are you sure?
I'm sure, yes.
Okay, that's good. And you don't have any eye problem, short or long sightedness? Are you sure? Like nothing?
Yeah, I don't know why you're so concerned about my eyesight. Have you seen curvature somewhere?
Sorry. Specifically in a hot air balloon, right? Have you been in a hot air balloon, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. So usually people talk about aircrafts, right? And they're usually at one side of the aircraft looking out of one window. But in a hot air balloon, you're in a basket and you can see the horizon 360 degrees around you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that couldn't be the curvature of the Earth then. That would just be the horizon around you. The horizon being the limitation of your view because of your human eyes and the meteorological conditions, like the weather. There's no point higher or lower depicting some kind of left to right curvature because you go high up in a balloon. You've just got a circle around you. Surely you turned around, right?
So when I go to 700 feet, like more than
700
that.
feet. Yeah.
So
I did ask you a question. You turned around in the hot air balloon, right? You must have done.
Yeah.
Cool. So you observed the horizon around you.
No,
every distance to the horizon being an equal distance, like you're in the center of a circle, the radius, where the horizon, the limitation of your view is equidistant.
The Earth curvature is actually so much wider. We can't see it clearly, right? It's so much.
Now we can't see it clearly. So, first of all, you said, have you been in a hot air balloon? And then started having a go at Merry Mums of Dandelion's eyesight. Now you're turning around to me and saying, no, not a hot air balloon. Do you want to start again?
We can see the curvature, but not
that see the curvature. Okay, hold on. Where do we see the curvature? Because it's not in the hot air balloon when you turn around.
Yeah, but you go more than 700 feet.
Not in the hot air. Okay, just to be clear, not in the hot air balloon then. Our eyes are perfectly fine in the hot air balloon. We've got to go higher now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you come in here with this attitude and you start pouring scorn on people and start acting like some kind of intellectual superior. Have you been in a hot air balloon? Like the hot air balloon was the place to observe the curvature, and now it's not, by your own words. You should think about the way you act. I would have thought that's you're not doing your parents very good respect. Don't take it personal, mate.
Bro, English isn't his first language. Come on.
That's why he insults people about their eyesight. Yeah, because English isn't his first language. Yeah.
Maybe it's him that needs to get a ride. Maybe, hey, bro, maybe it's you that needs. Hey, bro, shut up for a minute. Shut up for a minute, bro. I was speaking. Maybe it's him that needs the eye test. I've just posted a link. It says, a straight line appears to be bent. Straight lines look wavy. Distorted vision is a sign of sight problems, which is of age and declining vision quality. There are various conditions this symptom can be related to.
I'm laughing quite hard behind my muted microphone. That was funny. Just need to go in a hot air balloon. No, I need to go higher than a hot air balloon. Okay.
Yeah, at least he's got something new. Yeah, it's true. People don't usually bring that up. Tenzo did answer your question. I think you were gone, Jedi, because your question about what were the good points that flat earthers made, he answered while you were gone.
Oh, did he? I do apologise. Yeah, I didn't nip out. What were the good points?
Gonna have to rewind the YouTube video.
I mean, you didn't really you said if you thought about it harder, which now you've had more time, you might be able to be more specific. You were basically just saying, I mean, I could paraphrase, but since earlier we had such a dispute about exact words, it might be better for you just to tell what you said.
How we're taught in school about the, globe earth container theory and all that bullshit. You want me to paraphrase again?
No, you just, you basically said, that you don't, maybe that there wasn't the best evidence for that we were just told that. And my impression of what you said was that you heard flat earthers speak and some of the things they said seemed to make sense, whereas you perhaps recognized that some of the stories you were told relied on just you taking their word for it, or faith-based.
Faith-based.
I mean, that's what I'd call it. Yeah, no one's explained to you how the globe is a religion that you were indoctrinated in since birth, and you have to go to church not only every Sunday, but pretty much every day, all day.
Yeah, we got an outlet. For our side, we do the language. Those kind of outlets.
He's at work. He told us that earlier. He had a customer.
Oh, sorry. Do you believe in the container theory?
The container theory? What's this?
Like how gravity is the container, or Earth's atmosphere is held in place by gravity?
No.
Oh, you guys don't believe in gravity? I forgot.
Yeah. That would be an acceptance without evidence if you choose the word believe. Yeah, we don't choose to accept without evidence gravity.
Do y'all believe in space? Or
what space? Hey, do you mean like a vacuum space?
I mean, whatever they're describing to us that's outside of our peripheral view.
Whatever they're describing to us, which would be a vacuum space, no. Where the Earth is something within some kind of heliocentric system, no. Where distances and sizes derived from the radius of our own Earth, no, definitely not.
What about aliens?
Aliens that I would assume that came from other planets and had civilizations on what parts of
what outlet does it look like? What outlet does it look like?
No, have you seen the new lamp? No?
Oh. Is that him? Oh, it's the guy on the motorcycle?
Yeah.
Shit. At least we got a new landlord, bro. That last fucking sucked apparently.
Well, we did get a new one, right?
I don't know.
That's fine too. Because you just came in, right? And then it was like, yeah, new lamp.
I own you now. Like, cool. I guess. But so what port is he like trying to? Because my thinking that I'm like, good wrong. Well, I think he's just gonna say, "Gonna make it out there, get it here." Yeah. Or so he use our outlets. The worst. He runs up late, so. I'll see you around. Yeah.
Tenza, mute up, man. Please.
Sorry, guys. I just keep getting. The landlord is stuck outside, and his motorcycles has no battery.
That can only happen on a flat Earth. Otherwise, he could just wait for it to go downhill and then eventually just go back around to the other side. Wouldn't matter what direction he was going in.
That's a good point. So do you guys believe in like hills and slopes and mountains and stuff like that?
Right, this is weird. Already, this is weird. Right, do we believe, which is an acceptance without evidence, the mountains and the hills we observe and build things on and drill through for tunnels and stuff? Are you mad?
I didn't say anything about drilling for tunnels. I'm just saying, do you like?
Okay, so we experience these things because we had to physically navigate them. The hills, the mountains.
Do you have any?
You asked us if we believe in these or not. Are you really going to try and defend this position, dude, or are you going to try
do you
again?
have any contention that they exist?
How is elevation change measured, Tenza?
What?
How is elevation in the vertical measured?
Elevation in the vertical? I don't know. They got like topography for that. It's over my head.
How's it measured?
Like over my.
How's changes in the vertical measured?
That's again, bro. That's like over my pay grade. I wouldn't know.
Over your pay grade, but you're asking about it. Hills, valleys, mountains, it's changes in elevation in the vertical. Right? Are you going to engage your brain? Or is this you at like full fucking speed? You're really going for it today. You've engaged your brain. You're really thinking about the words that come out of your mouth before you say them. Right?
Bro, I am. I'm just trying to engage y'all.
Okay, so you've asked us if we believed in hills and valleys. All right?
That's all
we're talking about. Things that we physically have to measure.
Jedi, do you have any contention with the existence of hills, valleys, and mountains?
No. We measure them.
Neither do I.
Okay, why would anybody ask such a stupid question?
I just asked it. I mean, it's not stupid, man. No question's a stupid question, bro.
What? Yeah, they are. Wait to have kids. Right, so do you want to start again? Was your hills and mountains question going somewhere?
No, I just wanted to ask that one.
You just wanted to know if we believe in hills and valleys. Is it keeping you up at night? Oh, these flat earthers, man, they say everything's flat.
No, I mean,
no.
Did I say I was against you guys?
No, you didn't. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck your intent is.
Okay, my intent is nothing, bro. I'm just here to exist, you know? I'm not here to troll or anything.
No, not at all. No, not at all.
Yeah, because he asked that question, I guess I'm going to have to clarify that my statement was a joke. Even on a globe, you would have to have a battery for your motorcycle. I better be careful, yeah, or I'm going to have an arrow sticking in my head soon from a certain anti-flat earther who shan't be named.
You know what? I'd like to propose a like a flat Earth mission.
The silence is just because we're waiting with bated breath to hear what this is going to be all
Oh, you
about.
want to hear what the planet? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
We're
That's why
gonna go to
everyone's quiet,
SpaceX,
mate.
right?
Yeah.
We're
Let's
gonna
go.
go right to Elon Musk himself, and we're gonna ask. Okay, we're gonna gather all these flat earthers. They're all gonna pay like $1,000 a ticket, right? And then we'll go into space, and we'll see that it's actually a flat Earth. And then after that, when we come back down, we'll be able to tell everyone it's fucking flat. You know?
Why? Well, you already see that it's flat.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
No, you know, anybody that doubts their experience of it already being flat, they should do that if they want.
It's like the Katy, you know, when Katy Perry went to space.
No, she didn't.
And went into orbit or whatever she went.
No, even to astrophysicists, that's a joke, saying that Katy Perry went to space. She went to the claimed edge of space. Didn't even reach orbit.
Okay. Sorry, I had a call with my mom. Um, it's like you guys know how like you guys talked about like these experiments, right? And doing these like, okay, but who's actually going to do these experiments and who's going to perform? Wouldn't it be easier just to round everyone up, put them in a ship, and we'll have definable proof without any experiments or anything? We'll just fucking see that it's flat.
No, you already do see it's flat. So your idea isn't to see if it's flat. Your idea is to see if it's curved when you get higher, that it somehow changes. Some, a height will change your view of reality.
Do you think they're going to be able to?
Be able to what?
I forgot the term for it, but it's a term in space where they get for getting all the footage that they get now. They like There's a term for it. Anyways, let's get back on topic.
Well, the topic, Tenza, we're still waiting for us to give you more details about the good flat Earth arguments that you heard. So, did you hear about the long distance observations and the laser tests? Did you hear about those?
I'm aware of those tests, but I feel like it would be easier for us just to round us all up and put us in a ship.
Gosh, you even have a job, and you're saying that you've even shown evidence here that you understand the concept of money and how one has to earn it. So the thing you're talking about is way more expensive than the long weekend camping trip that I suggested to you earlier.
It might be more money, but it's worth.
Yeah, a bunch of people have
Wanna
already
go,
gone
like,
up there.
Star
Yeah,
Trek?
like, are you aware of the, I'll try to find it for you. The bunch of the people that went up already said going up wasn't high enough to see the curve. I don't even think they pretend that it is anymore. Like, you don't see it up there. Like, even the mainstream story is still telling you that. I'll find it for you. Oh, yeah, somebody else found it over fences. Wally Funk 82 wishes the flight had gone higher. Another one. Astronaut says flight didn't go high enough. They wanted to see the curve, and yet they didn't. So that's the new story, Tensa. Yeah. So, they can milk that for another, however long. They got people like you as their customers, and the other two dudes that were here earlier, they can milk that a long time.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse told Joe Rogan that he's done the math and he doesn't think that you'd see the curvature of the Earth from 63 miles high.
Doesn't Candace Owens think they're flat now?
No idea. I don't know. Would it matter if she did or didn't?
Oh shit, Thames is in here. What the heck? Why don't you open your mic, bro? I'm gonna ask you a question.
They love me. They really love me.
He's $1 million affected. The quote should have been, "You love me. No, you like me. Right now, you like me." That's what Sally Field said. And it's Sally Field, not Sally Fields.
Hey, Lats knows me, bro. Lats knows I'm a flat earther.
Hey, bro, you didn't see me in politics yesterday? I was in there waiting for you and all your Glober friends.
No, I wasn't. I was busy yesterday, bro. My Glober friends, bro? Come on. You think I'm friends with Globers?
No, every time I'm in politics and you join, there's always like 5 other people that come in there after. They're all spazzing out at the same time.
I spaz out when people make good points. I mean, if you get clapped in a convo, I mean, I don't know what you consider spazzing out, but
You said I got clapped in the convo?
I don't know if we're talking about the same conversation here. And let's just talk about flat Earth. What the fuck is this, bro? I'm trying here. I really am.
Yeah, I was talking with AI about, I know it says that you're talking to AI, but like, yeah, I was just using AI. Oh, hello, we have someone. Yeah, hello, welcome in. You want to talk?
Okay, the word I was thinking of earlier was hyperimposed. So, like, basically NASA fakes all this fucking space footage and superimposes space into the camera. But if we were to do that mission I was talking about, yeah, real mission, you know, we'd be able to figure out
How much of the surface? How much of the surface do you think you'll see? Like percentage? What percentage of the Earth's surface do you think you'd see from 63 miles high?
we'd have to go a lot higher than 63 miles.
I'm sorry, that's just not going to happen. Well, how far then? How far do you think you'd have to go?
To see if it's flat?
No, you already see it's flat, remember? To see if it's a globe.
Yeah, can't you see if it's a globe or if it's flat from space?
No, not if it's flat. You already see that it is flat.
You can also observe it from space, though, no?
So how high do you think you'd have to go?
I don't know. I'm not a fucking rocket scientist, but maybe 3 to 4,000 miles. Maybe. That's it.
Yeah, and what sort of percentage of the Earth's surface do you think you'd have a view of from there?
Probably 100%. No.
No. No.
And how far would I need to go to have 100%?
You're never going to have 100% if it's a globe. The maximum you can have is 50%, right?
You'd have 100% if it's flat, because you'd see the whole flat, because it'd be going horizontally. No.
What?
You would be able to observe it. It's flat like a pancake if you go higher, because you'd be above it, right?
You already do. From any altitude that you could currently go and easily achieve right now, it always looks like that.
I want definable proof.
You want proof of your experience. You want proof that your experience is actually your experience.
No, I just want to be 100% sure. So that's why the mission's required.
You're not 100% sure that your experience is your experience?
I'm not 100% sure if it's flat or if it's a globe. So if I could go to space to be able to tell, that would be great.
Right. So, like, not even at 3,000. What did you say? 3,000 miles?
I guess. Yeah. Not right.
Yeah, not even at 3,000 miles would you have a full 50% view of the Earth's surface if it's a globe. It's not high
Okay, then
enough.
let's say 10,000 miles.
Still not high enough.
20,000.
I don't think he understands 3D structures.
You're saying it's flat, so it's not 3D, right?
It doesn't matter what distance. If you have a sphere, you hold the sphere from yourself or you fly away from it, you will never see 100% of it.
Okay.
Have you at least got that idea yet? That's a good start.
I'd still be, I don't know. I think you'd see 100% of it if it was flat.
How many people do you think?
If it's a globe, you can't see that much of it because it's curving around. But
how many people do you think have viewed the Earth like had a complete, full, one-side view of the Earth?
Every president.
Are you serious? You're just trolling.
Most of the Pentagon probably been briefed on this stuff.
So Tenza, when do you plan on going to space? To verify your claims?
Whenever we could get the next ticket.
I've been waiting the last 30 years.
Look, if Musk is offering it up, bro, let's take a shot at it.
Yeah, Musk is offering it up. Buy a lotto ticket and jump in there, mate.
I'm just gonna jump in that fucking SpaceX, yeah.
And you tell us how you go.
Come on, one of y'all want to accompany me with the flat Earth mission?
This is
be
not
the
a
only
flat Earth mission.
Gonna be only the flat Earther going up there. You guys are like, oh, that's the crazy flat
most
Earther.
depressing
He's the
part
one that
is-
wanted to go to space. He's, you know.
The most depressing part is
Go up there
you've
alone.
had people that are trained astronauts that have gone up there that were disappointed they didn't see any curvature.
So why are they lying to it about us? Why are they fucking like this? Come on.
Why are they lying? I don't know, $70+ million a day would be a pretty solid incentive for someone to tell lies.
Try doing that.
Yeah, but so would you really accept $70 million to deceive the American people? It's kind of fucked.
You would. A day? Holy shit,
Maybe.
man. 1 year worth of work, you can retire. Actually, you'd probably retire after about 20 minutes.
With 70 million, yeah. Might be right. say that's a pretty good argument.
Well, you ask why people lie. Well, there's all sorts of reasons why people lie. Some people just get off on it. They're sick in the head. But if they've got an incentive like large amounts of coin, then yeah, that's a pretty solid reason to lie. So tell me something. Outside of your television, your computer screen, and your mobile phone, have you ever seen this curvature?
No.
Interesting how that works, isn't it? So if you're not sure, don't do that. If you're not sure that something is flat, curved, smooth, rough, what do you do to isolate those two things? What do you do to separate them?
I don't know. You tell me. You obviously know the answer.
Oh, we know the answer's all right. You measure it to confirm which one it is. In your mindset, you want to fly further away from it.
Confirm, bro.
Confirm, bro. What's that supposed to mean?
Look, that would get everyone on board, bro. Get everyone on board. Even the fucking globe earthers, bro, because they all been lied to. NASA's giving them all these videos in space where they see the Earth is fucking around, and then they're gonna come to you.
Exactly.
And say,
Exactly.
around,
That's
so when is
exactly
this
my
shit gonna
point.
end, bro?
You've got photographs from a place you can't validate, verify, or prove that it's a globe. Okay, I'll give you your globe photos. You've got a lovely little sphere. Now, you've proven to us it's a sphere. If that is true, we should be able to measure that drop over distance quite comfortably. To the point of, if we shoot a laser 20 miles, that's a 266-foot drop. When people shoot their lasers 20 plus miles, 30 plus miles, government 40 plus miles, they don't get these crazy drops. So all you've got is photos where we're actually trying to test it and measure it. Would you like to see some laser test videos just so you have an idea of what's going on while you're dreaming of your space-tired photos? He's gone quiet. I'll post them up anyway, just for you, Tenza.
Yeah, we found out earlier that he's at work. Sometimes he gets a customer, but he does usually return.
Oh, fair enough. Does he normally disappear at the most inconvenient of times?
Probably. Okay, there he is.
All right, I'll post that for him. And that one. There you go. Go and watch that, and you'll understand what's going on.
It's a 56-minute long video.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you're a TikTok brain. Just watch it in 3-minute increments and have a little break in between.
Okay. What's the most important part in this video?
Or you could do it the easy way. There's a document that was sent there with it, a PDF, 120 pages long. I'd probably suggest you read it 2 pages at a time, have a 5-minute break in between.
Breaking. I'm capable of reading a lot at once, bro, but it's just that's a lot of pages. I feel like I'm in school again, man. What the fuck?
You are.
It's technical data, bro.
What were you expecting? Cartoons? Oh, sorry.
I believe this dude. Let's be real. He will never watch it. What?
Yes, that's what. Yes, are you going to disprove her claim by watching it and then reporting back?
Let me come back in 56 minutes, guys. Hold on. Let me just put the whole conversation on hold.
I mean, it was hard. You didn't want to commit to doing a long weekend camping. So, yeah, we thought watching video might be too hard, but prove us wrong. Prove us wrong.
I just want to say that I think it's pretty telling that he still wanted someone else to tell him what to think about it.
Yeah, that's a good point over fences. That's what they all want, right? Isn't it?
Yeah. And I just wanted to say hello. We have a couple new people in the room. MMR and Axum. And, it looks like Axum may have left. But I just thought I'd say hello and welcome, and feel free to, unmute and ask some questions.
No, Stark.
So,
I know. I was just about to comment on that.
who's
It's pretty
this
funny.
Dr. Zach? And why should I trust him?
Well, it's not about trust. We want you not to trust him, so you can go and verify this for yourself. We're not asking to be trusted.
Is there a turtle at the bottom of the flat Earth eating everything?
How far did you get into how far are you in the video? What's your timestamp right now, Tenza?
He gave up after the first 3 seconds.
It's kind of hard to listen to the video while I'm at the same time on Discord. Plays the video half as loud, so I kind of need to sit down and watch this video on my computer to actually take in the information.
Fair enough.
I mean, he's got some all looks very scientific.
Has anybody covered the fact that nobody here is claiming that Earth is some kind of pizza planet space frisbee yet?
We covered it several times since I've been here, but please cover it again. I feel like it can't be said enough. It hasn't been said in the last hour, probably.
Yeah. You experience the Earth to be flat, and you observe the horizon to be horizontal. Nobody here is claiming that we believe that the lights in the sky are moving under our feet. But yeah, watch that, Tenza, and come back and chat with us when you're done.
Oh, I just wanted to mention that the FE in the FE core doesn't stand for flat Earth. It stands for field engineers. So this wasn't a group of flat earthers setting out to prove the Earth was flat. Quite the contrary.
That's a really good point, too.
Are there any like non-Spanish experiments? Is there any like American flat Earth experiments I can look at?
Of course.
Well, let's see what else we can find. I'll chuck up a couple more laser tests for you.
I should do this.
They're like a really short, like 1 minute laser test. Come on.
Yeah,
dude, you can go check out the Great Salt Lake in Wicklow.
Holy fuck.
Oh, yeah.
This Dr. D is off his fucking rocker.
Okay, so that one test that you're looking at now, that long one, that's actually 5 tests in one video. Not so bad now, is it?
Which one do you want me to click? There's so many. Dr.
Oh my
John
God.
invites you to the laser
It's like a
test.
kid in a candy store.
Results and observations. God, just do the freaking experiment already. God. Okay, the green laser is blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Ten-minute laser test. Okay. Undeniable flat Earth.
So at 10 miles, there should be a 60-foot drop. $66.68 drop. There you go.
So 32 feet of curvature. Okay. Why does he have a lisp? Well, yeah. It's we swayed and shit. So the fact that he's still in the water and he can still see the laser, what does that mean?
That means there's nothing in between him and the other end of the laser. There should be a big bulge in front of him. You do understand that if there's a curve, that should be blocking them. Oh, that's a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, but aren't sands generally mostly pretty flat, or?
What are you saying? There's no curvature?
Yeah, I mean, aren't they beaches pretty flat to begin with? It's not much curvature.
Well, the expected rate is 66.68 feet at 10 miles. You said that was a 10-mile test. So unless your two guys that are standing apart are 32 and a bit feet tall each, they're not going to see that laser.
What would be blocking it, though?
The curvature that's not there.
Oh, the curvature. Okay. Okay. Sure. So let's get a boat and let's sail off the edge.
So your
Why would there
response
be an
to
edge?
a video showing measured flat is let's get a boat and sail off the edge. How about you just respond to the videos? That'd be a good start.
I was
Oh man,
reading a
farming.
comment on this video. So
Yeah, a lot of people try and say stuff like that. They're being cheeky. But why would there be an edge to the floor? Like, you're on the ground of all that is. Why does there have to be an edge? This gets back to the Pizza Planet Space Frisbee thing. A lot of people end up getting confused trying to combine flat Earth with heliocentric doctrine.
Right. Heliocentric.
Yeah. The word heliolator basically means sun worshiper.
Who put the sun there? The fucking Anunnaki, bruh. We're all slaves in a slave colony planet.
Plain.
You know, maybe flat, but we're still all slaves, so.
That's a fair enough assessment when a cult of money runs everything.
You guys remember the video of the flat earther that put himself in a rocket?
No, tell us all about it.
Oh, come on. You guys fucking famous. You guys know that video. Come on.
Most of the content like that is basically used as hit pieces or strawman farming to try and make everybody look like idiots for questioning.
It's not. I'm not trying to make it. It's just like.
I'm not saying you are. I'm
It's
saying
very
that.
sad that, they would go all like.
I'm just saying it's
Like, yeah,
commonly
get on
used,
this
right?
rocket. It's a good idea. Launch the rocket, and it's just. It really is sad. I mean, more than anything, bro. I feel for the guy.
And what was the purpose of that? AJ was trying to tell you, but you decided you just wanted to steamroll through it.
That's what I do. You guys really don't fucking like me, dude. Come on.
We don't like what?
Where are you from?
I don't know if he's talking to us or if he's talking to a customer.
I'm talking to you.
Where am I from? Australia.
My friend got arrested for threatening to kidnap Albanese.
That's a shame.
It was on Discord too, bro. Like, it's kind of crazy how the fucking Australian laws are becoming more like UK, bro. Like, you can't even.
I couldn't imagine why.
Just be careful what you say, bro. Yeah.
No. Doesn't faze me in the slightest.
I mean, I assume you got a clean record, though. You never been arrested. Fuck. Seem like a pretty nice guy, huh?
Hey, Tenza.
What?
Do you know of a scientific experiment that shows gas pressure without physical containment next to a vacuum?
Not sure. Another experiment.
There isn't one. You can't talk about.
Hey, Tenza, can I ask you a question?
I am an open book.
Are you actually interested in this topic, or are you just seeing it as like entertainment and something to pass the time? I mean, honestly, right?
I don't know. I'm just here to debate.
Well, you're not. because you'd have to have more knowledge of the topic in order to actually debate it, right? And so you've been presented with evidence and you say you want to see it, but you're not actually reading it or watching
Did I
it.
not watch the 10-minute video?
I don't know what you're doing. I think you're probably playing video games right now, honestly.
I did watch the 10-minute video.
Okay, which one? There's many 10-minute videos.
Which one was it? D-Marble 10-minute laser test.
Well, ironically, I actually haven't seen that one. Has someone else watched that one that can address it?
Same as the other ones. No curve.
Right. So Tenza, as you can
You guys are like trying to put me in a box. I mean, I watched the video.
No, I'm just
No,
trying to
you
ascertain
arrived
your
in a box.
motive, you know. We just, you know, your time is important, our time is important. If you're not here to actually learn something, then, you know, we just may as well be upfront about that.
Why would I be here if I didn't want to learn?
A lot of people come here for a lot of reasons that aren't actually learning something. So I'm just asking. Just out of respect for our time and your time.
I just think it's the way I phrase my questions is what, or the way I approach a conversation.
Okay, well that's fine. But what I want you to notice with these laser tests is that most of them are very, very thorough. And they get into the minutia of, you know, what's the observer height, what's the temperature, we get into the exact locations. All these different factors and variables are taken into consideration, right? And we compare those against the Earth curvature calculators, and we aren't seeing the drop over distance that we have to see in order for the Earth to be a sphere of the given size, right? So if you're here to debate, what is your globe Earth proof against these laser tests? Do you have something comparable?
Not really. I mean, as I said, I was here to learn. I mean, I don't know why you keep prodding me for like globe Earth theories or like points. I don't know.
Well, you actually said you were here to debate.
I have no contention about a flat Earth. I don't believe in a globe Earth. What do you want to debate about? I wouldn't want to debate about that.
Okay, so, well, you also threw in some insults earlier, so we're not going to pretend that didn't happen. But moving forward, what are your takeaways from the videos? Do you have any points to make about them? Do you have any concerns? Do you have any comments? What? I mean, if you're here to learn.
Looks flat to me from the video and the lasers, so I mean.
Pardon? Can you repeat that?
Looks flat to me from the video, so.
Okay, well, I hope you do your own research, you know, don't take our word for it either.
The cops are coming for me.
Why? Did you threaten to kidnap our Prime Minister? They've probably come to get you because you're not quick enough.
No. Bro, Albanese's here.
You're wild.
What was that?
On where are the globe earthers at? Trying to debate.
Thought you weren't here to debate.
Yeah, I'm here to debate the globe earthers.
Oh, just stop. It's tiresome. Really.
What
Come
are you
on.
tired about?
I'm tired of you doing this, playing these games. It's immature and it's boring. Oh, just stop. Just stop. You don't sound that old, but you're old enough to know better.
How old do you think I am?
High school.
No, just out of high school.
No.
As in just.
I'm 45. No, I'm kidding.
You're full of shit.
Yeah, I'm in my 20s.
Early 20s. 22.
I'm 24. Close.
Yeah, not bad.
I mean, come on, the guy's got to be old enough. He's flipping burgers and shit.
Flipping vapes, bro. I would never work in the food industry business. Fuck that. Never
Pays
have,
the
never
bills,
will.
you do what you got to do.
It's true, but I mean, yeah, I mean, gotta get a job at McDonald's.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah.
Please try to remain civilized.
Dandelion has
and
kids,
cordial.
bro. Just trying to hit, man.
He has experience teaching children.
Ooh, she can teach me a few things.
Careful what you wish for, Junior.
She probably
Hey,
too
Medi,
much
you're
energy.
hot micing. Oh, he's gone. Do we have anyone else to talk to? Like anyone else?
Please.
I didn't know ladies believed in the flat Earth. Crazy.
It's not a belief.
Yeah, plenty of them.
Okay, it's
My wife's a flat earther as well.
Got me. It's facts. Okay.
You know,
My
there's
wife
millions
also.
and millions and millions of flat earthers, right?
Yeah.
Most of the people that show up to my flat Earth meetings are.
Y'all been watching the Olympics? Olympic people?
No.
For it?
Welcome to whoever just joined in.
How would you know? You can't pass 10.
Paradox says there are millions and billions of stars in vacuum too. Millions and billions. Both. Stars in vacuum. Prove your cool story, Paradox. Prove it.
See them and see them. Yes.
Yeah, but you don't know what they are. You don't know what they are. You don't even know what... Okay, so you already agreed that if you look at any light source from a distance, no matter what shape it is, it just looks like a round light. You already know that, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so you don't know what a star is when you look at it.
But it's still an object, right? Even by that.
You have no idea what it is.
It can't be a image in sky, right? Sky
You have no idea what it is.
Nobody's saying it's an image.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that you don't know what it is. I didn't claim to know what it is. But
Okay,
you think it's
I
a
know
burning
because,
ball of... You think it's a star in a vacuum. That was your claim. And then I said, how do you know that? And you're like, you could look at it, and then you'll agree that you have no idea what it is just by looking at it.
So
he's about to appeal to authority.
What do you think asteroids come from?
Well, I don't make claims about things that I can't validate because I'm not going to throw myself into a stupid situation where I can't back up my claim. That would be silly, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be silly, for sure.
What do you think about this picture? Paradox in the side chat. What do you think that is? What's that light in the sky there? What is it?
It's a street light, which should be rectangular.
Is it? Well, how's it a street light? What's it attached to? It's not attached to the ground.
Oh no, yeah, it says so. What is it then? It can't be sunlight.
I'm asking you. I know what it is, but I'm asking you what it is. What do you think it is?
I don't know,
Just by
man.
looking at it? Yeah, you can't tell, can you?
If it were to be a sun, then the entire sky would be lit. Would not be this darker. The sky is dark, but there's still a...
Well, you think that all the stars are suns.
I don't know, man. You tell me, what is it?
No, you said that you can look at lights in the sky and tell what they are, but just by looking at them. So I was just wondering if you knew what it was.
No, I've never looked at such a light before.
Really? Light in the sky?
No.
What about the one in the distance? What about the one that's a little lower in the picture that's a different hue? What do you think that one
yeah,
is?
that is street light for sure.
For sure. Yeah, that's a street light, yeah. All right, so you can't tell what the lights in the sky are just by looking at them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In this specific case.
In this specific case?
Yes.
Really? I bet I could trick you all day long with pictures of lights in the sky that I could post here.
But still, you haven't answered my question. Where does asteroids come from?
I don't know. I did answer it. I said I don't make claims about things that I can't validate because I don't want to put myself in a position where I make a silly claim that I can't back up.
But you must accept that there must be some rocks in space, right? Where asteroids come
No, I have never validated that an asteroid is a rock.
Besides, things in the sky are not going to change the ground. The Earth is measured to be flat.
What's a shooting star paradox?
You mean a comet?
No, a shooting star. You know those little things that go whoosh, flash all of a sudden. You're like, damn! I thought I just saw a shooting star. What do you think that is?
Yeah, we ask wish to. Wish
a traditional shooting star when you're looking up in the sky, and you see like a little light just go flying faster than you can imagine, right across your field of view somewhere.
I don't know, man. I never thought of it.
Do you think well, it's called a shooting star? So, what do you think that might be?
It might be a star which is traveling very fast. No, that's not possible. Wait, that's not possible. They can't go past the speed of light. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
There we go. Sky mysteries.
Have to do my research on it.
More sky mysteries. What if they told you a story about it? Then would you know? Would you know what it is if someone told you a story about it? Then you would believe it.
If scientists tell you. Yeah.
As long as it came from the mainstream, like you'll pretty much believe anything that they tell you, right?
If the Google say it, I believe it.
Oh gosh, yeah. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Paradox is bricked.
So how else, like, how do you validate your claims? What other ways do you have?
What claims did I make?
Any claim for that matter. How do you get your information from?
Well, it depends on the claim. You know.
And how do you validate it? How do you verify
it? Would depend on what I was claiming. I didn't claim anything, so I didn't really. You don't really. I don't really have to validate anything right now, do I?
But the general idea is people.
I claim that no curvature can be detected through observations and laser tests. Do you want to know how I validate that? You already know.
Yeah, you told me.
Yeah, I can show you some long distance observations if you want, but you've seen them already. I can validate that lights in the distance just look like a round light. Do you think you can tell the shape of something just by looking at it?
Yeah, I can try my best.
Really? What shape is this?
Sent it. It's sphere.
What's
circular?
It's a sphere. Oh, incorrect. Circular. You would be incorrect. It's a ball. It's a ball. Yeah, but it's circular. You said it's a sphere, right? So it's a ball. Right? You could put some masala in that bowl and eat from it, right? So it's not a sphere.
What's the difference between ball and a sphere?
Really? Can you put masala in a sphere and have a bowl of masala?
I think that's Australian for bowl.
What's the difference between a sphere and a bowl? Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Really? So can you eat some ramen noodles out of a sphere? Can you have a drink? Can you pour some water in a sphere and have a drink from it like a bowl?
So you're saying ball
what's
is
the difference? Okay, so a ball, it's a sphere. It's a ball. What do you mean? What's the difference between a bowl and a ball?
You're saying ball is hollow from inside.
Well, it could be solid. You could have a rubber ball.
DJ.
It doesn't have anything on the inside. I mean, it has rubber on the inside.
Hang on, gentlemen. Hold on a second. With all due respect, DJ, you're pronouncing the word bowl, B-O-W-L, but it's sounding like you're saying ball, B-A-L-L. That's where I think he's.
No. I'm saying ball and ball. I'm saying
It's
both
very.
of those.
It's
All
very
right,
difficult to distinguish between the two.
I get it. Okay, fair enough. All right. I'll just say sphere and ball. Fair enough, Mick. Good point.
What ball? B-A-L-L, right?
Yeah, that's right. No, I'm saying ball, B-O-W-L, and sphere, right? Which is the same as a B-A-double-L. They're not the same thing. How did you even ask that question?
Again, DJ, I think his question was about between a ball, B-A-L-L, and a sphere when he misunderstood you saying bowl, B-O.
No, he understands, right? Paradox, you know what I was talking about.
Are you sure? Paradox, did you hear B-O-W-L or B-A-L-L?
No, B-A-L-L.
Really?
Okay. Yeah, I'm telling you, dude, it's very tricky. The part
Paradox.
the two.
Paradox, like a soup bowl. B-O-W-L.
I would have thought when you suggested eating out of it, that would have been a clue to which one you were referring to.
Yeah. You would think so. Right, so you understand now? You said that this is a sphere, but actually it's a bowl.
You know cricket? You bowl the ball.
T-dub.
Is it a ball or a bowl? Jesus.
But how do you know it's a bowl?
Why? Because somebody picked it up and tested it.
Looks like a sphere to me, man, from this angle, at least.
Okay, but it's not.
But it appears to be a sphere or a circle.
But it isn't one.
From my POV.
Okay, but it's not. Okay, so you can't tell what shape something is just by looking at it. Because you were completely wrong. It was kind of like the opposite of what you thought it was.
Anyways, man, let's play a song of DJ Rakesh.
Yeah, sounds like a great idea. Right, so hold on a second, Paradox. I'm just going to post the video for you. Okay, so in the video, she shows you. Okay, so one of them's a sphere, one of them's half a sphere, one of them's flat, and one of them is a bowl.
Yes.
The point is that you can't tell what shape they are by looking at them.
From the thumbnail, it appears to be 4 circles, doesn't it? Don't they?
I mean, yeah, they all look like spheres. Yeah, it's definitely 4 circles. But they're all different shapes.
Agree.
Yeah.
You guys seen the prank show on YouTube where they like the Thief Buster?
Hey, sorry, say that one more time. What was that? Hey, Paradox. Right, here's another funny clip to watch. This is how easy it is to prank a Glober.
Glober?
Glober.
What do you know about globes?
I know that they would have curvature on the surface. All right, check that out, Paradox.
Yeah, watched it, DJ. Nice video.
Where's the flat Earth mommies at? Damn it!
I'm right here, bro.
No, you're a man. Get out of here.
What are you, shy all of a sudden? In the presence of a cute boy? What's wrong with you?
They call me the Master Goon.
Yikes, bro.
I see the tower standing tall across the sea. They say, bro, it's hiding geometry. Then they panic, twist in reaction, and whisper softly, divine refraction. Camera zoomed in, still clear view. They close their eyes, optics, dude. No math, no measure, surf assumption, globe theory, canoe function, refraction junction, divine refraction, science fiction attraction. Oh yeah. When logic fails, they change the section and chant the mantra, divine refraction. Where's the curve, my friend? He says light bends, depends on the trend. Kitna bend karega yaar 90 degrees. He smiles, hard, possible, please. No shimmer, no haze, and no distortion seen. Yet they claim a bending beam. I say measure it, they say trust the nation, and summon once more divine refraction. When the line is flat, they shout refraction. Imagine that. Main bola thoda logical la, wo bola are yaar ne sab bata. Divine refraction. Bas ek hi reaction. No proof, no data. Pure abstraction. DJ Rakesh exposes divine refraction. Refraction, refraction. Divine direction. जब फोटो फ्लैट they call it correction. DJ Rakesh बोलता सब मेरे भाई refraction नहीं है, you just can't deny. DJ Rakesh signing out. Next time Globe Gang bring equations, not excuses.
You guys hear that cricket?
Jeffrey Epstein.
What about him?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Jeffrey Sexton?
P. Diddy.
Is this the latest thing that's got all the sheeple's attention, is it?
Yes.
Is the most important thing in your life Epstein?
Yeah.
How is learning about Epstein going to benefit your life in any way?
It will.
I disagree.
I don't care.
You know you're wrong, buddy. Yeah, I'm battling for the flat earthers now. Get out of here, Chinese spy.
No.
Come on, Ma, do something. I'll mute his ass.
Yeah, try to make it less obvious he's your mate. You retards need some acting classes. Really.
I need some Prozac. Stat.
Hey, that'll help too. Go some in. I was gonna say, DJ, another top song from Rakesh there. I think you picked the Bollywood Indoctrinate though. I don't think you're gonna top it. One hit wonder.
Yeah, that's his hit.
You fucked
It's his
yourself.
top hit song.
Yeah. Should have made that, and then released the rest of the album first, and topped it with Bollywood.
Yeah, that's the name of the album. Bollywood Indoctrinate.
Yeah. If you need an agent, I'm open.
Oh, that one's my favorite one. It's funny because I was at work. I was humming something the other day. I was like, what the hell did I hear this from? And I was like, oh, this is DJ's song. I was like, what the heck? It's stuck in my head.
Oh, dude, sometimes they'll get stuck in my head, but yeah, because half the words are in Hindi.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't like do anything but hum it, but it was funny though. I was like, where is this from? I was like, what the heck? Why is this song stuck? I was like, oh, this is because of DJ. I was like, damn it. Stuck in my head.
By the way, it's not all Hindi. There are some Punjabi words here as well.
Uh-huh.
He's mixing 3 languages.
Talent, pure talent.
Well, DJ knows all of them.
It's really common in Indian rap culture. People mix 2 or more languages in their songs.
Yeah, because DJ's from India. You ask him what part of India he's from, he's just going to say all of them. That's how
DJ's
Indian
from
he is.
Kangaroo Land.
I'm from Kerala,
Kangaroo Land.
God's own country, Kerala, Kochi.
Kerala.
Oh, why is that so good?
I was going to say, who in here remembers the earliest days of this whole discussion where Globers would vehemently deny refraction exists or is taking place?
Oh yeah, fluffspective. That's what they would call it.
Yeah.
Not me.
It's hilarious that it's turned into the sacred cow of their religion, basically, at this point.
You know what? I think today is actually like marks my 1 year in Discord VC with you guys. It's pretty funny.
Shit. Nice.
Nice.
I think it's either today or tomorrow. I don't remember. One of the teens
How long were you in the topic? Like, fully?
I was about a year before that. I was listening to a bunch of Flat Earth Dave stuff and then debates on like MDD and what's it stuff. And I heard, no, was it? I found Nathan Oakley. And then from Nathan Oakley, I found you guys.
Are you telling me the modern day debates, the things they had on to defend the globe, weren't enough to convince you to stay in the cult?
No, today sucked over there so bad. It was sad, bro, because I was like, damn, why is their side losing? I was like, what the heck? My side being globe at the time, you know. Like, there has to be something. Nope. No measurements ever provided. Sadly enough, here I am with you guys. I got to leave the cult. No more religious, heliocentric ball for me.
Chill out, please.
Chill out. Why, bro?
They're going after someone, bro. Ah.
I know a lot of
Where's
Globbers get
people
mad
want
when
to
I
hang
point
out
out.
to?
Policemen are going.
What?
Oh shit. Yeah, bro. In Venice, it's like fucking at 24/7. Police are like going down the streets. It's either they're going after some fucking homeless, mentally deranged dude, or there's always some shit going on.
Who are you talking to? And what are you talking to them about, Tenza?
The police vehicle.
He said seeing things that aren't there. Sounds like a Glover. They look at the horizon, think they see curvature.
Like, why do they hang on the globe so hard? Like, do they think if they can just like save like NASA and SpaceX and stuff, the world's still like some cozy place or something?
They just freaking love it. Like they need it to be a globe, even if you'll be able to show them that there's no curve, and they're like, well, can't it just be a giant globe that's so big that it looks flat? Like they just, as long as it's a globe.
I don't care how bad they lied to me, as long as it's still a globe in some way.
Yeah. Maybe it's so big that it just looks flat, but maybe it's still a globe. Come on, guys.
I don't know, man. Don't know.
No, I mean, the longer you are a flat earther and you just see people incapable of grasping this, like they can grasp it. Like it's basic to understand, right? What demonstrates the earth is flat. You know, takes all of 10 minutes if you're willing. Accepting it, though, is the other, task. That takes a while. And just watching people refuse to accept it. It's like, what are you trying to preserve exactly? I don't understand.
Check these images out. These are the images from the data set from the Blue Marble. All of the images that they used to stitch together into the flat map, which they wrapped around a ball, according to them, all kind of look like this, just little images that show zero curvature.
I just find it funny that Dr. John Pork is conducting these experiments.
I don't know if you guys experienced this too, but like there would be some days after I already found out that the Earth is flat, I would like wake up and be like, "Was that a dream? Like, what the heck was wrong with me?" Like, it was weird. Like, I would like flip back and forth between like globe and flat while I was going through the process of like learning about flat Earth. It was like the weirdest thing ever.
Never experienced that, but I could imagine.
Well, maybe I'm just a weirdo, I guess. Oh well.
I was like all about space inside the whole planet.
Bro, use Monkai. Mute him.
Never struggled with that.
I'm getting some bad static on your side. Obvious. Yeah, I was a really bad glober. I feel like anytime I ever ask somebody, I feel like I was the only one with Neil deGrasse Tyson books. It was pretty bad, dude.
Sound any better?
Oh yeah, sounds way better.
Yeah, I don't have any Neil deGrasse books.
Yeah, it was bad, dude.
I listened to him like very early on when he was coming into the limelight. You know.
Yeah, bro, I was deep in the sauce, man. Deep in the globe sauce.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think about time dilation? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No. What are you saying?
Oh, I was just asking what you guys think about time dilation because I could never understand that even when I was a glober. Pretty much, it's like if you're moving really fast, then time slows down for you. They explained it in like this weird, arbitrary way. I just couldn't understand it. Like if somebody got to a location, let's say from point A to point B, relatively close to the speed of light, then during that time of travel, you would have aged slower versus somebody that went from point A to point B. They just like walked there, for example, or crawled there.
Well, as soon as you bring the experiment validating it.
Yeah, I can never understand it, the way they explained it. I was like, well, if the person that got there faster, wouldn't they still be aging while they're waiting for the person to get there? So their ages don't even change like at all. There's no difference. It's funny because every time, like when I was researching that, a bunch of people in the comments were like, well, if you don't understand time dilation or whatever the hell, it's like you're just not advanced.
It's
go study more.
Carving of space time, right?
Yeah.
So what is it like? The faster you're going, technically you're taking a shorter route or something. You know, the more space-time curves.
If you look at the few tests that have been done to try to validate it, right, to prove time dilation, you'll find a whole bunch of holes. If you look into the Hafel-Keating experiment, it's even disputed among the mainstream.
I just want to know one thing. How did they measure a difference in decay rate?
Yeah, where did they go to do it?
I have a few notes on it. super basic, but I could read it out quickly.
You got freaking notes on everything, dude.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Time dilation is presented as a fundamental physical effect, but in practice, we never directly. It is never directly observed in isolation. All so-called proofs rely on clocks, electronics, or signals that are affected by temperature, motion, radiation, magnetic fields, pressure, and signal processing delays. When atomic clocks on planes or satellites show differences, those differences are mathematically corrected using assumptions from relativity first, then cited as confirmation, which is circular reasoning. No experiment has ever demonstrated time itself slowing down independent of physical systems. What is actually observed is changes in clock behavior under different conditions, not time changing. Therefore, time dilation remains a mathematical interpretation layered onto instrument drift, not directly verified physical reality.
Oh my goodness!
Can you ask how they measure the decay rate?
I don't have that in my folder here, but I could ask it to my ChatGPT that knows that has all that stuff.
Well, it sounds like Earth curvature.
Well, the Globers always bring up the Hafel-Keating experiment as proof of time dilation. That's the main one that they bring up. I'm not aware of other tests.
Right, but I want to know, how do they determine that the decay rate on the ground differed from the decay rate in an aircraft at high altitude?
Well, by cherry picking the results, basically, and discarding the results that didn't match their theory or their prediction.
Yeah, but they'd have to know that there was a difference in decay rate. So it took longer or shorter time for this cesium atom or whatever that they're measuring to decay than this other one. But how did they determine that?
I've never actually had a Glober bring that up before with me. Anyway.
All right, so I asked, how do they determine decay rates on the ground versus the air? Is that what you wanted to know? T-Dog?
Sorry, what did you say?
How do they determine decay rate on the ground versus the air? Is that what you were asking?
Well, isn't that what they claim? So they claim they've got the atomic clock on the ground, they've got the atomic clock in the aircraft, and they differentiate between the two. But how do they know there was a difference? So one took longer to decay than the other one did. How do they even time that?
All right, well, this is what I got written on the test. The Hafel-Keating experiment is often portrayed as proof of time dilation, but in reality, it depended entirely on fragile atomic clocks being flown through the extreme temperature changes, vibration, pressure, variation, radiation exposure, and handling errors, of all which are known to affect clock rates. The clocks were not perfectly synchronized beforehand, drifted significantly when stationary, and showed inconsistent results between eastward and westward flights. Instead of clearly demonstrating a physical slowing of time, the raw data was noisy and ambiguous and only appeared to match relativity after heavy statistical averaging and theoretical corrections were applied in advance. In other words, the experiment assumed relativity to interpret the results. They claimed and interpreted results that confirmed relativity, which is circular. What Hafel-Keating actually measured was unstable clock behavior under changing conditions, not time itself changing. And then in regards to the decay, they do not measure time itself in these decay experiments. They measure how many particles or atoms are detected by the instruments under very different physical conditions and then interpret the difference as time dilation. In the air, detectors are exposed to lower pressure, different temperatures, higher radiation, different magnetic fields, and altered particle energies, all of which directly affect decay process and detection efficiency. The so-called ground versus air comparison assumes in advance that decay rates must be identical everywhere, ignores environmental and instrumental effects, and then attributes any discrepancy to relativity. What is actually being compared is two different experimental setups in two different environments, not two identical clocks experiencing different time.
Okay, so they're counting numbers of particles, or they're like measuring a weight or something. Like, this is just, it's bizarre. Like, I'm not understanding how they're measuring the decay rate, because they'd have to say that it took this amount of time for this thing to decay, but the time is the thing that they're trying to prove is slowing down or speeding up. It doesn't make any sense. How is it in seconds, or is it, well, if we fly this aircraft at this speed, then it should have reached this distance over this amount of time, thus having a specific amount of decay occur within that time and that distance. Oh, we didn't, we had less or more or whatever. Is that what they're saying?
It almost sounds like it. I was thinking the same thing, because the unit to which they're comparing the number of particles being decayed is what's changing, right? So, they count, let's say you count 10 particles in a second down here, but up there you count 3 particles in a second. Is that because, time slowed down 3 times, or was time constant and the decay rate shrunk 3 times? But they seem to say, oh, well, time slowed down 3 times, but that's kind of like an interpretive thing, right? They have to kind of choose that,
right,
ignoring the possibility that the actual decay rate, the actual matter, because it's in a different environment, actually decayed less per same unit of time per second or whatever. I'm just, spitballing the numbers here, but conceptually, there is that kind of fork in the road that they have to choose which path to go down. And it seems to be, their bias that leads them down towards the time thing, giving them,
right,
that you know what I mean? It gives them that wiggle room to say, oh, well, relativity.
And I think that's pretty much what DJ read out too. That's something like, yeah.
Exactly.
Like analogies?
If time actually did slow down, wouldn't, if they were using a watch, right, to measure the decay rate, right? Oh, there goes a decay particle, whatever, and that was a second, right, on their clock. Wouldn't the clock, if time's slowing down, wouldn't the clock just match it anyway? I mean, or does the clock's unaffected? But what? It just makes no sense.
Well, all right, here's a little bit more to simplify it and summarize it and to give an analogy, a simplified analogy. So in simple terms, they measure decay rate by counting how many unstable particles are left after a certain amount of time using electronic detectors. Scientists create or collect unstable particles, like muons. These particles naturally break apart over time. They put detectors on the ground and in airplanes, balloons, or high-altitude labs. The detectors are basically very sensitive counters that click when the particle passes through or decays. By recording how many clicks happen over a period of time, they estimate how fast the particles are disappearing. So they are not watching time slow down, they are just counting events with machines. And here's an analogy. Imagine you have 2 bowls of ice cubes.
Mm-hmm.
One bowl is in a freezer, one bowl is outside in the sun. Every minute you count how many ice cubes are left. Outside, the ice melts faster. In the freezer, it melts slower. Now imagine someone says, look, time is flowing slower in the freezer. No. What's happening is that the environment is different, so the melting behavior is different. You're measuring melting with a stopwatch, not time itself, applied to particle decay. In decay experiments, the ice cubes equal unstable particles. The melting equals decaying. Counting cubes equals detector clicks. Freezer versus sun equals ground versus high altitude. Different environments affect particles and detectors. But instead of saying the conditions changed the behavior, they say time slowed down. So basically, they just count how many things break up using machines in different places and then interpret the difference as time changing instead of conditions changing.
But if time were truly slowing down, there wouldn't be any difference. Because look, in physics, time is pretty much change. It's change of something happening, right? Like it's an occurrence. They're saying that the occurrence is independent of time. That's crazy. That is pseudoscientific hoo-ha, hogwash bullshit.
Yeah, spot on, T-Dub. It's hogwash bullshit.
And that's a great analogy. I like that. Like, using some other form of change to imply that, there's time dilation. So not, instead of the decay of an atom or particles, right? It's the rate at which something takes to freeze or melt, right? Yeah, perfect. Good analogy.
I'm gooning to that analogy, dude. Where's the flat earth mommy? No. Over fences, unmute.
Say please.
No. I can't believe you actually responded this way.
Yeah, obvious. Let me answer you and mute me. Obvious.
Yeah, no more text privileges for you, Paradox.
Why? Just tell me, man, what's wrong in it? In these calculations.
How long have you been around these channels?
About a month, I guess.
About a month. So, can you explain for the panel here all the faults within the Eratosthenes methodology of deriving a radius value?
Man, whatever I say, you would not, aren't gonna accept it.
Well, just tell us what faults you think there are.
Like
Paradox loves reading citations out, so maybe I should grab him a citation to read out about Eratosthenes from a university.
An entire month here, and you haven't learned one single fault. We should continue to allow you to freely post in text. For what reason?
All right, time for reading practice. Paradox.
Yeah, send it.
It's sent.
Yeah, over 2,000 years ago, Eratosthenes coupled logic thought with crude measurement to estimate circumference of the Earth with what could be considered to be amazing accuracy. However, this observation would have led him to a different conclusion if he had used other set of pre-set of position. Yeah, I'm aware of it. In interpreting the observation, scientists should always remain aware of the fact that finding data which are consistent with a particular hypothesis does not rule out the possibility of other variable hypotheses. Yeah, I'm aware of it. So it was a mere coincidence. I'm aware of it, DJ.
Yeah, are you also aware that there's no evidence that Eratosthenes actually did this test ever? And that it could just be completely fabricated?
I think he did it, man.
Yeah, but there's no evidence of it at all. There's no record. He didn't write it down anywhere. There's not even really any evidence that he even existed as we're taught. Right, same with Pythagoras. Same thing with Pythagoras and mainstream mathematical historians from universities like Cambridge. They'll tell you the exact same thing. They'll teach you that everything that you get taught about these people is just nonsense. It's just made up nonsense.
It adds no credibility to it that it was a Greek mathematician 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
You can make it 4,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, or you can make it yesterday. It's a flawed methodology. The methodology is not flawed. I mean, they're not doing anything flawed in what they are just doing, right? Measuring things. But they take them values and then apply their own interpretation based on their own philosophical biases. That derives a flawed conclusion that doesn't align with reality. So it should not take you a month to figure this out and stop using it as any type of valid evidence to support your position.
Your microphone says all of a sudden.
Yeah, you're not audible. You're cutting off.
Yeah, I think this mic is on its last legs. Is that any better?
Yeah, man. Much.
I was just trying to say there, Paradox, it shouldn't take you a month to figure out that this is not valid evidence and you should stop attempting to use it to support your position. The only reason Glovers don't want to let it go is because you guys actually don't have shit all else to present as far as curvature measurements, and you should to realize that sooner or later and accept it. Do you think if you signed up for a university course and you couldn't understand the 101 class the very first day after a whole month, that the professors should keep bothering with you? I mean, because there's only like a couple options, isn't there? Either you don't have the intellect to understand this stuff, right? Then there's nothing we can do about that, and there's just no point trying to educate you further. Or you're consciously dragging your feet because you don't want to understand it, right? Because you have some emotional identity issue regarding, you know, the consequences of understanding it. So which one is it in your case?
I do want to understand it, but there are not proofs for that. Google is saying no, ChatGPT is saying no. So every source that I have is denying your claim.
Google ChatGPT isn't a source. It's a search engine.
Yeah, it's a search engine.
Yeah,
but still,
you might want to not just look at the response that Google or AI give you. You're going to want to look at the source and reference material that it speaks from.
Yeah, for sure. And I even I've seen the videos, YouTube videos of laser experiment. None of them have proven flat Earth. They've disproven it.
Really? Name one that disproved it.
He's just resetting here.
Well,
save a fraction, he's going to go back to sticks.
No, name one that disproves it, that claims to disprove flat Earth. One laser test.
Yeah, let me send it. But you muted me from the side chat. How can I send it?
Just weaseling to get unmuted. Waste more time.
Well, just say the name of it, Paradox.
Wait, I'll send you in the DMs. Wait.
Is it Jared Campanella? Let me guess.
Probably going to be Stephen Hawking. Genius.
Stephen Hawking's an ex-wrestler and two bimbos on a boat. Yeah. It's got to be one of those two.
Hey, there's an opening thought device here.
I don't know why you can't just tell us. Is it necessary?
Yeah,
say the name, dude.
Trying to find it.
You don't even have it?
I'm trying to find it.
Well, I would think that if somebody had a laser test that proved their position, that they would, bookmark that shit.
Mike, you're hot micing. Was the test done at night or during the day, Paradox?
So there's a YouTuber named Mike West. He has a video on this. I'm sending it to DJ in the DMs. Wait.
Okay. I mean, this will be a first because in 10 years I'm unaware of a single glober using laser to make any measurement.
Yeah, DJ, I've sent you the video. You can send in the side chat here.
Yeah, so okay, now explain it. Explain how this debunks flat Earth.
You can watch it, man. There are multiple.
No. Explain how it debunks flat Earth.
Reflection. You don't take account
I posted it in the side chat. Oh, a refraction. Okay,
Yeah,
so okay, put on your thinking cap for a second. Okay, so we've got dozens and dozens and dozens of laser tests that have been done in completely different refractive conditions, completely different weather conditions, in hot conditions, in cold conditions, frozen lakes, all sorts of different conditions, different distances, different spectrums of laser beam. But the laser hits the target every single time. Do you think that refraction could cause the laser beam to perfectly bend around the curvature of the Earth and hit the target every single time?
Yes. Yeah, I believe that reflection doesn't change as much with location or with weather.
Really? Define. Oh my God, this is ridiculous.
You were supposed to be posting a laser test done by globers.
Dude, it would have to change completely. It would have to change substantially every single time for it to hit the target in completely different weather conditions over completely different distances using different spectrum lasers.
Just completely nullified direct line of sight targeting systems. You've now just made them weather applicable.
Can you send me the videos of it? Videos of people testing the same test.
Well, if you're saying that if you point the laser away from the target, it will hit the target, why don't you point a laser at a target and showing it missing the target?
Yeah, we can even do that, man.
You don't have a single laser test that matches up with the globe. Not one throughout all of history. Not one test, not one observation that matches up with the globe. We hit the laser every time, and you just say divine refraction. Some perfect refraction. You don't even know how to define refraction at all, but you have this divine refraction that you think somehow perfectly bends the laser just a completely different amount around the curvature of the Earth so it hits the target. That shows how brainwashed you are, bro, and how bricked you are. Okay, we have side views of the laser tests. Side views showing that it's not bending downward at all. So that completely shits on your refraction claim. Completely destroys it. If we have a side view showing the laser is not bending, right? I have an 8K quality side view of a 6-mile laser test using a $5,000 rectilinear camera, right? A camera, a $5,000 camera with an expensive rectilinear lens, which is one of the best lenses that you can use to minimize any type of lens distortion. Okay, and the laser doesn't bend. In fact, it actually bends upward a tiny little bit, which further debunks the globe. Because you would have to have downward refraction for it to be explained on a globe. If you have any upward refraction, it completely debunks any notion that there could be downward refraction. And the guy who he's essentially, so you're using Mick West, right? A Mick West video.
Yes.
Yeah, so Dr. John D, right, who's actually a PhD in optics, in spectrophotometry, right? He's a professional at light propagation, essentially, right? He rebuts Mick West's video, right? He completely rebuts that and destroys it using technical information, factual information, right? Mick West is a video game designer, famous for making a skateboarding game. Yeah, he's not an expert in optics. He's not an expert in these topics, right? He's like he's like calls himself a conspiracy theory debunker or something like that.
We've spoken to him before in 24/7, maybe about 5, 6, could be even 7 years ago now, because he also did Earth curve calculator, right? So yeah, we've spoken to this Mick West guy before, dude. He's not the authority that you think he is when he's just making claims of an excuse of refraction loosely termed. It's like, dude, come on.
So we've got laser tests that account for refraction, right? We've got teams of field engineers going out with weather stations. Okay, the test that I just told you about that Lanolin did, okay, he used 3 weather stations, right? He also took the side view of the entire transit of the laser over 6 miles, right? It was shot from 3 foot height. It hit a target at 3 foot height over a frozen lake, and it has a side view using a rectilinear lens. And weather stations accounting for refraction as well. So you guys don't have a single test that matches up with the globe. Not one observation, not one laser test, right? Just to cope. Just saying the word refraction that you don't even know what it means, right? Just learning how to make a noise out of your mouth, refraction, and not knowing any more than that about it, right? That's not a rebuttal. That's a coping mechanism. Hey, Paradox, just give me a basic definition of refraction.
Yeah, bending of light when it changes density.
Okay, and do you think sometimes what makes you think that it would always bend upward or downward? Which way does it normally bend, upward or downward?
It doesn't bend upward or downward. It bends towards the normal.
Okay, so what would the normal be controlled by?
Yeah, so it would bend downwards in this case.
Why?
Because atmosphere is less denser upwards.
No, but that's not what controls refraction close to the surface. The pressure gradient, the atmospheric pressure gradient, doesn't affect what the light's doing locally close to the ground, right? According to the mainstream literature from your own side, right, it's temperature. Okay, not, right? So the change over this tiny little elevation, this vertical elevation of what, a couple of meters, okay, that's the pressure, the natural gradient of the atmosphere barely changes at all. It doesn't really change at all over that distance. Okay, so you don't use that. You don't take that into account when you're doing these observations close to the surface. It's controlled by temperature. It's even in the definition. Okay, so if you have warmer air down lower, right? Like if you have warmer water or like the sun's heating up the ground, it creates a warmer layer of air just above the surface, and then it gets cooler. Right? It's the temperature that controls the optical density of the air, the refractive index. It's kind of annoying that you guys don't know the basics about it. Even after I post you the citation, I bet I can ask you the same question in a few days and you still won't get it right. Right, there's the definition from the American Meteorological Society. of atmospheric refraction. Right, clearly says atmospheric refraction of visible and near visible light is usually dominated by temperature gradients. So for you to claim that due to the natural density gradient of the Earth, light would always bend downward, so it bends around the curvature of the Earth. That's a dumb statement, and it's a dumb thing to say. Paradox.
Yeah, I'm listening.
What do you think's happening in this? Do you think this is happening because of the natural density gradient of the atmosphere?
I don't know, what is it? What
does it look like? What do you think it is?
Earthquake.
Do you think the buildings are stretching and bending and shape-shifting?
No.
Obviously not, right? Do you think this is caused by the natural pressure gradient, the gas pressure gradient?
Yeah, it's caused by the temperature. High temperature distorts our view.
No, this can happen over ice lakes. Right? This can happen in hot conditions, it can happen in cold conditions, right? It's about the change in the temperature.
Yeah,
Not about the temperature in general. Right? It's about the change in temperature in general. It's constantly changing and shifting, and you can see all sorts of effects happening here. You can see stooping and towering. Right, all sorts of known effects taking place due to the temperatures shifting all over the place. It's got nothing to do with your explanation. So, paradox, if the Earth's a globe, how can a 3-foot laser hit a target six miles away? A 3-foot target? If we have a side view and we can show that the laser's not curving, it's not bending down. How's that possible?
So you said target is just right.
It's 3 foot high, the laser, and then the target's 3 foot high. And the laser hits the target. And we have a side view proving that the laser's not bending down.
I want to see it, man. I want to see it. And
it's in the side chat.
Yeah,
it's in the side chat. I can also give you the 8K version.
the laser is running exactly parallel to the horizon. I don't see.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
If it was, yeah. So when you So, okay, look, in the side chat, this is the raw image that he took. It's the .nef raw image straight from the camera. This is an 8K. This is an 8K quality image. Okay, you can take that, you can put it in Photoshop, and you can squish it. You can squish it horizontally. And when you squish it, you'll notice that the laser doesn't curve. If the only way that this laser test could hit the target is if the laser were to bend around the curvature of the Earth somehow and perfectly hit the target with this divine refraction. But it doesn't do that. It doesn't bend. It's not bending. So that debunks the globe. It's game over.
Bending?
What's not bending?
Yeah.
Did you just got here, I guess?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the laser isn't bending, it's hitting the target.
Because lights can escape gravity.
Oh my
wow
word!
Profound. We've got a great point, my friend. Absolutely great point. Thank you for joining and saying such amazing things.
Can you say that again? I need to write it down.
Yeah, I'm gonna write it down too.
So you're a supporter of flat Earth?
We're demonstrating that in the pictures with the side chat, where we have a side-on view of a laser test, where a 3-foot laser is hitting a 3-foot target at a distance of 6 miles. We can see both laser and target in the shot, and we see that the laser has a direct straight line path to the target, where on a curved Earth it shouldn't. Just look in the side chat, you can see the images.
I mean, what do you mean light is not curved? The laser.
You can see in the side chat, it's a straight path. You can put it in a tool in the computer and see how horizontal and straight it is. You just have to look at the image and see how straight it is.
Okay, so what?
Well, if the Earth was a sphere, there should be a curve between both laser and target, and as the laser is horizontally leveled, the laser should pass over the target. We shouldn't hit the target because of the curve of the Earth. So we're demonstrating how flat the Earth is when it's measured with a laser, with a direct line of sight to a target it shouldn't have on a curved surface.
I mean, I still don't understand why laser have the curve.
Oh, they don't. They go straight.
All right, so if the Earth was a globe, there should be a certain amount of curvature over that 6-mile distance. So if you're shooting the laser horizontally at a target that's 3 foot high, okay, so the laser's 3 foot high and the target's 3 foot high. In between the two lasers, there should be a certain amount of Earth curvature. So the laser shouldn't hit the target if the Earth's a globe. The only way it could hit the target is if it was to somehow bend around the curvature of the Earth to hit the target. So if you put the laser horizontally at the other end, the person should see the laser up in the air. Right? Like if you're standing on top of a globe and you shoot a laser horizontally, as the laser goes out horizontally, the globe will dip away, right? And the height of the laser will be further and further away from the surface of the curved surface. And it wouldn't hit the target. All right. Well, that seems like a good event topic. Laser tests debunk the globe.
I like it.
Event has begun.
It just makes me laugh to myself every time they say that the laser's bending. Too much Star Wars, I reckon, as a child, and stormtroopers missing their target. I think we figured out the reason why stormtroopers were so shit. Refraction, right? It was bending the laser away from the target they saw actually wasn't there. That was an illusion. Yeah. That's what it is. Can't use lasers for anything. Can't use them to target things over distance. Can't use them to range find even that distance. Yeah, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
The hell event did I just share in the home server? Late night mental health cafe.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Love it.
All right. Laser tests debunk the globe. Let's share that one instead.
Paradox, you think you should? I think you should probably call up the United States military and tell them that their laser targeting systems are no good. They don't work.
Yeah, tell them that Mick West debunked them.
They take into account the curvature while designing their equipments.
Hold on.
Really?
What curvature?
They take into account the curvature when they design their equipment.
Yeah.
Yeah. What curvature?
Leave it, man. Leave it. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, then what equipment are you talking about that's specially designed to compensate for the Earth's curve?
Different
Is that
equipment.
a radar?
A radar could be one of them.
Could be. I don't seem very sure.
Yep.
You understand what we're going to do is we're going to start reeling off to you life-dependent technology that requires a direct line of sight between the sender and the receiver. One of those is radar. It's an early warning system. You understand that, right? Works on a direct line of sight premise in two directions. One from the radar installation out towards the object, let's say it's an aircraft, and then back again. That requires a direct line of sight, right?
Yes, correct.
Cool. You do understand that we have radar installations on the surface of the Earth that are no more than 200 feet above the sea level that can detect objects on the sea surface, like boats and ships, at distances of 800 miles?
Mm-hmm.
Which require a direct line of sight?
Yes, should be like that.
Yeah. How far do you think the horizon should be for a radar installation? I've given approximately 250 feet.
Yeah, you have to done the calculation for it.
Yes, not 800 miles.
Yeah, so 900 miles.
It's not 100 miles. These radar installations work well in extent of the curvature of the Earth. They use, and I quote, over the horizon technology. surveying equipment doesn't just come in the form of visible light, right? Some surveying equipment comes in the form. You know that not all surveying equipment comes in the form of visible light, like the light that we can see. Obviously, some comes in the form of infrared. Why do you think they choose? Why do you think they choose infrared?
Because those are radio waves, I believe.
Because it has a very, very low refractive index compared to those in the visible spectrum. Because we understand that different wavelengths of light refract differently, don't they?
Yeah.
Cool. Yes. So when we use infrared, both lasers and optics, we hit targets and indeed see targets well in an extent that we can even within the visible spectrum. So we see further in the infrared than we do with just the images that we've given you in the side chat of oil rigs and wind farms. In the infrared, we can see further. If infrared doesn't refract as much as the visible spectrum, then according to this, we would have in the infrared spectrum, a truer depiction of the Earth because the light isn't refracting as much, which would mean that we would have a closer geometric horizon. We don't. When we observe in the infrared spectrum, like I said, we see further, cutting through that haze of the atmosphere and distortion of the light. That's why we use them for targeting things at distance. Anyway. Thank you, Drace. Drace has just put some images and a brief breakdown of the refractive index of light in the side chat. If you want to look through it, Paradox, we'll leave you in a Paradox. The paradox is this paradox. If you claim that we can see further because the light's refracting, and we mitigate for that and use the infrared spectrum, which doesn't refract as much, then we would have a truer depiction of the Earth. We would see less because of the curvature of the Earth that would be truly depicted in the infrared spectrum, mitigating for refraction. We see further in the infrared spectrum. Paradox for you, mate.
Paradox, do you know what a geometric horizon is?
No, what is it exactly?
I'm going to put a diagram in the side chat so you can see what it is. Because you probably already know what it is. But...
You mean the horizon that we see?
Well, no, actually. Right? If the Earth were a globe, then there should be a geometric horizon. Okay, that's what the horizon should be if the Earth were a globe. A man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and sky can be observed to meet. Okay, that would be at a specific distance.
Yo.
Oh, we have a contender, Melek.
Yo, someone explain flat Earth.
Anyone?
Yes.
Anyone? Jedi?
It's flat. Sorry,
simple.
DJ.
No,
he
that's
wants to explain
it.
flat Earth. It's like, well, it's flat.
Yeah.
But
So
what do you, maybe you can help him, dude. Sorry.
is he even still here, or did he leave? I think he left. I think you. Oh no, he's still here.
I'm here.
Melek.
I'm here.
Okay,
I'm,
so all right.
I'm
So
here
most of the surface
to learn the truth. I want to learn
the truth. Well, you're in the right place. Okay,
yeah.
so if the Earth was a globe, then the surface of the water that covers most of the Earth should be curving, but it isn't. We tested it.
You tested it.
Yes.
So, do you guys have any other evidence?
Well, that's all we really need, isn't it? If the water's not curving, the Earth can't be a globe.
Who told you the water is not curving?
The tests, the water itself.
Okay, so sorry. Repeat that test. Repeat the what did you say about the test?
Okay, if the Earth's a globe, the water should be curving. We can calculate exactly. We can calculate exactly how much it should be curving, and then we can test for the curvature. And then when we test for the curvature, we validate that it's not curving.
How did you test the curvature?
One of the many methods is using high-powered laser beams.
Laser beams.
Yep.
So
if you shoot the laser beam, if you point the laser beam across the surface of the water horizontally, right? And then you set up a target at a certain distance. So let's say we have the laser beam 1.5 meters above the surface of the water. Okay, and then we level the laser beam so it's horizontal. And then we have a target, let's say 40 kilometers away on the other side of the body of water at 1.5 meters height. Now we shoot the laser beam across the surface of the water horizontally, and if the Earth's a globe, the laser beam should not hit the target. The laser beam should be seen a certain distance up in the air at point B, at the target point. Okay, and if the Earth is not a globe, then the laser beam will hit the target.
Yeah, but
the laser beam.
That depends on the distance. That depends on the distance.
So we calculate how much curvature specifically there should be over the distance.
How much is the calculated distance?
Over 90 meters of curvature over that distance. So at point B, the laser should be
begins. Sorry. So the curvature begins after 90 meters.
No, over 40 kilometers, there should be about 100 meters of curvature over that distance.
Are you sure? Over 40 kilometers?
Yeah, well, let me check. Let me double check. I'll give you the exact number.
Look for the.
So I've gone to Google. I've gone to Google, and I've just typed in Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so I'm just going to pick an Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so it's asking me to put. Yeah, so it's asking me to put in the distance. Okay, so the distance I'm putting in 40 kilometers. Okay, the eye height level in meters. Okay, 1.5. That's the height of the laser, 1.5 meters. Okay, now it's calculating the distance to the horizon. Okay, so on a globe, the horizon from a 1.5 meter eye height level should be at 4.37 kilometers. And the target should be 99 meters obstructed.
99 meters.
99 meters. Okay, so basically a skyscraper. Okay, like a big skyscraper building.
Yeah.
That's how much curvature. So let's say that there was a skyscraper that was 100 meters tall, like a 30-story skyscraper, right on the other side of the lake, 40 kilometers away. You would only just be able to see the tip of the skyscraper sticking out from behind the horizon if the Earth were a globe. Okay, but the laser is shooting across the surface of the water and it's hitting a target at just 1.5 meters high. If the Earth were a globe, the laser beam should be 99 meters up in the air.
Did they test this experiment?
Yeah.
What about the temperature?
So they had weather stations at point A and point B, monitoring the temperature.
Yeah, but doesn't the temperature cause the laser to fluctuate?
Yeah, they accounted for that using weather stations. Okay, so they were able to calculate exactly how much of a change there was in the temperature. Okay, and then they took that into consideration. So I'm going to post the test.
And they move the laser up and down according to the temperature?
No. They use extremely precision leveling. They use extremely precise leveling equipment to make sure the laser is level.
It's going to be 218. There you go.
So I'm going to post this.
Okay.
I'm going to post the screenshot of the mathematics, or the calculator in the side chat, and then I'm going to post the test that I was talking about.
So, DJ, can you hear me?
Yep.
Let's say that's true, like the Earth is flat or something. Why would they hide that fact?
Well, I mean, who are you talking about specifically when you say they?
I mean, like the elites, I don't know, space, like the NASA, like SpaceX, like astronauts.
Well, I think that they're lying about going to space, right? But I don't think that they're lying about the Earth being a globe in general. I think most people that work at NASA genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. Okay, and if there are some people at NASA that know that, I mean, obviously there would have to be some people that know that the Apollo missions were faked and that kind of thing, right? So they also aren't necessarily lying about the Earth being flat. Okay, they might believe it's a globe, but also know that they're manipulating footage from outer space.
Why would they go for all that trouble, just to prove that the Earth is a globe, not a flat?
Well, NASA gets about $70-80 million a day in taxpayer funding. We know people lie for money. So there's a reason, but I can't prove why someone would lie. But there's a good reason. Money, control, power.
But don't you think that with all the people working in NASA, like, wouldn't at least 10 people go out and disclose the truth?
Yeah, there have been whistleblowers that worked for NASA. But also, most people that work for NASA, I mean, they're handpicked for starters, and also it's like a government company, so it's compartmentalized. So we have different groups of people that probably have no idea what the people in the next room are doing. Okay, they have a non-disclosure agreement. They're not allowed to talk about what they're doing. So they have people doing little jobs, and so they probably genuinely believe that they that the Earth is a globe. So,
Okay, so obviously, not only America went to space. Approximately every country launched a satellite, or they sent their astronauts to the International Space Station. So, according to you, like the whole world is on this conspiracy to hide the fact. Why? Like, do you understand what I mean?
yeah, but the only people that have actually gone above low Earth orbit were the Apollo astronauts over 50 years ago. Okay, people say that the ISS isn't even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth if it's up at that height.
I mean, if they're out of the atmosphere, sure they will notice that the Earth is flat. I mean, I don't know the science behind it. Can you explain your point, please?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. We can't really confirm that, can we? I mean, we've got people that went up, allegedly, right? And they say that the Earth looks flat from up there. Okay, we've had Russian cosmonauts saying that if anyone tells you that they've been to space, that they're lying to you. We've got countries competing as well. I mean, when it comes to space travel, these countries seem to be working together anyway. Okay, it is called the International Space Station, which America even shares with Russia. So when it comes to space travel, these arch enemies seem to be best friends in space.
So
I don't know. Maybe the countries are working together. Who knows?
Russia, China, the United States, like all the big countries are in this big conspiracy to hide the truth.
Well, about what? Lying about space travel, because it's right. So you've heard of this? You've heard of the space race, right?
Yeah.
Space race. Yeah. So do you think that there's a chance that America faked the Apollo mission to win the space race?
I mean, yes, I'm skeptical. What's the word? Skeptical about the moon landing, but the flat Earth, not so much.
Yeah, but that's what you're talking about right now. So whether they're faking space or not, that doesn't mean that they're lying about the shape of the Earth. Okay, they might genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe and still be faking space travel, right? Because I don't think that the space race ever ended.
Sorry, I don't understand what you mean. Maybe there is a language barrier, but what do you mean?
Okay, so let's say that America faked the moon missions, right? That doesn't prove that the Earth's flat. You could still believe that the Earth's a globe and still fake the moon missions.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so wouldn't it be better to actually test the surface of the Earth for curvature rather than trying to work out how people could lie?
So let's go with your theory, like the Earth is flat. Why is only the Earth is flat and every other planet is round? Like why?
Okay, well, hold on a second, right? So we're not claiming that the Earth is a flat planet. Okay, you're thinking of a false idea of flat Earth in your head. Okay, we don't think that the Earth is a flat planet or a flat disk floating around in space. Okay, that's misinformation. I think that this is a completely different system. It's a completely different way of thinking about the place that we live. Try not to include the flat Earth inside the heliocentric model, if you know what I mean. Because most people believe that we live in this big space vacuum and that there are these other round planets that are floating around in the space vacuum and that we're on one of those planets, and that's called planet Earth. And then they hear about flat Earth and they think to try to replace the globe with a flat planet. Okay, that's incorrect. That's not something that we're claiming.
Okay, slow down for a second.
We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat is not a shape. Flat is the description of a surface.
So you're claiming that the Earth is just not round.
Yeah, the surface of the Earth is not curving, and by default, if you have a surface that's not curving, it's by default flat, a flat surface. That's the context of flat Earth. Obviously, we have hills and valleys and mountains and things like that, but most of the surface area that we know about is covered in water, and that water is flat. Every single test shows that it's not curving. So whatever's happening in the sky is happening above a flat surface. But we're not claiming it's a flat planet or a flat disk in space inside a big space vacuum.
So what's the shape then? So put it in simple words. Like, what do you believe?
I think that nobody knows the shape of the Earth. The size
but I don't understand. Like all the, I don't know, all the commercial flying companies, they are in this conspiracy too.
No, so you can go up in a plane, right? You see a flat horizon. You can send up a weather balloon to 120,000 feet. You see a flat horizon. So they're not in on any conspiracy. You don't see any curvature from those heights.
Well, no, because that's not how traveling works, you know. Like a plane, when a plane takes off from, let's say, Japan, it doesn't go all the way from, you know, Africa to the United States. It goes around. So how do you explain that?
You just did. You said it goes around. That's a circle. East or west, right? If I travel, let's say, west from the west coast of America towards China, Japan, across the Pacific. Yeah, that's a circle around a pole. So when you go around, you simply just travel in a circular path.
So you're traveling in a circle, but in a circle in a two-dimensional flat space.
Yeah, a circle is a two-dimensional object, right?
So
you know what sorry, my friend. Do you know what a compass is?
Yes.
Cool. Both compasses, the one that show cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west, and the one that you use to draw circles. You know what they are, right?
Yes.
Cool. So, for example, if you've got a magnet that the compass is going to point to, and you put it on your table, the compass needle is going to point towards the magnet. You can then slide the compass underneath the needle, so north is the same way as the magnet. You'll notice that 90 degrees to the right of north is east. If you travel east and then you look at your compass again, you're going to have to redirect to have east at 90 degrees towards your right. Each time you do this, you will travel in a circular path around the magnet. You understand this, right?
Sorry, bro. Maybe I kind of understand that, but not completely, brother.
Maybe what One Big Pond posted in the side chat will help.
What did he post? Let's see. Okay.
He posted a map. We're not saying that's the perfect flat Earth map or anything like that. This is just to give you a general idea of how you could travel around, okay, on a flat surface using a compass. In the middle is a magnet. In the middle is a magnet, okay, and you could go east or west, right? That's going to be a circle around the pole, and you could travel from different. If you picture the Earth kind of like a big lake, and you picture the continents as islands coming out from the lake, right? Inside the lake.
Okay.
And then you can navigate around from point to point.
I see. I understand now what you mean. Okay, so let's go with this theory or rhetoric. So
just quickly. Sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted to share this as well. Okay, so this is also just to give you a general idea. Okay, this is flight paths. This is a military map. Okay, and this is flight paths plotted out on this particular map projection. Just so you can see how you could go from this place to that place, from that place to the other place on a flat surface.
Okay. So let's go with this theory. So according to this rhetoric, there is like an, how do you say it, a limit to, like, there is a stop point to the Earth. Like if it's in this shape, like there is a stop point. Like, so you guys believe in the big ice wall or something?
Not necessarily, no. I would say that nobody has ever kept going in that direction, south. Okay, south would be away from north. I don't think anyone's ever kept going south. Okay, if the Earth were a globe and someone went south, they would just come back around the other side of the globe. Okay, they would start in the north, they would circumnavigate down, right? And they would go over Antarctica, and then they would come back up around the other side. And that wouldn't be possible if the Earth were flat to do such a trip. Okay, that would be called a north-south circumnavigation, a great circle. Nobody's ever done that. Nobody's ever kept going south. Because the Earth's not a globe.
And that's the south is 180 degrees from direction.
So no country ever went south to that limit point,
and then back to north again.
Right.
So to fly, for example, from the North Pole to the South Pole, straight over the South Pole, and then back up to the North Pole in one path. I was going to say straight line then.
Yeah, but what I mean is what's beyond that?
Don't know.
Yeah, that's speculation, right? So anything that's too far for us to verify in the south, that's speculation. Okay, and anything that's too high for us to verify in the sky, that would also fall under the speculation category. Okay, we like to stick with things that we can validate, like testing the surface of water over long distances. And basically, if gravity is real, right? If gravity is in mass attracting mass is real, okay, and if the globe is the size that they're telling us, then that means that the water would have to be curving at a certain amount over a certain distance. And we can calculate pretty much exactly how much it should be curving, right? Even just over 10 miles, there should be 66 foot of curvature. It's very easy to go out and test for that curvature. And it's not there when we go out and test for it.
But you guys didn't explain why other planets, like through a telescope, or now every amateur have a telescope.
Right, we see some little blurry lights in the sky through a telescope, and we've been fed a big giant story about what we're looking at. Okay, we've been told we've been told. Okay, let's say we look at Mars through a telescope. Okay, we see a little red light.
It's not a tiny light. It's not a tiny light.
No, that's literally what it is from your perspective. It looks like a little blurry, like tiny light. You've been told that it's actually a big giant planet that's in a space vacuum, and that it's a certain distance away, and all of these things you can't verify. Okay, this is all based on a mathematical construct, which is the heliocentric model of outer space. Okay, it goes against natural laws, and it's not something that's scientifically provable or scientifically able to be validated through scientific experiment. It actually goes against the laws of nature.
Well, I think today we have like very advanced telescopes. Like anyone can buy a very good telescope and see like in detail Mars or Saturn, or don't you think?
Okay. Okay.
But
let me play ball. I can get my telescope out and I can look at Saturn. Okay. So there's Saturn in the sky. We call it Saturn. It does what Saturn does and it looks like Saturn. What does that mean about the Earth?
What do you mean?
Well, you said when we look up at the sky that we didn't explain the other planets. I'm paraphrasing what you said. So we look up at the night sky and we see Saturn.
Yeah.
What has that got to do with the Earth?
What I mean is, if any other planet, when we look up at the sky through a telescope, is if it's round, why are we so special? You know.
I don't know. I don't know why we're special, my friend. That's a very, very deep philosophical question. The point is that we are the point is that we are demonstrably not able to fit into the category of planet like Jupiter and Mars, because Jupiter and Mars are spheres with curved surfaces that show motion. The Earth doesn't display these attributes. When measured, the Earth doesn't measure to have curvature and doesn't measure to have motion. So it doesn't identify as a planet.
So you don't deny the fact that the planets in our solar system are round.
At the moment, for your benefit, I'll entertain the idea. Personally, I don't know because I can't verify. I can't go there. I can only look and best guess.
So you're skeptical that if they're round or not, maybe they are like a big hologram or something.
Nobody cares about the lights, dude. Only you care about them.
Why wouldn't you care?
It's not skepticism. It's pointing out the limitations that we have in gaining knowledge. We can only stand on the Earth and look at them and say, well, they look like spheres sometimes, and they act in this way. But until we actually go there and measure the surface to be curved, we can't confirm any idea we have from looking up at them through a telescope. Right?
Well,
but look, even if we were to grant you,
I'm not convinced.
Look, listen though, Melek, right? Let's say that we were to just say, okay, there's something in the sky that looks like a sphere. Okay. That doesn't mean that the Earth that you're standing on is anything like what you're looking at in the sky, right? The Earth doesn't measure any curvature. The Earth doesn't have any characteristics of anything that you're looking at up in the sky. It's almost like me going out into a forest and looking at trees and thinking, oh, why am I also not a tree? Right? Obviously, because I don't have any characteristics of the trees, right? I'm completely different. It's a different thing. So you're just looking at something in the sky, but I understand where your logic comes from because we grew up being taught that we're also like those planets that you're looking at up in the sky that you've been told a story about. Okay, but what if the Earth is nothing like that? What if the Earth is more like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in? And what's happening in the sky is completely different to what the ground is.
And what if the things in the sky are not what you've been told? So what if they're not worlds? Because you're thinking of them as being worlds, places, like something you could go and walk on. Well, if we can walk on that thing, what, we can walk on Earth and that must be a ball? Like, no. The only place that you know of that is a world is the surface of the Earth. That's a world where you can exist. You don't know what the lights in the sky are. You don't know if they're environments where you could survive, like here. Nobody does. That's just a story you were told that you believe in. Now you're trying to liken that story to the Earth. Nothing the same. Nothing alike.
Well, what I've been told, like you put it, what I have learned is that every planet, whether it's in our solar system or other solar systems, is round and is orbiting a star. So, what do you guys think about the orbiting planets around the stars?
Nobody's observed an orbit. Nobody has ever witnessed one thing go around another thing in the sky or around Earth.
So, how does night and day work?
That's the sun moving across the Earth. The Earth being large floor underneath a light that moves in the sky. You understand it can only be overhead directly, like a certain location. This is what we call solar noon. The light can only be cast so much over the surface because of its ratio, its size and distance to the plane of the Earth, and the atmosphere, the air that the light has got to pass through. So day and night is simply explained by the path of the sun. When we see it, that's daytime. When we don't, that's night.
Yeah, but it's like the sun doesn't orbit the Earth. The sun is fixed. What I believe is that the Earth orbits the sun. Is that correct for your?
No, the Earth is under the sun. Like the Earth is the floor, like DJ was pointing out, the foundation, the ground that we stand on. The sun, the moon, and the stars, they're all above our head. Like they occupy the sky above. We're not within a system. We are not in motion. The reason why things like day and night are caused is because the sun is in motion. It moves across the Earth.
So, do you guys have any theories like why are being told lies? If they are lies, do you have any idea or any theories like why this is happening?
I got one. Why did you redeem it?
Yeah, don't worry about that. Guy's a troll. What was your question again? Sorry, Malek?
Like, if what we've been told and taught are all lies, like, do you guys have any theory or any explanation for why this is happening? Like, why are they feeding us lies?
Well, I think that most people aren't feeding us lies, to be honest. I think that most people are repeating information that they learnt and that they think is true information. Okay, and that they're teaching people that information. That's my response to that.
I'm not talking about most people. I'm talking about the elites, like the people in power who know the truth and choose to hide it, you know?
Okay, I get it.
How do you know they know the truth?
Yeah, look, this is just really quickly, okay, that's where it gets really difficult. Okay, so you would have to, if I said, can you get me a list of names of people who you know and can prove a lying about the Earth being flat, and then they're telling people that it's a globe, right? You're not going to be able to come up with a list of names, and it's not fair to expect us to do that either.
So what are you saying here? You're saying like people don't know that they don't know, or what?
Yeah, I think the globe is more like a tradition at this point. It's something that was implanted into the mainstream education system a long time ago, 500-600 years ago. And and I think it's kind of like a hand-me-down type of tradition now.
So, according to you, we never left the Earth's orbit.
No.
Yeah, so outer space would be a violation of natural law. Okay, they tell us that outer space is a vacuum and that we have a gas pressure system that we're breathing here on the Earth. Okay, so are you following along? You know what I mean? At all? I'm trying to find you a little video to show you.
I think I know the video you're talking about. Like there is like certain magnetic field that we can't cross or something.
Well, not really. This is just to do with gas pressure. Okay, can you see what I posted in the side chat?
Okay, where is it? Okay, let's see.
Okay. All right, so the vacuum, the top chamber, that's a vacuum chamber. Okay, so they tell us that outer space is a vacuum chamber, basically. Okay, so the vacuum of space. Now, that vacuum there in this demonstration, that would be there to represent outer space above us, okay? The vacuum of space. And then in the bottom chamber, we have a gas pressure system. Okay, that would represent what we're breathing right now. We have a measurable gas pressure here on the Earth, at the surface of the Earth. Okay, now, in this test, we have a physical barrier stopping, separating the high pressure system from the low pressure system. Okay, what do you think would happen when the person releases the valve? Okay, there's a valve separating the vacuum from the gas pressure system. If you hit play on the video, you'll see what happens. Right? The high pressure instantly fills the available space. High pressure always goes to low pressure. Gas particles try to fill space, right? So how can we have a gas pressure system that we're breathing here on the Earth inside a giant space vacuum without a physical barrier of some kind to contain the pressure?
Isn't that the ozone layer job?
No. The ozone layer would be made out of gas. Okay, you can't have gas, can't contain gas. Right? Let's say, look back at the demonstration that I put in the side chat. Imagine if the
I'm playing the video. Yeah, I'm playing.
Yeah. So imagine if
I'm trying to imagine.
Yeah. So imagine this, right? Imagine that the barrier, right, the valve, the physical valve that's stopping the high pressure system and the low pressure system from equalizing. Imagine if that was just made out of ozone, right, or some type of gas, right? Obviously, it's not going to work as something that would stop the entropy from taking place. Gas can't contain gas. So the ozone couldn't act as a barrier or a container.
Something would have to contain the ozone layer.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is. I have so many questions, but this is so hard to comprehend. You know.
Yeah, it's a overload of information, right? On the first time of you looking into this topic, but we're happy to answer your questions. I mean, it's normal to think that this is a crazy idea. Hello, buddy.
Hello. What's up, guys? All good?
What's up, man?
I hope you have a good evening, guys.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, my friend. What's going on here? What's the topic?
Melek is just asking some questions about flat Earth.
Hello. Hello, Creed. Hello.
Salamu alaikum. Salamander.
Alaikum.
Alaikum Salamander. Warum redet niemand da?
Creed.
Oh god, the
One
crew
by
just
one.
rocked up.
Shut up.
Yeah, you guys need to control yourself a little bit. We're having a discussion here.
Ah, sorry,
Not
sorry.
guys,
Okay.
only Creed,
All right.
bro. Only Creed. I
Sorry.
don't know.
Just be cool, okay?
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, go on, nigga.
Oh. All right, I'm going to blame Creed for that one. So Creed's on mute now.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
All right, you're next. You're the second one on mute.
I really like what you said, DJ, about 500 or 600 years ago they started this thing, right? And then people didn't have the access to the kind of technology we have today. So I can understand why they were fooled and how it kind of was able to propagate down through the generations. But nowadays, when we have lasers, we have high-powered zoom cameras, there is really no reason to believe this crap anymore. Like the
Yeah,
bulb.
exactly. All right, so the Earth didn't. Okay, the idea that the Earth is a globe didn't take place because someone went out and actually measured Earth curvature. That's not how the globe Earth became a thing. Right? The globe Earth came into existence in people's imaginations due to philosophical reasoning. Okay, and inverting celestial coordinate systems into terrestrial coordinate systems. Not because anyone went out and empirically validated that the Earth is a sphere. All right, well, Malek, let us know if you have any more questions. If anyone else has any questions, jump in.
In the chat, logical observation, he wrote a text saying like the Earth is a flat and stationary plane with topography, not a heliocentric spinning globe fantasy hurtling 66,600 miles per hour through space. Hence, space doesn't exist. Like, what does he mean by that?
Yeah, so outer space, right, is claimed to be a vacuum, okay, and we're on the globe, and they tell us that the globe is spinning 1,040 miles per hour, and then it's also orbiting around the sun at 66.6 thousand miles per hour, and at the same time it's chasing the sun as the sun moves 480,000 miles per hour. Okay, so it's spinning at all of these crazy speeds and in different vectors through a big giant space vacuum. That's what they tell us. Okay, there's no empirical evidence for any of that. In fact, it violates natural gas law, like natural laws. That's what I was just explaining with outer space not being scientifically possible because it is a violation of these laws. You can't have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum with no container. Okay, you can't have balls of plasma gas, which they call suns and stars, right, inside a vacuum.
So what's the explanation here?
Well, the explanation is that the heliocentric model is a lie, and we live on a topographical plane. Okay, we have mountains and hills and valleys. Okay, and to have a large amount of water, you need to have a container. Okay, so the container would be the low spot in the land. That would be the lakes and ponds and oceans, seas. And the surface of the water is flat. Okay, testably, observably, flat. Hey, Des, you're hot micing. If you could put yourself on mute. Gotcha. Right, so we've been told from a young age that everything that we observe is false. Okay, we observe a flat stationary Earth, but they'll tell you that it's curving and it's moving. Okay, we'll observe the sun moving across the sky, but they'll say, no, the sun's not moving across the sky. You're on a ball that's spinning away from the sun, faster than the speed of sound. So basically, they've replaced people's common sense with a bunch of nonsense. And we have hundreds, if not thousands, of observations now that are impossible if the Earth were a globe, where we can see things in the distance that would not be able to be seen on a globe. There's plenty of examples in the side chat that people are posting right now. Okay, the one Drace AI just posted is an outstanding observation done in the United Kingdom by a guy named Dr. John Dee. Okay, can you see what Drace posted? Malik?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
I'm looking through it.
Okay, so have a look at just at what Drace posted. All right, so we have an observation here where Dr. John has set up his camera at the shoreline of the ocean, and he set the camera height to 1 meter above the surface of the water. Okay, in the distance, we can see a windmill farm out in the ocean. Okay, we know the distance to the windmill farm, and the windmills range from 8 miles up to 11 miles for the furthest windmill on the right-hand side. Okay, now on a globe, the horizon should be a certain distance away from the observer. Okay, and we can calculate the distance to where the horizon should be using the globe mathematics. All right, so just a second. All right, so on a globe, this is what the horizon should be. Okay, can you see the diagram I just posted?
Yeah.
All right, so a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet. And then it shows a picture on the side chat of a horizon. Right, notice that you can't see any more water past the horizon. Okay, that's the maximum distance that we can see the water. Now, based off a 1 meter observation height, the horizon should be at 2.3 miles. Right, here is a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so we've got the distance to the wind turbine, number 6, which is the one on the right-hand side. That's the furthest one away. Okay, 11.2 miles. And then we've got the eye height level at 1 meter, which is 3.5 feet high. Okay, so that tells us that the distance to the horizon on the globe should be 2.29 miles away. That's the maximum distance you should be able to see the water. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see any more water beyond that point. Okay, but in the observation, if you scroll up and have a look, we can actually see the water goes well beyond where the horizon line should be, and we can even see the water going way off into the distance beyond the 11.2 mile windmills. Okay, we can even see a little boat off in the distance, which is actually a very big boat, but that should be completely hidden behind the horizon. So the bottom of the windmill tower should be obstructed by 52 feet, which 52 feet, that's like a 5-story building, which is also 16 meters. Okay, so the bottom 16 meters of the windmill should be hidden behind the horizon. The horizon should be at 2.3 miles. Okay, but it's not. And there's 0 of the windmills hidden behind the horizon. Okay, the Earth curvature that would have to be there if gravity is real, if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, that horizon would have to be at that distance. And the bottom of the windmills would have to be hidden behind the horizon by a certain amount, which we've calculated. Okay, so this is what happens when we go out and make observations testing for the Earth curvature. It's not there. It's never there. It doesn't exist.
I see. Well, this is impressive research you guys did. Well, yeah, I bet you explained this like you said you had this conversation 1,000 times, DJ.
Yeah. I mean, we've been discussing this topic for years. And we have different observations. We have all sorts of different arguments as well. But I'm just trying to show you, a little bit, just to give you a general idea of what we mean when we talk about flat Earth. And that we actually have real world demonstrations where we actually test for the curvature. Now, this is the logic that you should take into consideration. If we can validate that there's no curvature on the surface of the Earth, okay, whatever's happening up in the sky is happening above a flat surface. Right? If I can measure the ground flat, right? Whatever's happening above the flat ground, it's not going to change the fact that we've measured the ground to be flat. Okay, so whatever's going on with the stars, whatever's going on with the celestial bodies, is happening above a flat surface. It's another interesting point is that aerospace engineers that build aircraft, okay, in all of their calculations in the design of the aircraft, they have to treat the Earth as flat and stationary.
Well, like, really? So
Yeah.
I mean, like, in order for it to like efficiently work, you mean like they have to calculate it, like to treat it as a flat surface? You mean?
Yep. They have to treat it as a flat and non-rotating surface. Right, and I'll put some citations in the side chat just quickly. So even NASA, right? Even NASA does that. Same with the FAA. Okay, any aerospace engineer will also tell you the same thing. We've had aerospace engineers in here, and we even have flat earthers that are ex-aerospace industry workers, and they'll tell you the same thing. But yeah, in the side chat, there's like a whole list of citations there from NASA, from the FAA, right? So you'll see FAA.gov. Okay, the observant reader will notice that the aircraft equations of motions were calculated assuming a flat Earth. Okay, and that's on page 62 of the PDF of the flight dynamics summary, and there's a bunch of other citations there from NASA, basically saying that they assume a stationary atmosphere over a flat Earth and a flat non-rotating Earth, and there's links to the official NASA documents, the official FAA documents. There's pilots that will also tell you the same thing. Logical Observations has just posted some more citations. 44 government documents that admit we live on a level and motionless plane Earth. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Okay, and there's also a lot of interviews with military pilots, commercial pilots that are flat earthers, right? That are explaining how they're trained to treat the Earth as flat and stationary in their training, in their pilot training. Interesting. It's called a plane, right? Plane, flying over a flat plane.
Wow. Okay. I will send you. Like, did you see that Red Bull commercial, that Jump Red Bull commercial?
If the Earth were actually this size, the International Space Station would be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface. Felix Baumgartner, he would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. You don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Right, so there's even Neil deGrasse Tyson debunking it.
Did I get disconnected? What happened? Am I quiet?
Here's a little clip of Richard Feynman supporting the second law demonstration earlier.
Well, there are the three laws of thermodynamics, very simply expressed. Now let us look at some examples of spontaneous changes and see how they are accounted for in terms of the second law of thermodynamics. We'll take the simplest first and look at changes where only the entropy changes. Now, one, perhaps the simplest of all of these, is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum. I have in one of these bulbs some bromine, and in the other I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy. So without the entropy concept, that would have been difficult to understand and difficult to account for.
I see now that this was a trap.
Good to see you, Drace.
Play a clip making me want to jump in. I jump in, play a clip, and then you dodge. Smart move.
Yeah.
I'll play another clip from Hostile Witness, Neil Disgrace Tyson on Jeff Bezos.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Well, yeah, say right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
Here's Don Petit telling us why they couldn't go back to the moon.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Malik, if you were listening to that, that was NASA astronaut Don Pettit, and they were asking how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon, right? And he was explaining how NASA destroyed the technology that they used to go to the moon, and that it would be a painful process to build it back again.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, if we went to the moon, like, how long ago was it? Like, for 60 or 70 years ago. It's crazy that
Then I have that
NASA didn't go, didn't go back.
Field, I think it is, Hatfield. This is a clip of him saying what the Earth looks like from the ISS.
To take pictures of it, it's just flat gorgeous to see.
And I got some with Buzz. Here's him on Conan, I think.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
And my last clip is an ex-CIA official who went on to become a judge and presiding over a trafficking case, had this to say.
When Alan Dulles brought in all the Nazi scientists and so forth, they went to two places. They went to CIA and they went to the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, which in our world we call it not a space agency.
And
as Kathy O'Brien has said so clearly, that's where the bulk of the mind control has been done.
Well, that's a wrap.
That's a great clip, actually.
That's one of my favorites. Even bothering to tell most of you, plebiscite citizen publicans that there's mind control at work. But I digress. Hey, Drace, your mic is a little soft. I can't hear you quite as well as your recordings. Anyway, the globe is fake. It's just a concept. You never lived on a globe. So, welcome, everybody. Any questions, comments, maybe even globe evidence that you'd like to provide? Please do so.
Hey, Malek, I like the one that you just shared. You're not Russian by any chance, are you?
No, I'm not Russian.
I'd like to hear someone that can speak Russian confirm that the translation in the video is correct. If anyone knows Russian, then that would be great. If you could.
It's correct.
Check.
I saw that video so many times.
Oh yeah, the translation's correct. Oh, okay. Good to know.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I do speak Russian if you want to confirm.
Yeah, well, Malek just posted a video. You know, sometimes people that hate flat earthers, they'll put out fake videos and try to sort of muddy the water and say, "Oh, flat earthers are putting out these fake videos." But yeah, that's good to have some confirmation that that's what was being said in the video.
Oh, I see. It's the Putin reaction video.
Yeah.
I'll take a listen.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, so they were just talking about how that picture looked fake, and they put it through the AI processes, and they look at the contrast and things like that, and they suspect that it's fake.
Yeah, okay. All right, thanks for that.
Sure.
We do have a lot of new people in the chat. Anybody who's here that would like to discuss the topic, please open your mic, ask a question, make a claim. We were invited here by one of the owners or managers of the server. We have our own Discord server, 24/7 Flat Earth 2.0. Yeah, we discuss the idea of the globe and the reality of the flat Earth that everybody lives on. So please feel free to open up. We'll talk about it.
Oh, guys. Oh.
Welcome. I think it's important that everybody know, those of you that are new, your elementary school teacher, your high school physics teacher, your college professor, they weren't lying to you necessarily. They are just misinformed. They got the same misinformation that you got. It's been propagated over decades, if not hundreds of years. So don't be mad at them.
Anybody got any ideas as to why they're lying?
On which, where is the line?
Say what?
Like, where's the line?
The lie?
Which line are you talking about? You know,
No, why are we being lied to about the globe?
oh, I think the you know what like Earth is going to destroy something. I'm not sure. You know,
The first thing that we would have to establish is who is lying. So in this case, who is lying?
me.
What are you lying about?
Line about like Earth is flat.
Oh, so you would be lying that the earth is flat. Okay. Why are you lying about it?
Because it's my belief. I heard this from my ancestors.
So your ancestors believed in what? Or told you what?
They believe on that Earth does not rotate around sun. It's sun rotate around the Earth. This is what I believe.
Is that a lie or is that just what you believe?
Both.
Okay. So you believe in a lie actively.
Is it a lie? How it's a lie?
You told me that it was.
No, it's not a lie. I thought you said it's a line. It's not a lie.
No, lie. L-I-E.
No, it's not a lie. Yeah, it's not a lie. This is what I believe. That's what we believe.
You believe that the sun rotates around the earth.
Yeah, Earth is still. Earth does not rotate. Earth does not move at all.
Okay. Well, we have evidence for that, so that's not a lie, right? We're talking about a lie. Wild Bill here asked why somebody was lying, and I'm curious who he thinks is lying.
Oh, okay. Now people are revealing their lies over here.
Who's lying? I would say the globalists.
Okay, well that's kind of ambiguous. What's a globalist, and who specifically are you talking about?
I think it's a Donald Trump, maybe.
I'm thinking it's the globe pushers, the globalists. Who are they? Yeah, I don't know. Good question.
It's definitely.
So if you go to elementary school, right, the fourth grade teacher, actually the kindergarten teacher, is going to tell you that the Earth is a spinning ball. Do you think that she's actively lying to you?
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Bill.
Okay.
No, I think she's continuing a lie that was told to her.
Okay. So it would be the people that are writing the curriculum that she is paid to teach, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be the state. And the state is a corporation that is created by another state, which is a corporation. So we have to figure out who the people are that created the lie and now are paying for it to be hoisted upon children.
So who wrote the textbooks? They're paid for them.
Well, the people that are paid to write the textbooks, another corporation. The problem with all this is that you always end up at a corporation somewhere along the line. Even the legal persona, which would be the individual, but that's still a corporation created by the state. So who's the state?
Good question.
Yeah. I don't think you'd be able to point to any individual, even a group of individuals that put forth this lie. However, we have people like George Lemaitre, who is or was a Jesuit priest.
Yeah.
A Catholic, right? And he gave us the idea of the Big Bang. But that's just a theory. In fact, it's not even a scientific theory, it's just a colloquial theory. He just imagined something, and then apparently it made it into a textbook. So is George Lemaitre lying, or did he just put forth an idea and somebody decided that it was a good idea, and so they ran with it?
I think he's definitely lying.
Okay. So if somebody has an idea and they put it forth and somebody else adopts it as their doctrine or their, fact, I don't know if I could call George Lemaitre a liar. I think he's just a thinker.
Yeah, I tend to agree that the globe is more of a mistake than a deception. It is Speculation Sunday, so just going to throw that out there.
Or he's trying to cover something up.
Yeah, maybe. I think most people, when it says like, like people are lying about the shape of the earth, I think that most people aren't lying about it. I think that they just generally believe it and they're just repeating information that they got told and they never tested the earth. They probably never questioned if it's a globe or not. They just got taught it's a fact since they were young children. And then it got reinforced throughout their education system. And the same thing happened to their parents and their professors and the professors before them and so on, dating back to 500 or 600 years ago.
Is it suspicious or coincidence that a lot of these ideas come from secret society, occult type members?
Yeah, and yeah, it is interesting, man. Even dating back to what mainstream history claims as the first person to suggest the sphere was literally a cult leader named Pythagoras.
Interesting. Good point.
Yeah, yep. And so the cult of Pythagoras, right, that's kind of crazy as well. Most people think of Pythagoras as a mathematician, a man of logic and science and reason and that kind of thing. Some really smart guy. That's kind of how he's presented in the education system, but that's absolutely not the case, right? The guy, if he existed the way that we're taught, was batshit crazy. And so were his followers. And he was the first person to suggest that the Earth's a globe. And that was through philosophical reasoning and through his crazy, wacky ideas that they basically they worshipped numbers and they worshipped shapes, and they thought that spheres are the perfect shape. And basically, long before anyone even suggested that the Earth is a globe, right, the ancient cultures had what was called the celestial sphere. Right, the ancient Greeks, the ancient Egyptians, the Babylonians, the early Indians, they all basically described the sky as like a big celestial sphere, a big dome, where the stars were basically fixed to the interior of, or shining through the interior, and that was before even anyone even suggested that the Earth's a globe. And then later on, people like Pythagoras and Plato and Aristotle, right, they took that celestial sphere and kind of imposed it onto the Earth itself. And they thought because the heavens are a perfect sphere, the Earth must also be a perfect sphere because it's the most perfect shape. It's not because they went out and measured it or did anything empirical to test it. It was just through like philosophical reasoning, that kind of thing. And then over time, the celestial sphere was inverted into this terrestrial sphere, and that's essentially where the celestial coordinate system comes from, which is basically what the globe is. It's an inverted celestial coordinate system. It's kind of inverted into a terrestrial coordinate system. And that's what all the map projections basically are. spread out versions of that terrestrial coordinate system, which is now called the WGS-84. And then there was a huge gap. You know, I don't quite believe in the mainstream historical timeline, but these ancient Greeks that I was just talking about, right? It didn't become common knowledge, and everyone wasn't like, oh, okay, these people said the Ursa globe, therefore the Ursa globe, and everyone now believes the Ursa globe. Right? About 1,000 years passed, or something like that. Right? A huge amount of time passed before it even was suggested to be a mainstream theory or whatever that the Ursa globe. Right? It wasn't until Copernicus and that sort of time period. What was it, like 500-600 years ago or something like that, where it actually started to become pushed throughout the world into the mainstream education system everywhere by the Roman Catholics, the Jesuits, that basically went around everywhere pushing it.
It was still massively unpopular. 60 years after Copernicus' theory was circulated within academic circles, there was only 15 astronomers in all of Europe that espoused that garbage.
All right, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Are there any descendants of those organizations that are maybe gatekeeping those hidden truths?
Well, if you follow the globe religion, where it came from, you find the story of Pythagoras, and then you find that cult got dismantled by the public when it got discovered, and they got killed, many of them, and so the rest of them fled and spread to the rest of Greece, and they became more secretive, and so you had a bunch of schools of thought open up all over Greece, which had the same structure, except they had now created like an open.
Why are you the only guy talking here? Everybody else is muted. What is this?
You just interrupted someone that was talking, dude. Trace was talking.
Yeah, why was he the only person talking here? He added nothing.
Yeah, one person talks at a time, dumbass. Yeah. Please continue, man.
But it basically made it so that these schools of thought recruited from the more affluent part of society, and this is where pederasty comes in, and where they created like a mentorship relationship with the students, and only those students that were raised by them personally were allowed to be inducted into the greater secrets, which involved the Pythagorean cult teachings. And so we today get a lot of these books from these cultists, and we get like shown like, oh, great thinkers of the old all believed in the earth being a globe. But you're looking at like the secret documents that have been copied throughout the ages by the cult. Like that's a big part of why a lot of knowledge gets lost, is because it's memory hold. Like certain text only lasts so long, it can be destroyed very easily, and what text gets copied and preserved is selected by the victor or whoever holds control, and so this cultist element has been worming its way throughout history, and the globe is kind of their secret doctrine, or was their secret doctrine, until like it wormed its way all around the world, and then they spread that doctrine to the world as like, oh, this is how it is, and now everybody is a part of our cult. Or at least that's how I see it.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, when I researched it, that was basically the conclusion I came to as well. It's even interesting looking into historians, mathematical historians from universities like Cambridge, for example. They'll tell you that the Greeks loved inventing these mythical characters like Eratosthenes and Pythagoras, and that there's really not a lot of evidence that these people even existed the way that they're credited or the way that they're portrayed to have existed. And even some of them even suggest that there's no evidence at all that Pythagoras even suggested that the Earth is a globe at all.
Yeah.
And whether it even existed in the first place.
Yeah, it's just like with Aristophanes. There's no primary document of him doing anything, and the accounts talking about it have varying accounts. Some of them have a well, some of them have obelisks or pillars, and so or sticks. It's constantly changing because this was a story told like by people who believe in this within their cult. Because you can see it if you look at the history of it. The general public was religious, and if you look at the world view of those religions back then were uniformly flat earth religions, like all of the ancient religions, because that's how we all experience the world. We experience it as flat. So that was the base axiom, and all of the religions have that axiom within it, so they appear true to the general public, and so the general public just accepted the religions. Meanwhile, the elite aristocracy had a separate religion. We're special, we're different from you, we believe the earth is a globe, you don't, you plebs. But then come a little bit of technology, we got telescopes, we got, we're starting to understand optics better, and oops, the globe isn't true. We've debunked the false proofs that the half-naked Greeks came up with from not understanding optics at all. And so I guess we should like spread this belief we've spent 2,000 years cultivating within our cult to the general public and look like geniuses, and then they will give us all this power because we're geniuses who created all this stuff. And so power and money, of course. But money is kind of it's to a general public. It's important to the elite. It's not as important. It's more important that we don't have enough, that rather than how much they have. Because with the banking system, it's very easy to make money if you have a lot of money. But if you have very little money, you're very easy to control.
Yeah, money is just an exchange for your time of work, right?
Yeah. And if you're too busy, because you have to work so much that you can't actually think things through, you can't learn things, you can't actually figure out who's lying to you, who do you trust in the situation. So you have to just go by your gut instinct. You have to just go by what the group is going by, and that's so much easier to manipulate when you don't have enough information. An informed public is the hardest to manipulate, and so that's why if you're an elite, if you are very rich, you would rather have many poor people, because then those people will just fight within their own poor people problems, and you don't have to worry about it. They don't have the capital to rise up against you.
So could the globe lie be tied somehow to the finance banking mechanism, or perhaps the globalists tied to both?
I don't know. I don't know what the connection is to the banking system, if any, other than like the people who put in public education are tightly connected to the banking system. It's one giant cabal.
Yeah, with the globe thing, you just got to remember that everything is from an observer-centric position, and you're looking at it through perspective. So when they talk about like everything in the sky, it's all observer-centric perspective. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. The shape of the Earth would be measured drop over distance.
Yeah, you can think of the globe as more of a one-world religion, a unifying perspective that they could try to convince the world of because of how the sky appears.
But tied in with the banking system? No. What they did was they convinced everybody that, money was a placeholder for this service, for that service, this good, that good. And then before you know it, you're over inundated with all of the resources that money can supposedly purchase. And then once you get used to that and you're no longer growing your own resources, now they can devalue the currency and make it harder for you to you have to work more.
Well, the space agencies certainly, or the top of them anyway, certainly know their line. So who's in charge of them, or are they in charge of everything?
Think of it like this, right? Think of them also as your peers, but they're getting supplemented on the back end. Hey, here's a few extra $1,000 to speak this narrative. Now, it's not hurting you. It's not hurting anybody in your family. So they're just going to take the money and run with it because nothing was going to come of it anyway.
The banking system is a means to an end. So most people these days won't do anything unless there's money involved. And so if you create an arbitrary, medium of exchange and then you control it, you can essentially control the people. That's why Lord Rothschild said, give me control over a nation's money supply and I care not who makes its laws.
Yeah, I think if we could have clearer minds via cleaner eating, maybe people could start thinking a little more clearly and critically.
Man, I used to think that, but what I've noticed is that never mind the fluoride, never mind the food. You've got, lab rats called citizens of whatever nation state they create who are quite content with what they receive and are also very content with the paradigm that they've been offered. They're actually very attached to it in an emotional way, even in a spiritual way. So the food and the fluoride don't have as much to do with people's biases. So this is usually a preferred position. The people that we talk to in here, you can show them exactly how the earth measures to be. You can even ask them to go out and prove it to themselves within reality. And they're much more comfortable operating within the paradigm that exists within their mental and emotional state rather than reality. So they prefer, as far as I can tell, they prefer the paradigm that is purely conceptual rather than the reality. I don't think food has anything to do with that.
Yeah, I definitely think it's multifactorial. There's a lot of factors going on. I mean, yeah, you've got to snap them out of the slumber. Maybe a good way to put it is you see the things people buy on the shelf, that they're putting in their mouth. They're not thinking critically, and maybe it's just more someone who's thinking critically about their food. Maybe that will open the gate to start thinking and questioning other rules or assumptions they've been living by.
Yeah, I got to tell you, over the last, 20 years, there has been a huge explosion in the knowledge for the average consumer about what it is that they're eating. So people know, in fact, they made, even in the United States, I know that Europe is this way, where they make it a point to educate and disclose what is in the products that they're buying in the supermarket. So you can take the box of Lucky Charms and you can see that there are several chemical compounds that are not very good for you, and they're published on there for you to see. And the people go, well, I get that, but Lucky Charms are damn good tasting. So I'm going to ignore the risk and still consume the product that ultimately is not good for me. I think people are very comfortable with their decisions. I think they're making a judgment call. Okay, well, this food's not good for me, but it tastes good, so I'm going to do it anyway. And then also there's ignorance is bliss, where they just are not going to read the package. So if people don't read the fine print, if they don't care about the consequences of the choices that they make, then who's at fault other than the people that make the choice?
Well, that's it, right? They're like, oh, well, I know it's bad for me, but what else is there?
Right. So I also think that people instinctively understand, like they'll look at the products that they have available to them and they will say, okay, well, if I know it's bad for me, the alternative is I'm going to grow my own food. I don't want to go through that kind of hassle, so I'm going to just do what's convenient. It still tastes good. Yeah, it might kill me, but I'm not going through all that trouble. Still a decision is being made.
I would be interested to see maybe some kind of study, like, the way the food is branded and marketed, and the all the ease with which they can sell the chemicals because it's in tiny little letters on the back, and you see the leprechaun on the front with the rainbow. Be interested to see a study like where instead of all the colorful language, it was just black and white ingredients listed, and everything was just in a white box. I wonder if that would influence at all. If all it had was the ingredients on the front of the box and in big letters. But once they're caught with the flavor, I mean, yes, it becomes addictive to a lot of people, and they don't want to go through the pain of withdrawing.
Why is this whole server muted?
Pondering the meaning of life.
What? Why is this whole server muted?
Why are there so many thumb globers in the world?
Good question. Yeah, I would say the reason everybody's muted in here is because we've already established that the Earth is flat, and there's nobody to rebut us, and so we're just kind of hanging out in silence, enjoying the victory.
Is this really live?
Oh yes, it's live. I think we have at least one stream going, maybe two. So you're on YouTube, my friend. Welcome.
Yeah, what is the channel name?
24/7. Oh, well, just click on the bot and it'll show you the YouTube channel you can go to.
We're like playing eFootball.
eFootball?
Yeah, someone's playing eFootball.
Okay. You think you live on a ball, my friend? Like a football? Do you think that you live? You don't know?
It isn't live.
It isn't live?
No, it isn't.
Okay. Well, I guess you're not live on YouTube then. Either way, do you think you live on a football?
Why, what is this question?
A sphere, a ball Earth, you know. The globe, do you think you live on a globe?
Yes.
Why?
What?
Why?
Oh, why?
Mm-hmm.
Because who's so dumb to believe that the Earth is like not a ball or something?
Well, I didn't ask you why you can't believe the alternative.
Why should it be flat?
Friend, the question that I asked you is, yeah, bro, relax. Why do you think that you live on a ball?
I don't know, because it makes sense.
So if the Earth is not curving, does it make sense that you live on a ball?
I don't know.
Okay, so the Earth is not curving measurably. Everybody in the world, even your experience, tells you that the Earth is not curving anywhere. So you tell me why it makes sense that something is measured flat, but it makes sense that it's a ball.
But why do you think the world is flat?
I just told you. Everybody measures it and experiences it that way.
Yeah, but does it really make sense that we wouldn't have oxygen and it would be flat? Don't you know it?
Holy cow! What does oxygen have to do with flatness? Please tell me.
What and where will be the gravity?
What's gravity?
Oh my god!
Yeah, I know.
I think. Oh my god!
Friend, can you tell me what it is?
Oh, maybe. Wait. It's an invisible force of attraction, bro.
Invisible force of attraction. Okay, can you prove it to me?
Get your wallet and drop it.
Okay, I dropped it into some water and now it's floating on the surface of the water.
Oh my god. Are you trying to rage bait me?
No, I think you're just becoming enraged because you understand buoyancy.
No, how?
How? Well, the wallet floats on the surface of the water. It's less dense.
It doesn't
Gee whiz, man. It's crazy. Hey, bro, you asked me a question. I'm trying to answer you, and now you're talking over me. Are all globers this rude?
Someone send me a message, gravity, or something logical.
Logical? Oh, yeah. So you tell me logically where you would experience or
observation. Some logical observation, send me a message.
Dude, that's non sequitur. Logical observation. Typically, logic has to do with consistency within ideas. You're asking for empiricism. You're going to have to learn the difference. Maybe this discussion is a little too advanced for you. Yeah? You don't quite understand what it is that you believe?
I have class. I don't understand much.
Okay. Well, then maybe you should just listen instead of going, oh my God.
How old are you?
Older than you.
Okay.
Yeah. So has anybody proven to you gravity? Have they given you an experiment that gravity is the independent variable causing things? Has anybody done that for you?
What does it mean?
Independent variable, like in a scientific experiment where you're trying to find the cause of an effect. Gravity would be the thing that causes the effect that you see.
What?
Yeah, this is way too advanced for you, bro. If you can't understand what I'm telling you, just sit down, relax.
Says who just is like, yeah, screw this. I'm gonna go do something else. I feel sorry for him having to talk to Pigeon on theft. Pigeon theft. Pig on theft. Piggy on theft.
Oh, my name is not Piggy.
I'm gonna call you Piggy.
Who said that? No, this server is just rage. Straight up rage bait.
Not really. Wow. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Stop it. Get some help.
Hello. Why is everyone here muted, guys?
We were waiting for you to say something. So what's up, my friend? Did you know the Earth is flat? Oh, he laughed.
My record is almost, my latest record is almost complete. And since nobody's speaking, I'll play you one song before I go off and play with Karma.
Yeah, this is no belief. This is you coming calm when you start to shake. This soon as we don't fit the frame you bake. This don't we play dumb? Don't we play nice? This none of my phone bed and the sky won't lie. This you debated circles, cross to perform, but panic hits on the matter don't conform. Call it a game, we'll start to lose. But when I hit for points, we're here for proof. Test. You keep asking what we believe. Test. We keep asking what you can see. Test. You argue tone, you argue names, or reality goes you plain. Test. Go look, we don't need belief. Did I get some faith? Go outside, magic check the place. You're not fighting us, you're fighting what's daily added. We say goodbye, you say good bait. That's why you lose with a straight face. Seen the scripts, we know the plays. We get the experts mock, then break. We don't understand, you just deny. But we heard it all 1,000 times. Soon as we say go test the result, you feel attacked by your shell. Cause if it's true, we won't collapse. And if it's not, that's why you're mad. You think we're here to win a fight? We're here to see if claims and buy. If truth don't care who speaks the best, it only shows up when you jazz. Test it, we don't need belief. Test it, never ask for free. Test it, just instruments spin in space. Test it, taste it. You're not fighting us, you're fighting what's the reality. We say goodbye, you say good baby. That's why you lose with a trade fade.
And I'm not gonna play all the songs. I'll just give you a preview and then dip. I don't wanna annoy people who don't like music.
Bombastic. Show.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Welcome. In the beginning, the universe was created. This made a lot of people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move.
What's happening? Not much, eh? From 1 million miles away. Wow, that's one heck of a freaking camera. Hey? What sort of camera they got on that thing that can get that much detail from 1 million miles away? Huh? Bullshit.
What? Why you all muted?
What do you know?
I just joined in. I don't know the rules or anything.
You don't know what?
I don't know the rules.
Roles?
Rules.
Rules?
Yeah.
Rules. Just follow Discord TOS and you should be good.
Yeah, but I don't know it about this what it's called the room.
Flat Earth. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talk about the Earth. Yeah.
Okay, why are you all quiet?
Well, I guess nobody's got anything to say at the moment.
So we just
us.
sit there and chill.
I guess so, until conversation starts and people might want to join in.
Okay, so what is it about? About flat Earth?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, bro, it's round. That discussion was over many years ago.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why's that?
It's quite simple, really. You can look at the moon. Is it round or is it flat?
But that's not the Earth. That's the moon. That's not
So
Earth.
why do you think that the Earth should be flat and the moon should not be flat? What the fuck, man?
Well, how the heck would I know?
I mean, look at the sun. The sun. Why would the sun be flat and the Earth? I mean, round and the Earth will be flat. Why is the Earth the only flat object in the universe? What the fuck, man?
Who says Earth is an object?
It's a stone. It's a planet. It's anything, whatever you want to call
Well,
it.
who says it's a planet? How do you know it's a planet?
Because we live on it, man.
Yeah, we live on it. That doesn't mean it's a planet. Does anybody live on planets? Does anybody that you know of live on planets?
Yeah, you motherfucker. I'm sorry.
No.
But you.
So this is the only planet that people live on.
No,
Why
I
is it
don't
so
know, maybe-
different? Why
maybe
isn't there
there is
people
a-
on Mars?
Because of the atmosphere.
No, it's different, right? You're asking us why Earth's different to those other things in the sky, and then you're telling me how it's different.
I mean, I told you how. Huh? So do you?
It's different,
do you-
right?
So you mean that because it's different and we live on it, it's flat?
No, never said that.
Okay, I can
But you
say
were-
I can say that. Wait.
You were
I
trying
can
to say,
that
well,
the
why
Earth
is it the only
triangle-
flat thing,
triangle.
right? Well, why is it the only place that people live then? Why is it
Because
the only
it's
place with
habitable.
oceans on it? Why is it the only place with trees on it?
Who says it's the only planet in the universe? It's the only planet in our galaxy because we look.
Well,
we saw.
I'll tell you, it's not a planet, and that we're not in a universe
what
like
is- what it is?
you think we are. It's a plane. It's the floor that we live on. The floor.
Huh?
It's the floor. We're not a disc
Bro,
in space.
are you being
We don't
serious
think-
or just?
No, I'm being serious. I'm being serious. We're not in the type of universe that you think where we're on a planet in outer space, right? That's not what it is.
Where we are?
On Earth.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Earth's Earth. It's not planet. Planets aren't
okay,
worlds.
what's the definition of Earth? What's the definition of it? Is it a planet? Is it a sphere? Is it what the definition? It's a plane?
It's a plane. That's what I'd tell you. It's a plane. Yeah. That extends indefinitely. I've got no idea of its size or shape, how far it goes. I just know that the water's flat. The surface of the water's flat. Unlike that picture in the side chat. It shows curving oceans. Yeah, the oceans. Yeah, the oceans aren't curving. That's not Earth. That's a false image.
Okay, bro. Why are mountains not flat also?
Why are they not flat? They stick up out of the water.
So, why are they not flat?
You mean why?
Why? You say the Earth is flat because the ocean is flat. Okay, why is
Yeah.
the mountains not flat?
Because it's dirt. it's dirt and rock. It's solid.
طيب,
It's not
okay, it's
liquid.
water, man. The water is liquid. If you put water in your glass, will it be flat or will it be round?
It'll be flat.
خلاص. Okay, if you put it in a sphere, in like ايش اسمه ده? In like a balloon, would it be still flat?
No, that's a container. It'll fill the volume.
It takes whatever shape it's on, right?
It takes the shape of its container, and its surface is a free surface that sits horizontally.
Listen,
So
bro,
if the bottom of the container, right? Just say you have a fish tank, but the bottom of the fish tank is curving. The surface of the water that you put in it will not curve. It'll just be flat.
Okay, bro. So because I'm not very good in English, I can't have a good debate with you. So you win.
Oh, it doesn't have to be. No, it doesn't have to be a debate. Just a discussion.
Yeah, I know. No. I'm not mad or anything. I just my English is not very good enough for discussion or anything or a debate.
No. We understand. We understand that, like the Earth's been presented to us as if it's a globe, right? And they show us like these pretty pictures, of the big blue ball, right, with water, ocean stuck to the outside of it, right, and the surface is curving. And they say that's because of gravity, right? Gravity's making all the water stay to the surface of the Earth, right? The problem is, right, if that's the case, well, then when we go to like a large lake, right, we'd look across it and we wouldn't be able to see so far because they've told us how big the ball is. They say it's got a circumference of 40,000 kilometers. So that means that over the surface of, say, a 20-mile lake, there'll be a horizon at about 3 miles, and then, after 20 miles, there'll be a drop of curvature of about 260 feet. But when we go to large lakes and look across the water, we just see clear to the other side. We can shine lasers across the water, and it just reaches the other side.
Does it matter if the Earth is flat or round or whatever shape it is?
Does it matter? Well, in some ways it might, in some ways it won't. I mean, it's not going to make any difference to how you operate and function on Earth because you already just treat it like it's flat and motionless, right? But that might make you think about other things, like it might make you ask questions like, well, okay, why are they saying it's a globe? What made them think it's a globe in the first place? Why are people lying and showing photos of Earth from space that can't be true? And these sort of questions can arise. Right?
I mean, why would they lie?
Who knows? Who knows? They could just be simply lying about their ability to go to space, right? And they want people to think that they're going to space and spending their money wisely, and they're all mighty and all powerful and investigating the mysteries and the secrets of the universe when they're not really doing any of that.
Or what?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Any space agency.
Didn't NASA go to the moon? So why would they lie about Earth?
They claim that's their claim.
They want. Yeah, I know.
They
so why
said
would they lie
did.
about Earth?
Why would they lie about it? Well,
why didn't they lie to say that it's flat? Why did they?
Well, because everybody already thought it was a globe, so they're not going to go up in. They're not going to pretend to go to space and then show pictures of a flat Earth because everybody already thought it was a globe. They have to show people what they expect to see, right? If they want it to be believable. If listen, everybody, or like in the 60s, okay, everybody, you go to school, they teach you Earth's a globe, it spins around and it's in space and it goes around the sun, right? This is what they were teaching kids in school before they went to the moon, right? So if they're going to pretend to go to the moon, what are they going to show people? What they expect to see? Or something different?
Okay, bro. I'm sorry, I was in the kitchen. Listen, you said that maybe they are lying because they want people to believe that the Earth is round to pay money and pay for more investigation.
No, not to believe the Earth is round. To believe that they went to space.
Oh, okay. You now you're in my territory, man. So why? I mean, it's more intriguing if you said that the Earth is flat. That will make more people want to go to space and see it and pay more money, right?
No, people wouldn't believe them. They already, because everybody already believed it was a ball.
Okay. They won't believe them, so they want to see themselves.
Yeah.
So they will pay extra money to go and see it for themselves, right?
No, they don't let people do that.
No.
They don't let the commoners go.
Okay,
go
but that's what you said. You said that the people they lie to people to make them pay and go and see, but they don't let them see. Why? Because the Earth is flat.
No, because you can't go there. They're not really going anywhere. They're not going into space.
Yeah,
space doesn't exist. Outer
on,
space,
man. No.
outer space is fake.
I mean,
yeah,
we went from the Earth is flat to the outer space is fake. I mean, the stars, the sun, the moon, where are they at?
Outer space was not discovered. Outer space was made up, invented, written on paper. No man has discovered it.
But
no man. Listen, no man has discovered outer space.
So it was invented. It's not real.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, on paper.
Okay.
Written.
So, okay, let me finish, please. So when you go and lay down in some field away from the lights and everything, what do you see in the sky?
Light. Lights. Yeah.
Light. Okay.
Stars.
Where are those,
the moon.
those lights?
I don't know.
So you don't know. So they answered you. They said it was in space, man. And that's
a cool story. What do I have to believe it?
No, you don't have to.
There you go. Yeah, they got to show me some proof.
But I mean, you're trying to
convince
other people
phenomena.
that believe in this
Hello.
thing.
I wanted to reply to your question. You keep galloping. You asked a question. I'm trying to say, what you see as the luminaries is observable phenomena, right? And now you have everybody observing the same thing, the phenomena, but you have different minds making different ideas of what that is and what is the cause of the phenomena. So you have a story. Some people say those are our ancestors from the past looking down on us, right? That's one idea. Other people say that is gas giants trillions of miles away, right? 1,000, 10,000, a million times bigger than the Earth, right? That's another idea. And then I can say that's just a light show from the Creator. The Creator made a light show for you to look with your God-given eyes. That's another idea, right? But who's correct? Because nobody can go up there and check and verify.
Okay, so what if you go and check and verify for us?
You can't. Can you?
You can't, right? You can't.
Nobody can.
But maybe somebody else can.
Nobody can.
Do you have the proof that nobody can go to space? Do you have the proof?
How can people leave reality and go to a fantasy place? People cannot do that.
Oh man!
Sorry to tell you.
Man. No. Okay.
This reality that you know, every man that you ever met, every woman that you ever met, they've been in this reality. They haven't been out there to the place that you're asking me
So the
to
space
go.
became a different reality. Come on, man! It's just space, bro. We're not in the Matrix, man. Now you're gonna say we are in the Matrix
Listen,
and we are trapped
listen,
with robots and come on.
Okay,
That's fantasy,
because
man.
you have in your mind the idea that people can go to this violation of natural law, and like in the movies, like in Star Wars, they get in a spaceship, and they leave the Earth. That's not reality, dude.
I mean, it's fantasy for now, but maybe in the future, we don't know.
Oh, maybe in the future, fantasy will be real.
I mean, some of it was. I mean, like you can say, like electricity. Electricity was magic in the old times. If you go back in time and saw them electricity, they will say, "Oh, magic," and they will burn you. صح ولا لا? Right or wrong?
Wrong.
But now electricity is something very normal between us. I mean, fire. If you when you go back in time to the dinosaur age, when you go to the first human and show him and show him a fire, he will say this is magic. But now fire is a normal thing.
Bro, you really think that people are like that? There's no evidence to suggest that there was ever any humans that would have been fascinated by fire and thought it was magic.
Okay. Listen, everything is true until proven otherwise. I mean, if I say right now that I can fly, you have to believe me until you see otherwise. If I came to you and didn't,
No, I don't. I don't have to believe you.
I mean,
I don't have to
that's
believe you.
the reality of things, man.
No, it's not. Hey, listen.
You can't prove me wrong. You can't prove me wrong.
The spaghetti monster lives under my house, but only I can see
I don't
him.
know.
Right? Yeah. No. You have to believe me.
I believe you, but if I mean, I don't believe you. I mean, I don't believe you, man. But if I seen it, I will believe you. But if I didn't see it,
No, only I can see it. Only I can see it.
okay, so I don't fucking believe you, man.
Yeah, well, why do you believe NASA? Only they can go to space.
I don't believe NASA, man. I mean, I don't believe that they went to the moon, but I believe everything else they say.
Why? So they only lied about that, and they're
Bro, because I seen it in my own eyes. You say
they're still lying
there
about
is no
it.
space. What do I see when I look at the sky, man? Do I not see stars, sun, moon? What do you mean? Do you mean that the moon and the sun, everything is in Earth, or what?
Is that what you're saying, Tito? Everything is in Earth? Are those the words that came out of your mouth?
Well, for all intents and purposes, you may as well say that.
English,
But I can't make any definitive claim as to where the things in the sky are exactly, what sort of medium they exist within, whether they're within this system or not. I know that the sun's light has an effect on this system, right? It generates light and heat, which affects the system we live in. But whether or not that light source and that heat source is within this system, inside a closed system, or whether it's outside the closed system where its energy can still pass through and leave, right? I don't know. And I can't tell you exactly what the sun is. I can't.
Okay, you can't.
I haven't been there.
You can prove it because you didn't see it or you didn't go there. So other people did and told you the answer, but you wouldn't accept it.
People went to
That's
the
the problem.
sun? What are you talking about? Who went
Not
to the sun and
man.
checked it?
Not the sun, man. Come on, I mean space.
Space?
Yeah.
You think people can go to a place that doesn't exist still?
What do you mean it doesn't exist? I mean, I'm seeing it with my own
Okay,
eyes.
you
If I
know-
look
you
at
know-
the
you know
sky,
how
I
you bring-
see,
you know-
I see a lot of stuff.
No, man, look.
If you want to
you
name
know
it
how-
another thing, it's okay. You can name it chicken. It's okay.
People, you know
doesn't
what
matter.
happened? People go very high up and then they come down. That's it.
Okay.
That's the only place that people go. People don't go to outer space. People stay inside of contained capsule or whatever. They go high up and they come back down. They never went to outer space.
I mean, no, I don't believe that.
Okay, show me the example that people went to outer space. And please,
I mean, YouTube. You can go and ask ChatGPT, YouTube, anything. I don't have the proof with me right now.
you know you're breathing air, right? The air that you're breathing.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's gas pressure, and gas pressure requires a contained environment. How can these people break out of the contained environment and you still breathing air?
Just as the meteors came down from up, from up there.
The meteors?
How did the meteors. How
What-
did they
what
come
meteors?
down to Earth? Oh, you didn't see any meteor in real life. Okay.
No, that's not. I've seen the sporadic meteor. What we call, listen, shooting stars are not rocks as big as Texas. No, that's only in the movies, in the cartoons. That's
Of
not
course,
reality.
we didn't see anything like this until now.
Okay, so sporadic meteors, even sporadic meteors, that phenomena that you're talking about, that debunks the globe. Why? Because this phenomena happens in cycles, like clockwork, like the other luminaries, showing that there is some type of design. The sporadic meteor complex shows you the design of the clock of the sky. It happens in a timely manner, in cycles, just like the other lights, the hands of the clock. Gears within gears. It cannot happen just by a random accident of nonsensical.
Bro, طب okay, let us change
Low
the
ideas.
subject. Do you believe in afterlife or anything?
That's not the topic, afterlife.
I know. But do you believe in afterlife?
Yeah, death is afterlife. You live and then you die.
No. Not death. I mean afterlife. After death.
Well, I don't know. I'm gonna have to find out after we die, huh?
Okay, but how are you gonna tell us?
Listen, bro. If I'm still alive after I'm dead, then I didn't die.
Yeah.
Sure, طيب, okay. Do you believe in afterlife? Just answer the question, yes or no.
Life after life. That's a bit weird. That's like a paradox.
No, life after death, not life after life.
Oh yeah, life after death. Yeah. Plant. You know.
Life after death. But that means I didn't die. I'm still alive.
Okay, brother, you didn't die. You died and you went back to being alive. Do you
Like
believe in that?
resurrection, like Jesus Christ. So you're saying like
resurrection.
Jesus? Like
Oh,
Jesus?
yeah, like Jesus. No,
Well,
not resurrection, and not being revived in the same plane or planet or whatever you call Earth. Afterlife, like hell and paradise.
Heaven. Going
Or
to heaven.
Okay, do you believe in heaven
Oh,
and hell and all sort of stuff?
Well, I mean, there is an observation of a structure at the center of rotation of the sky, and that looks like described in scripture as the God's heavenly tabernacle, the city of God up in heaven, that is as wide and long as it is high. And it looks like a pyramid at the center of the sky, where all the luminaries revolve around. So if you go based in scripture, and what it talks about New Jerusalem or the city of God up in heaven, there's a silhouette of such a thing observable up in the sky. But is that heaven? Is that what it is? I mean, that's a good question. You're gonna have to ask God to give you that revelation. Maybe the books are the revelation.
God talks about heaven in books of Islam and Bible. So,
and
but we cannot tell where heaven is or hell is because we don't have this information, and we shouldn't have it because if we know where heaven is, we're gonna try to go to it.
Can you give me one?
That's what I was trying to tell you.
It tells us.
I was making a point though that so that's what I'm trying to tell you, that with the observation of the sky with opticals, it is observable what people describe as heaven, the God's heavenly tabernacle. It is observable with opticals.
Yeah, but God has ultimate power. We don't know if this is the only
hang on,
universe
Witcher.
that
I
we
want to
have.
address something else you said about not knowing where heaven is. But it tells us, if we were to trust the scripture, it tells us that heaven is above us. So that is where it is.
Above where?
That's what I'm telling you. It's observable.
Above the earth.
Above could be anything. Above? No, not above the earth.
No, it
above
doesn't have
could
to be above the
anywhere.
earth.
Above in a different universe, maybe. We don't know.
No.
Okay, guys, can I ask something? I just had to ask you the question so I can tell you something. So you told me that you believe in the afterlife, hell, paradise, anything.
You're the one saying that, dude. You're the one bringing that up.
Okay.
What we're telling you is that there is observations in the physical and natural world that we can talk about and we can describe with words, but what it is and what is the cause of the effect, there's a lot of unknowns, and you're trying to portray that we're trying to tell you that we know what's happening.
I'm just trying
this
to
stuff.
tell you something, but you wouldn't listen.
No, you just keep galloping, and the other guy was bringing a point, and you're just trying to go again with putting words in our mouths.
What? Bro,
you said that you believe in afterlife and you believe in hell and heaven and this and
bro,
you're
you
the one
didn't say
saying
yes
that.
or no. You said what did you say? You said entire book to me. Yes or no only. I didn't understand half what you said, man.
Just mute yourself before I mute you if you're gonna keep doing this.
What the fuck? Bro, what the fuck do you want, man?
The other
Fuck off,
guy.
bitch.
The other guy. The other guy. Freaking annoying.
I agree with you.
He's not
when some
listening
people
to
are
anything
trying
is
to-
being said. He's not listening to anything is
Yeah,
being said. So
that's all right.
Hello?
Hey, did you fix
Hello, guys. What?
hello, can you get the mic out of your mouth?
What the hell? Who's talking?
Someone has the mic in their mouth or something. I don't know what is happening.
That's just crazy. So we don't know if Earth is flat or not, guys. Who approved it? Who has the scientific or whatever approved behind it?
Flat is an orientation of a horizontal frame of reference that it's an axiomatic reference of the world that we live in and travel across. So flat, horizontal, level, that's measurable. We use the earth practically as flat and stationary as well.
Flat and stationary?
Flat, horizontal, level, the level of
Yeah, of
something.
course,
Like
of course,
you do
of course.
one level, the first floor of a house, you establish the water level based on the sea level, right? So that sea level, you bring it, let's say, up in the mountain, 1,000 miles away from the sea, and that horizontal that you established on for the first brick. So at the end of the day, you can put the last brick. Then you can put the table, and then you can put the water, cup of water on top, and then you go to the second floor of the building and the third floor, and all those levels are parallel to the level of the sea, 1,000 miles away. And then you go across the sea, 3,000 miles across the water, and that level to the next continent is also parallel to your level at your kitchen. That's horizontal.
Okay. What are you implying to? Like Earth is like what floors? Is like a building or something?
No, there's buildings on the earth that man makes, but the earth itself, it's, in my opinion, overall, since you're asking like an overarching question, is like some design construct that abides by certain natural laws or design laws in place that are put in place, and it abides by that, and we abide by that stuff as well. And when we, whatever we do, travel or measure the earth, it is not a spinning sphere in a vacuum. It doesn't measure as a curving sphere. It's not in motion like the spinning sphere, and the gas pressure that we have requires some type of containment. So that's why we can breathe air. So go ahead. What's the question again?
What do you reckon would happen if we built like a grid over the Earth with like pipelines that joined end to end that were strictly straight, not curved?
Like going through town halls and going through houses and just I mean, isn't there like in a small scale like things like that, like really long gas pipes that are super long? But if you're gonna go with the terrain, you're gonna have to go up and down. You're gonna be adjusting to the sea level, but you're gonna go up in the hill, up the hill, and down the valley. If you're gonna do a straight horizontal line,
Yeah, just say like
I have to break through the ground.
Yeah, just for argument's sake, it's sea level from all the way around.
there's a mean sea level, so the water kind of like go ups and down a little bit. So there's an average between those what we call sea level, right?
Yeah, so halfway between high tide and low tide.
So what's the question again about that?
Well, do you reckon it would connect, or would it form a circle, or does it form a circle regardless if it's a globe or a flat plane?
I mean, we imagine in a hypothetical, but are you gonna be able to construct such a thing, and are you gonna be allowed to do it? The answer is no. So in an imaginary place, yes, we could build a structure that can go. I mean, you say in a pipeline from here to another point in a straight line. Sure, you could do something like that.
All the way around the equator.
Like around that will be a circle. Like if you're on a horizontal, you're doing a circle, and that will be you're doing you can do a pipeline that is a circle. It can come around, yes. But if you're gonna do, let's say, a dead reckoning, that you're gonna go straight without deviating, and you're gonna make that line straight, you're just gonna go from point A to point B, and then those points are not gonna connect. That will be a horizontal line. The circle that you're doing above the horizontal surface is one thing, and then a straight line, it wouldn't be the circle. Those are different things. Because you're asking, if I do a pipeline around the sphere, is it gonna connect at the other side? Yeah, because you're on a sphere.
If you did one around the equator, and also one that's up, down, pole to pole.
Around the equator will be a circle. From pole to pole, you will go from one position, let's say, from the geographical North Pole to the geographical South Pole. It will be, you could do a straight line. It's not, you don't need to make it doesn't necessarily has to be a circle. You do a straight line from point A to point B. What was that?
You wouldn't be able to connect it at both ends?
It wouldn't be a straight line then. It will be a circle. You can do a circle around from the one position to the other and do a circle. But then if you do a straight line, it's a straight line. But you could do both across a horizontal, across a flat. You get that?
I get your point, but if I tell you to draw this whatever Earth you think and your opinion is, can you draw it and show us how does that work?
No, because I don't have God's eye view, an outside perspective, reference from an outside point that I can say, look, this is the whole of existence, and this is how it looks. You don't have that. I don't have that.
No, but like if you're like just putting an opinion here, I would like to see if whatever shape is Earth is gonna be after, like whatever you
to attribute a shape of the so flat is not a shape. Flat is a orientation. This horizontal of the surface, that is the flat. That is not a shape.
So what about?
So you're saying the Earth is a flat?
The surface of the Earth.
What about where ballistics is concerned, like a rocket? I'm not talking about a rocket that goes into space. I'm talking about a rocket that you can shoot from, say, like, the United States to China. You're able to just shoot that in a straight line, right? It doesn't curve to get to where it's going.
It has an arc, doesn't it? It goes from the ground base, from the
it's got an arc. It's got an arc.
Do an arc. But if
you're viewing it from the top down, is it curving while it's traveling, or is it traveling in a straight line?
No, because you're asking, is the water below the rocket curving to conform a sphere in its totality? But we don't use rockets for that, or airplanes, or drones to measure the surface. We measure the surface as a horizontal.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not exactly what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you orient yourself east to west, right, and you fire a rocket over a short range, right, it arcs up into the air. But if you're viewing it from the top down, is it curving to the left or the right? Or is
east to west? If you're looking from the top, you're looking at a circle, east to west. So
you're saying that the rocket would curve then. It would curve on its path in order to form a circle.
Well, if the rocket is being in practicality, the rocket is being shot from point A to point B, from shooting point to target.
Yeah.
And kaboom. It's not gonna do a circle going from its starting to and coming back from where it started.
What I'm thinking is this, right? If America shoots a rocket at China, and China shoots a rocket at America, and America's rocket goes over the Atlantic, and China's rocket goes over the Pacific, and you line those two arcs up, would that not indicate that there is a round, like a spherical object that you're firing on? If
arc
you're
is not a sphere.
I understand an arc's not a sphere, but what I'm saying is, if you're viewing it from the top down, obviously it's arcing up to go to its location. But if you're viewing it from the top down and you're firing equator to equator, right? Then would the rocket would need to curve if the surface of the planet is flat, because it would need to form a circle. If the surface of the
planet is flat, there's no flat on spheres. There's no flatness on a sphere.
Yeah, I get that. What I'm saying.
So what you're saying, if the surface of the planet, the sphere, is flat,
because what I'm saying is, if you have a sphere, you can walk in a straight line and go completely around the planet. The circle that you're walking is around the circumference of the sphere. If you have a flat plane, then you need to be turning to the left constantly in order to make a circle, do you not? Or is there some workaround for that?
Anybody want to touch this with him? Let me check, because wow, there's a bunch of people in here. Come on, guys, try to explain to this guy. Maybe in the text, people might be putting stuff. Oh, Larry, welcome, Larry.
Wow, that was quick.
Hey, Larry, this guy has a question for you. I was waiting for you, Larry. Go ahead, ask your question, sir.
Yeah, if you're shooting a rocket along the equator, does it go in a straight line, or does it curve twice? So if you shoot one rocket from one side to the other, and then you shoot a rocket from the other side back to the other one, right? So completely halfway around the planet each time. Then would the arc, when viewed from the top down, bird's eye view, would it be a straight line or would it be curved?
Well, you're talking about shooting rockets. I don't know about shooting two, but let's address one. The Globers say that it's due to perspective is why it appears to curve. And the Flat Earthers say because it's probably going down in the Bermuda Triangle somewhere down in the ocean. So I'm not sure that I understand your question. You're talking about two rockets getting shot up. Do they curve once or do they curve twice? Is that your question?
Yeah.
So are you talking about on a globe or on a flat Earth perspective or what?
Well, I'm saying if that was something to be done, like if it was done on a globe, then viewing it from the top down, it would be a straight line. But if it was done on some kind of flat surface where everything, wraps around in some fashion, or because I guess that's my main issue with having a flat Earth is you would say that if you circumnavigate the globe, what you've actually done is you've walked in a large circle, right? And you have walked in a large circle, but if you believe in a globe, then you've walked the circumference of the planet, and that's the circle that you've walked. And if you're on a flat plane, then you've walked in a literal circle. You've been turning left slightly the whole time, all the way around until you get back to your starting location.
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure what rockets do. Once they leave our view, it's kind of hard to tell, but it looks like they're kind of taking off like a jet. But, Appearances can be deceiving. But from my perspective, it looks like the rocket gets altitude and just holds that altitude till you can't see it anymore. I don't know. It always kind of reminds me of like the Disney thing that Tinkerbell does over the castle. Like that's like the trajectory of rockets from what they look like they're doing. I used to have a GIF of an airplane taking off and a rocket taking off. It's like a time lapse GIF, and they're both kind of doing the same thing. So I don't really know what rockets are doing. They're just going up in the sky, and as far as I could tell, they go out so far that they disappear. So they go up and they go out. I don't know how far they go up, but allegedly, some rockets can get up 300,000 feet, according to amateurs. So I'm not really sure that I've answered your question.
Whatever the rocket is doing up in the sky, the ground below it is not curving.
Yeah, the ground isn't curving. If it was, there would be, no impossible photography.
There will be consequences.
Right, there would just be a limit to how far you could see.
There will be consequences all around.
He never did answer if I answered his question. I feel like I did my best.
I'm not sure.
I mean, for me, what I picture he's asking, but when a rocket goes around the surface of the Earth, that means the Earth is a globe. That's his question. When the rocket makes it,
yeah, that is what I'm asking. Because if you're firing right along the same the equator, right? So like you presume, because if you do believe in a globe, then you would believe that there's like a Coriolis effect, and that you would see like there would be a kind of curve to the rocket's path if you track it in real time and then look at the path that it drew. If you're firing along the equator, oriented like against the way it's rotating, presumably that path should be straight when viewed top down if it is a globe. But if it's not a globe, then that it would necessarily need to curve in order to like get back to its starting point.
I think that's the issue right there, Larry, isn't it? Like he's saying the equator, and the equator is part of the grid system of the sky projected on the ground. That's what the equator is, not tangible, something that, I mean, it's not off the ground. The equator is a grid. It's part of a grid system.
Well,
that
brother,
is derived from the sky.
Language is not tangible. So if you're playing that game, then no argument works.
Yeah, but when you're saying the rocket is going at the, but you're saying the rocket is going around the equator, but when you're saying that is a grid, that is a mapping system.
Well, I understand
and
that it's a
equator
grid.
that you imagine that the rocket is going across is it conforms to a sphere, or the celestial sphere. You're saying
I've heard all of
the
this.
rocket is going around the celestial sphere, and we can project the celestial sphere into the ground. Therefore, the Earth has to be a sphere, and the rocket is going around a sphere.
Well, if you project it onto the ground and then you send an object around on that orientation, and it does follow along those orientations, then that would indicate that the object that it's being projected onto is also a sphere.
Except that the ground is not curving, though, so it cannot be a sphere. Because spheres curve, and the ground doesn't curve. The waters across the surface of the Earth don't curve to the ratio of that sphere that you are pertain.
Let me butt back in, Jimsy. So first thing, rocket is not a Earth curve measuring device. So you said that you can't see how the Earth could be flat if, rockets are doing this. Actually,
well, I'm saying if you're using a rocket for the purpose of taking a measurement.
Yeah, I don't
the
think
reason
that's what they're
the reason you'd be using a rocket is because you can get it presumably to travel a straight line.
Sir, rockets are not measuring devices. Will you agree with that?
Well, a car is not a measuring device either, but you can track a car. It's got measuring devices in it, and you can use that information.
So
Can you not get in your car? Can you not get in your car when the mile turns over, and then drive for a mile and watch the mile turn over and know that you just traveled a mile?
Well, you can calculate that you traveled a mile, but if your tires are really worn down, maybe it's a little less than a mile. Or if you got some really big snow tires, maybe it's, well, I think it was set it backwards, but you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Right, so it's calculation. But when it comes to Earth curvature, the best way to try and see it is what they told us in school, that boats go over the horizon. So if boats go over the horizon, then there's a geometric horizon. So do you believe in a geometric horizon, meaning Earth curve caused drop over distance, caused obstruction?
Well, I can't think of a time when I've been in a situation where I could test that.
Well, it's ocean, just like the ancient Greeks said, allegedly, that we can see boats disappearing over the horizon. That's how we know that we live on a globe, or that's one of the reasons why we know we live on a globe. But the problem with that is that the geometric horizon has been debunked. Even the anti-flat earthers that follow us around and argue with us, which is an extreme minority group, they've admitted that, the reason that the sky meets the ground and causes obstruction is because of refraction, because the horizon moves based on the conditions of the day and even down to the hour. Can anybody post the GIF from Skunk Bay time lapse? Please and thank you.
I don't have that, Larry. Maybe someone will post it.
They know I'm driving. So yeah, if the atmospheric conditions is what's causing the horizon to be where it's at, not Earth curvature, then anytime you're looking, and this is what the Globers say, right? They're saying it's refraction. Unless it looks like it's curved, then they're saying no refraction, obviously, which is kind of cherry picking, but I digress. So if you go out and look for yourself, what you're going to find, and don't trust me, I'm just an idiot on the internet. Don't trust me, but go out to a large body of water at rest and see how far you can see. Do the Earth curve calculation. And if you do it, what you're going to find is there's a reason why the Globers have to make up this excuse of refraction. It's because we can see too far. Now, if we can see too far, that means that you...
Hold on a second. What does, because I'm looking at the GIF right now. I see what you're talking about. What does this have to do with seeing too far? Because you're still seeing the same point. You're just seeing it. It's being distorted. So, but you're still viewing that same point. That's not like you're not like looking at the CN Tower from like across Lake Ontario.
So, do you see the lighthouse on the third, 1/3 to the left? Like from the left to the right, 1/3. There's a white tower. Probably looks like a white building to you. You see it? On the left, 1/3 from the left. It's not quite in the middle, but it's not quite all the way to the left. You see it?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, it kind of comes in and out of view, right? Sometimes it's viewable, and just for a second it disappears, but then it comes back. So this is a time lapse.
Yeah, it looks like it squishes down in the middle, and then you can't see it. Is what it looks like.
Right. So
for the times that it's not being seen, it looks like a lot of, but like again, presumably if that is distortion and you zoomed in like far enough with a high enough quality, you would still see it. It would just be very thin.
Possibly, I don't know. I haven't tried it, but the point is that thing isn't disappearing because of Earth curvature, is it?
Well, honestly, I don't think it is. I'm not convinced it is disappearing. It becomes very difficult to see. It becomes very flat in that area. That's like how distortion works in some cases, right? If the top and the bottom are both distorting towards the same point, then everything in the middle there is going to kind of vanish.
So you're right. If you did get a bigger telescope type aperture where it's huge, you would be able to resolve more of the information coming towards the camera, right? But judging by, our limited aperture from our eyes and most cameras, and even the larger telescopes, there's going to be a limitation to the resolvability of an object due to the limit of the aperture. So it's not like we can get like a 10,000 mile wide aperture and see perfectly forever, right? There's limitations. And what you're looking at is the limitations of the resolvability, because I've looked at that video in its original form, and you can Google it, Skunk Bay Time Lapse. I prefer the one with the grid. And what you're going to find is that it does, in fact, disappear, or it's not apparent, or not resolvable. And
definitely becomes
this is not
apparent.
Yeah, it's not due to curvature. I think we can agree to that. So it must be
I would agree with
conditions. The conditions between the aperture and the light coming, towards the aperture, and the angle.
The thing is,
right?
too, the line that's being indicated in this video, where that it starts at sea level and then it changes and everything. That's not the horizon. The horizon's that darker line in the back.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely agree. So if the horizon's in the back, there could be false horizons in the front. And I say false horizon because what else would you call it? It's cutting off, it's causing obstruction, but it's not the Earth curve. I can't talk for a second. I'll be back.
I don't think this one's that good, guys.
What do you say is not that good?
I don't think it's that good. I don't think the distortion thing is that good of a point.
That's just an example, dude.
No, but I feel like the understanding that feels like is being made here is that, well, they say that that the horizon on a globe would be 3,123 miles away, but like you sometimes you can see a little bit further than that or a little bit closer than that, so therefore it can't be a globe, right? There's like, but you can't see farther than that is the point. Like proving that you can see less distance is not a proof there. Do you have? Well, hold on. Where's an example of seeing significantly farther than you should be able to see?
Just below the GIF you were looking at.
Hundreds.
There's plenty.
Yeah, but which one of these
every observation. Just about.
Yeah. So you see those two oil rigs in the picture right below?
Hold on. Yep, I'm looking at the oil rigs.
Yeah. So there's a GIF. This picture is an enhanced picture. We put up the contrast a little bit to see the horizon better. The GIF below is where this picture is taken from, and there's even further down you can find the link to the YouTube channel, and he goes out and he does hundreds of these observations, and they all show you can see way beyond the geometric horizon.
So what's he saying? What's he saying here? Because it says max distance geometric horizon. What's this regarding? This is saying 1 foot over sea level. How far should you be able to see?
Yeah, based on the geometric limitations of the spherical Earth of a radius of 3,959 miles, 1 foot off the surface, you would be able to see 1.22 miles to the horizon, and that's where the horizon should start. However, we're seeing further than 10 miles. So that's 10 orders of magnitude. greater than what we should be able to see. And if we add standard refraction, we're at 1.3 or 1.4 miles. That's where the horizon should be. So that doesn't work. There's no mechanism for the Earth to look this flat on a globe.
So, in other words, the math ain't mathin', and just because they give explanation, that's not a replacement for experimentation or demonstration.
Yeah, that's interesting. You know what? They're even giving it a refraction buff, and they're saying, well, you can see 1.225 miles, but with the refraction, you should be able to see 1.32 miles. And how far are these out? 6 and 9? Is that accurate, though?
Yeah, you can look it up on Google Earth. All of the data is in the YouTube video. He records himself walking up to the shoreline, lowering the camera down. You can see everything, and then describes exactly where he is, and you can double check all that. Most of us have. None of us believe any flat earthers. And the funny thing is, if you take the horizon at that distance, at the furthest oil rig, and you calculate out how big the Earth would have to be if the geometric horizon is that far away, the size of the Earth would be like this big. Let me show you here. It's about 250,000 miles in radius. Yeah.
So the radius would be like from the center of the Earth to basically the orbit of the moon, and that would just be the radius.
Yeah, it's insane.
So it's not like we can see just.
It gets even worse because like that black swan image is not the worst. Like we have so many more worse ones, and with the worst ones, that inflates the globe size to being bigger than the imagined size of the sun in the heliocentric model.
It's pretty clear with any observation anywhere in the world that the claims on the table of the globe, Earth, and its specific dimensions are nowhere to be found in the physical and natural world. It's only written on paper, claimed. But not able to show. Cannot show it. Doesn't have any cowbell. Cannot find the curvature anywhere. Contrary to it, it's not curving. That's what you find when you check it.
So the difference between us and like the astronauts and NASA and the different space agencies, quote unquote, all over the world, is you don't have to just take our word for it because we're not telling you what we're seeing halfway to the moon. That's what you have to believe, and that's, requires faith. If you trust your government, fine. You can believe whatever you like. We don't care, right? But if you want to know the truth, we're just asking you to do what we did, go outside and check for yourself. And when you see too far, you're going to be like, oh, that's why they're making excuses about refraction. Because what they're basically telling you is when you look at those oil rigs, they're claiming that we can see on the other side of the Earth curve. So imagine the Earth curve like a hill in your way, right? They're saying you can see the other side of the hill. Not only can you see the deer on the other side of the hill, which is beyond the curve, but you can actually see the surface of the other side of the water that should be obstructed.
Well, I don't know about that, but
that's what they're saying.
Let me look again. See, I would say the best read that I can give them is that when you're viewing those oil rigs, there is the hill that's blocking part of your vision. So you are seeing not the other side of the hill, you're seeing the oil rig poking up from the other side of the hill. But let me look at these images a little more. I'm trying to see what you guys are seeing.
So 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature if you assume 1 foot waves.
At 6 miles, 1 foot of curvature?
At 10 miles. At 10 miles.
Yeah.
66 feet of curvature.
And how tall is the oil rig?
I don't know. But what I'm saying is that
we would be subtracting.
No, it's relevant. It's relevant. But the point is, it's not about the obstruction, which you can see the pillars, going into the water. So there's no curvature there. The point is the horizon is behind.
Hold on. You can see the pillars, but you're not necessarily
the horizon
seeing
is supposed to be
where
the curvature. Any kind of optical compression of the oil rigs has no relation to where the claimed curvature is supposed to be. Or the horizon.
Hold on for a second. Right? So I'm seeing, because 65 feet, that sounds like a significant distance, okay? I'm not discarding that. But I am seeing that the oil rigs are like 1,700 feet. So 65 feet becomes a spit in the bucket.
It's irrelevant.
You're looking at them standing up on the other side of the hill.
He's ignoring the whole point.
No, bro.
You're ignoring the whole point.
Which is the point that you're focused on?
Relax. You can see the entire oil rig. You can see where it connects into the water.
No, you can see where the water is in front of you.
Bro. In the globe rhetoric, up to the horizon, you live on a locally flat plane. That's how we measure it.
Yep.
Yeah. And they claim the Earth curve starts far away from you, at the horizon. Not in between, not in the middle of your view, at the horizon. That's where things drop out of view and start to block things. So it doesn't block things where the Earth curve shouldn't be blocking things, right? The horizon is the claimed blockage. That's the blockage, and it's behind the oil rigs. So it's not the thing blocking.
You're saying the
horizon.
horizon. You're saying the horizon is above.
Relax. We can show.
Well, I'm just asking you a question. Are you saying?
I'm finishing my point. Just relax.
Well, are you making a point, or are you trying to make me understand what you're saying?
You gotta remember that there's other people listening. He's talking to you, but there's other people trying to get the point to his logical conclusion. So if you keep interrupting his point, nobody's gonna get it. Not even you, and no one else.
Yeah, you can ask me freely afterwards. It's real quick addendum to this. We can show through optics alone things disappearing bottom up. So if there's a part of the oil rig missing, that could be purely optical. No geometric curve required. The claim is that the horizon is the geometric curve, and that's what we're looking at.
I don't see the horizon in the picture. Okay, I see it. I see it at the edges. Okay.
So the horizon is obviously not in front of the oil rigs, because you can even see the little boat in front of the oil rigs. So that's the problem. You should be able to see the horizon in front of the oil rigs, because it's only 1.2 miles away if the Earth is a globe. So at 1.2 miles, it would be way in front of the oil rigs, but it's not. It's behind them, and this is a huge problem for the globe Earth.
I see what you're saying.
Because before we started talking about this, they all claimed that there was a geometric horizon, and that's what caused ships to disappear from the bottom up. So we started looking into the optics. You know, people that are way smarter than me started looking into the optics and showed that you can make things disappear, right, without it being Earth curve. Because we talked about the Rayleigh criterion, you know, about the aperture and the resolvability. But this is purely the horizon isn't where it's supposed to be. Because if the Earth is a sphere, then the horizon would have to act a certain way. Because that's the whole point. The Earth's a globe, allegedly. Well, if it is, this is the prediction, right? Well, the horizon must be where they say that it is based on the size of the globe. It's not. It's not where it's supposed to be. So how do we tell that it's a globe? By turning on the TV? By turning on a magazine? I'm sorry, opening a magazine or a book or some form of media, or just trusting NASA.gov? So when it comes to all this, these are all like faith things. So we've lost our belief in the globe because when we go outside, we can see the horizon isn't where it's supposed to be. So I went to Corpus Christi, North Beach, and I saw beach houses. When I was in the ocean, the water was up to my armpits. So from 1 foot above the surface, probably a little less, 1 foot above the surface, I could see beach houses 10 miles away. I should not even know that Ingleside on the Bay exists. I should be completely ignorant to that place. But because there was no horizon blocking it, I know that it's there. So we're telling you to go outside and make your own observations. And if you have to factor in a whole lot of refraction to make your observation make sense for the globe, then you can believe in refraction. If you think that, you know, light bends around the surface of the Earth to the point to where you can see the other side of the hill, that's what you want to believe. We don't care. We're just telling you that you can go look for yourself and see why us and the anti-flat earthers are claiming that we can see too far for the dimensions given to us by the globers. Thanks.
Yeah, it's a bit more expensive to test refraction because you're dealing with more expensive equipment.
No, this is a solid one. This is a good one. I gotta do my best. You know, I can't just accept it. But this is a good one.
Yeah. Many globers claim refraction, so we studied it in depth. And here's how you can break it if you want to, and so you can understand if refraction is actually saving your globe or not. Light has different wavelengths, and different wavelengths refract at different rates. And so we can simply examine all of the photographic evidence that exists and see if there's any evidence of refraction in all the long-distance photographs where we see too far. Do we see any evidence of different wavelengths separating as a consequence of refracting around the world? No, we don't see any evidence of that. Can we test for it? Yes. We can use infrared cameras and visible light cameras. Infrared refracts far less than visible light. So now we have a bigger difference than between the different wavelengths. And so we can see, do we see less far in infrared? Does the horizon, geometric horizon, move closer, confirming that the horizon is caused by the refraction and geometric horizon playing together? Or do we see further in infrared? Because there's less refraction, light is not going as much down, so you're not losing as many of those rays, and so you can see further. And so we tested this, and you can look at all of the world record long distance photographs. They're all taken in infrared because you can see further in infrared. Even though there's less refraction, you see further. And that's the opposite of what the globe claims to try to rescue the globe.
Oh, if there's such a thing as a nail in the coffin, there it is, Trace. Thank you.
Yeah, this is a good one.
But we're not asking you to trust the pictures or the videos that we show you. We're asking you to go outside and for the first time in your life, trust your own senses because they tell you that you're not actually looking at oil rigs in this picture, that the light is bending around the Earth, right, at the same curvature rate as the Earth, making it look flat. So empirically, the Earth is flat, and theoretically, they're saying the light is bending down around the curve. Now, the problem with that is you got to prove the curve first, which hasn't been done. So, if you do a quick Google search, how do you prove that the Earth is a globe? They're going to say stupid shit like walk in a straight line for 1,000 miles and take a left twice. Something like that, which you can't walk in a straight line. There's terrain, plus there's all kinds of reasons why you can't do that. We're telling you to look for the curvature yourself.
There's private property. You're going to be kind of like trespass from any properties if you just walk straight.
Right, good luck finding a flat 1,000-mile with no terrain. Anyway, it doesn't make sense what they say on Google. We're telling you, forget about all that extra bullshit and go find a large body of water at rest, take your family on a vacation, put your toes in the sand, and take some, field goggles or binoculars, whatever you call them, with you, and see what the furthest thing that you can see is. And once you see how far it is, do a little research. What was your elevation? If you're right at the edge of the water, you can not worry about any kind of topography. So you're just looking at water, and you're going to see what we claim is true. That when at rest, water lays flat and stationary because it always seeks its level. That's why it's called sea level. And when you see too far, you're going to have to figure it out for yourself. Trust your own senses or you don't. But the only time you see a globe is when you open your phone, computer, TV, magazine, some form of media. You never experience the Earth as a globe when you go outside. If you go outside and you meditate outside for like 3 days and 3 nights, your senses are going to tell you, you're going to have firsthand primary knowledge that the Earth is flat and stationary, and the sun, moon, and stars make a circuit once every 24 hours. But if you go back inside and turn on your TV, you can pretend that you live on that ball.
Yeah, and if you keep looking for proofs of the globe, that you'll run into things like Aristophanes, sticks and shadows, prove the globe, and they'll force children to go through this futile fallacy. It's basically just circular reasoning. If the Earth is a globe, shadows would act like this, shadows act like this, therefore the Earth is a globe. It comes inherent with a bunch of assumptions about how light is reaching the Earth itself. And so they believe the Earth
was never meant to be a globe proof to begin with, right, Drace? Because that was just to calculate the circumference value.
Yeah. Well, it's back calculated based on the assumption that all the light is hitting the ground parallel and not coming from the point source in the sky we see. Relative to a flat
I'll tell you what I'm hung up on.
I just wanted to finish because there's a tiny addendum to this, because you'll find this from the globe side, but if you look even deeper, you'll find out that the Ming Dynasty did the exact same thing with sticks and shadows. However, they had a worldview based on their ancient cosmology that the Earth was flat. And so they started with the assumption the Earth is flat. The shadows would look like this based on the sun being a point in the sky. So we see the shadows look like this. Therefore, the Earth is flat. And this is circular reasoning, affirming the consequent. They did the same thing as the Globers. It's not a proof.
Is there any kind of program or website that you guys have where you can plot a like a trip basically on a globe and then see what the same trip looks like on a flat plane?
No, we don't
Like,
have the finances to.
what would be? What's the projection?
We don't have a map projection or a projection of the world. We don't have a bird's eye view of the entire world, so we cannot create that. There have been people who have attempted to create a bunch of different maps. They're not accepted by the community because we cannot verify them. We are empiricists, so we follow logic, science, reason. Like, there's a bunch of beliefs, and that's other groups. That's not us.
And you'll know that we're empiricists because we don't believe things just because someone tells us. So in here, we try to limit our speculations down to one day of the week. That's on Sundays. That's usually when I come into the room. And if you stick around, you're going to see that we only say things that we can actually demonstrate or prove or show experiment for. And when someone says the word science, we automatically say, peer review process right now, show us the science. And if they can't show us the science, we call them out for pseudoscience. So I think this is one of the most empirical groups on the internet. Mic check.
I hear you.
So are you going to turn on your phone and figure out what the shape of the earth is, or are you going to go to the beach?
Well, I already believe they're lying about a whole bunch of stuff, but I'm not gonna write it off.
Yeah, it took me a while to actually come to terms with this. I wanted to resist it so hard, so I totally get you. There's no pushing on our part for you to have to accept anything. We just want to give you information that you can then research on your own and then know more. It's just for you, just like when we came to this, we didn't want to believe it, but people were nice, gave us information, and we studied it and read up on our own. Like, the first 2 months I spent just like talking to my astrophysicist friend, my robotic engineering friend, and I was like, give me the evidence for the globe. And just because I listened to the flat earthers, I was like, they're not going to accept this. This is just theory. Where's the experiment? And it always was brought out into fairy tale land, into outer space, which I knew that the flat earthers could never verify. Nobody can verify that. You just have to take on faith that everything happened the way they told you it happened.
Yeah, we're not asking you to believe us. That would be weird. That's what got us into this problem to begin with. We're asking you to go verify for yourself, because that's the only way that you're going to understand things. And if you go do research on Google or YouTube, you're going to find out that when you search flat earth stuff, you're going to get 99 anti-flat earth videos, even though they are the minority and we're the majority. As far as anti-flat earthers are a separate group from normal globers, right? You understand that? Like, there's more.
Yeah,
Allegedly, there's more. Allegedly, there's more Globers, but not every Glober is an anti-flat earther. But you're going to find 99 anti-flat Earth videos to one flat Earth video. So I suggest that you go to our home server, because we've compiled all the information that you would be scrolling for weeks looking for, trying to get through the normal algorithm. So I don't know if you're still there, but do you have any more questions?
Oh, not right now.
Okay. I would just recommend this, that you get real studied up on your logical fallacies and other debate tactics like stultification, because what you're going to find is one side of this debate. Does anybody else hear that noise?
Round 1, fight!
All right, I guess I'll try again. Yeah, what you're going to find is one side of the debate is constantly using tactics, fallacious arguments, and even Michio Kaku talks about how nobody that he knows of in his field actually uses the scientific method. It's all leaps of logic and guesswork. That's a direct quote from a particle physicist. So when you look into this and you learn all your logical fallacies really well, and you start listening to flat earth debates, you're going to be like, man, these Globers can't make an argument without there being some kind of trick or tactic or fallacy or, circular reasoning. There's always something with their arguments. And what you're going to find is that they complain about us calling out the fallacies. Well, if you don't make them, we can't call them out. And if we do call out a fallacy that's not there, the audience is going to know, because you're going to learn your fallacies. And this logical fallacy thing, if you learn it like the back of your hand, it's going to help you for the rest of your life. Anytime you hear like a politician make an argument, you're going to be like, wait a minute, that's appeal to emotion fallacy. You can't do that. So like for the rest of your life, it makes you immune to the magic once you understand how the magic works. You get me? So does anybody else have any questions? Okay, I got a question. How's your brainworms? How are they doing? Are they thriving and surviving? Or did you wage war on them like a professional? And every time I go to work, it's like a freaking club. They play the music so loud. Except for it's not always club music. So, Speculation Sunday. What are we speculating about? Okay, I got a speculation. This came from a flat earther, so I can't take credit for it, but I've been thinking about it ever since he said it. He said, what if they're trying to hide the sky from us and not telling us the truth about the sky and what's actually up there? And I've always been asking, for years, has anybody ever seen any footage, data, images, or anything from the telescope formerly known as the Lucifer telescope? I've never seen anything from the Lucifer telescope.
The only bifocal telescope in the world of that size? No, I have not seen any images from that telescope.
So, what if they're trying to hide the sky from us? Why would they lie? By omission.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible. I mean, most of the stuff we get from the space agencies is horrible quality. So who knows if it's being downgraded or if it's being edited after the fact. Like it's hard to say how much of the data is pure when most of the institutions are captured and you just have people working and they're trying to fit everything into their preconceived ideas, and so they're like, oh, I found an anomaly. Ooh, I guess Einstein's wrong. Ooh.
Well, you remember the first time when they sent up the Hubble telescope, they didn't add a lens or something, so everything we got from Hubble from like years was like crap. So they had to send like a mission to go up there and like fix it so we could actually see things. Remember that?
Yeah, and like we didn't even get like they supposedly constructed that, but like we never got to see any of the images of them constructing it or video of that.
And then there's the Robert Bassano video, Planete Veritas, where he basically calls the head of the Hubble program. And the guy gave some really interesting answers to those questions. So, yeah, I mean, what if they're trying to control the narrative? What?
But what if it's a double bluff and the world is a sphere and they're lying and they're trying to convince you that it's a sphere so that you think they're lying about it being a sphere so you don't find out that the moon is significantly larger than they say it is?
The Earth measures
Well, here's the
flat,
problem.
so it doesn't matter what you are imagining. That's what it measures like. We're not trying to invent something or imagine some imaginary conspiracy. That's just what it is.
So here's the problem with that. They say that the moon is roughly 1/4 the size of the Earth, but when there's a path of totality, it's only like 100 miles across. So when I was in Texas during the last solar eclipse, that I could see anyway, the sun was blocked out from Dallas to Tyler, Texas. Now, that's kind of interesting because if the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth, shouldn't it block out 1/4 the light from the Earth? On the Earth, excuse me?
It should definitely be close.
Right, it shouldn't be like 100 miles.
Would it be like a pinprick? I don't think it would be. I don't think it could be a pinprick. I can see light bleeding around the edges and lighting up some of the interior, but what's the distance between those two cities?
About 100 miles. Tyler, Texas, and Dallas, Texas. Yeah, look at the path of totality diagram and, search up all the paths of totality. They're usually about 100 miles across. 100-mile in diameter moon is what the observation is telling me. Now, some people will start arguing about the umbra and penumbra, but when they do that, and you look at the diagram of a solar eclipse, the light's no longer coming in parallel. So that throws Eratosthenes out the window completely. If you accept the size of the moon, you don't get to keep the size of your Earth. Or if you reject the size of the moon and you want to keep the size of your Earth, then the moon becomes 100 miles in diameter. But you can't have it both ways. The light's either coming in parallel or it's not. So when you ask an anti-flat earther, is the light coming in parallel, they'll start making up some middle of the road fallacy like, oh, it's slightly, just barely not coming in parallel. But that's enough for us to, make you believe that you can keep the size of the Earth and the size of the moon. But it's always just some kind of excuse like, oh, it's actually not parallel, but it's negligible, right? They'll always say words like that. And that's how you can kind of key into the deception that they're using on you. So I say pick one. You get to choose the size of your Earth or the size of your moon, but both can't be true based on the observations.
You guys know me. Whenever there's silence, I just want to play music. If anybody wants to hear it, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to listen to it on my own.
What's the angle for lunar eclipses? So when the Earth is casting the shadow over the moon.
Sorry, what? What's the angle of the moon when the moon?
Well, I mean, what's the flat Earth perspective on when the Earth casts its shadow over the moon?
Well, the Earth doesn't cast its shadow on the moon. And that's obvious because shadows behave in a certain way. Shadows conform to the surface they're cast upon. So if I cast a straight shadow onto a step, the straight shadow becomes jagged because it conforms to the step unless I'm looking at it directly in line with the shadow. So from that perspective, it looks straight, but from any other perspective, it looks jagged. And so if you take a curved shadow, like they imagine is coming from the Earth, and you can test this yourself. You can take a globe. I've done this. You can cast a curved shadow onto the globe. And because it's a globe, the shadow conforms to the shape because it's curving away in all directions from the center. It creates, it extends the shadow along the curvature. We don't see any distortion showing us that it is a shadow. It's just assumed to be Earth's shadow. It could be multiple other things, so we don't know what it is. And the last one is a great picture because that's the Selenilian eclipse, which is a lunar eclipse, which is a rare phenomenon that happens when the sun is above the horizon, and then you see the moon above the horizon on the other side. And then what happens is this imagined shadow of the Earth appears to come down onto the moon from above. So geometrically, that's impossible. The sun is above the horizon, the moon is above the horizon, and the supposed shadow is coming from above. That's why people who observed it, who were globe believers, dubbed it the impossible eclipse.
That's a good one.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.